Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter had desperate love towards Ginny and power of Phoenix cycle, so do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon, for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version. Link in description. Harry's eyes opened slowly, sluggishly, and struggled to stay that way. The blurry familiarity of his surroundings sent a jolt of fear ripping through him. But only for a moment before the rest of the last 2 days caught up with him. He fumbled for his glasses as the canopy of his old 4-poster came into focus again. It was finally over. 7 long years of heartache, danger, and the relentless weight of being the chosen one were behind him. The battles he'd fought, the war itself, had culminated yesterday in that final confrontation. And now, at last, it was done. No more enemies to face, no more destinies to fulfill. He had thought he might feel triumphant, even relieved. Instead, he felt hollow. Fred, Tonks, Remus. But he had survived. Against all probability and likelihood. Neither can live while the other survives. That meant it was time to live, right? But how? He whispered into the empty room, wincing at the jagged rasp in his voice and throat. Things were starting to hurt now that adrenaline and exhaustion were out of the way. For more than 2 years now, the future had been some abstract idea, something he hardly let himself imagine. Something out of someone else's life, he'd called it. Every thought beyond that inevitable clash with Voldemort had felt like tempting fate. Now, with that future staring him in the face, what did living even look like? Survival and living were 2 very different things. He knew that well enough. He sighed deeply, stretching out, and immediately regretted it. Pain flared everywhere. His body, battered and bruised, protested every movement. His muscles ached, his joints felt stiff, and a persistent twinge in his right knee sent a sharp reminder of the physical toll. Cuts and bruises mapped his skin, each one a marker of survival. But the worst of it settled in his chest and shoulders, a thick aching stiffness blooming from right over his heart. He thought back to the clearing. He could still see the flash of green light, feel the strange, weightless sensation as it hit. It hadn't hurt then. He thought of Ginny, that blazing look in her eyes, and the feeling of her lips on his. Though it had been months since they last touched. He thought of her now. Now that he had the luxury of it. Where was she? Was she still nearby? The thought brought him comfort, more than anything else his restless mind could offer. He clung to it, using her memory as a shield against the darker thoughts he knew were circling just beyond. Thoughts of Fred, and Tonks, and Remus, of Teddy Lupin, his godson who he had never met. Of the Weasleys and how they'd given up so damn much to help him get to this point. Alive and mostly whole and fully free for the first time. Of everyone he loved sitting somewhere in this castle. Victorious and grieving. Harry's stomach growled, loudly and viciously. He twisted, not yet ready to leave the quiet safety of his old bed. His movements were sluggish and stiff, and sent pain shooting through him. Another sigh, another wince of pain, but he swung his legs out onto the floor and pushed himself up. The world wobbled for a moment before he was able to steady himself. And he was briefly tempted to let it wobble him right back into bed. It seemed infinitely more inviting than the hard cold stone under his feet and the reality waiting for him outside of Gryffindor Tower. But he was alive now. He was living, and he had living to do. Harry found a change of clothes folded nearby. His clothes, though he wasn't sure how they were there. He wasn't going to question it. Magic, he supposed. He reached for them, but noticed the blood and dirt on his hands. With yet another resigned sigh, he limped his way to the bathroom and stripped away the clothes he'd literally fallen into bed with. He found the bathroom mirror and dared to look at himself. He'd scrubbed away some of the dried blood on his face before he'd collapsed into bed. But he was a few days from healing. There was a dark bruise under one eye, and a scabbed over abrasion across the opposite cheek. He barely recognized himself in the cracked mirror of the bathroom. The last time he'd stood here, he'd been lean but solid. Years of Quidditch lending him a wiry strength. Now, that strength was a memory, worn away by months of near starvation on the run. His reflection was a ghost, gaunt and hollow-cheeked. His shoulders hunched beneath a frame that was little more than skin stretched over bone. His arms, once firm with muscle, hung limply at his sides. His ribs jutted out starkly beneath the dark, livid bruise that dominated his chest. It was monstrous, an angry sprawl of purple and red, like spilled wine soaked into parchment. It bloomed from just above his heart, a grotesque blotch that swallowed what was left of his pectoral muscle. Veins of discoloration crept outward, crawling up to his collarbone and snaking down to the curve of his lowest rib. One last gift from Voldemort. He forced himself away from the mirror and into the shower. He scrubbed himself with an old bar of soap, ignoring the question of whose it was and how that might have put him off at one time. The water bounced from cold to lukewarm, but he didn't care. Every shiver just reminded him that he was alive when so many others weren't. He got changed, forcing stiff limbs to obey and contort to fit into clothes that, by how hard they resisted his efforts, seemed to be made of stiffer material than he remembered. They were also a poor fit for him now. They felt more like Dudley's hand-me-downs than clothes that fit him at one time. The Dursleys came unbidden to his mind. That was one complication he had no issue putting off for the moment. He grabbed his wand and tucked it into the back pocket of his now loose-fitting jeans. With a grimace and a tightness in his chest that had nothing to do with the ugly bruise, Harry Potter stepped out of his old dormitory and the last refuge of his childhood. Harry stepped out of the Gryffindor common room into a castle that no longer felt like Hogwarts. The corridor was eerily quiet, the usual hum of life replaced by a heavy, suffocating stillness. He was thankful for the last few minutes of solitude, thankful for the chance to pretend just a little longer that there were not entire lives shattered just ahead. Dust hung in the air, swirling in the morning light that streamed through shattered windows. Pieces of stone littered the floor, and the once bright tapestries were torn and scorched, their colors muted beneath a layer of grime. The grand staircase groaned beneath his weight as he descended. Chunks of the banister were missing, leaving jagged edges that snagged the hem of his robes. In the distance, faint voices carried a low mew. Rmur of grief and exhaustion from those left to pick up the pieces. The castle itself seemed to mourn, its magic flickering unevenly like a dying flame. When he reached the first floor, the devastation became impossible to ignore. A section of wall near the defense against the dark arts classroom had crumbled entirely, leaving an open wound that revealed the grounds beyond. The scent of scorched wood and stone hung heavy, mingling with something sharper, metallic. Blood, he realized, his stomach twisting. The closer he drew to the Great Hall, the more signs of the battle he saw. Spells had gouged deep scars into the stone floors. Their edges blackened. Portraits hung crooked, their inhabitants missing or too stunned to speak. Suits of armor stood lopsided, some reduced to scattered limbs. Nothing had been spared. When the Great Hall finally came into view, he paused. The knowledge of what lay beyond set his heart pounding in his chest and hammering painfully against the ugly bruise. Having lived it once, he thought it might have been easier walking into the Forbidden Forest than crossing the length of the entrance hall. Harry swallowed hard, his feet rooted to the spot. The castle had endured, but it would never be the same. "Hi, Harry," a quiet voice nearby ripped him from his brooding, and he spun, as quickly as his aching and tired body would allow, to find himself face to face with Luna Lovegood. "You've been resting." It wasn't a question, and there was something so utterly tired about her voice despite the Luna-ness of it. "You don't look very rested." "No, don't feel it much either," he said. He felt utterly exposed. "I imagine not," Luna said. Her white eyes locked with his own. "It's good you came down though. Everyone is hoping to see you." "Bit nervous," he admitted. He scratched absently at a scab along his jawline. "That's not surprising," she nodded. "Sometimes it's easier to let yourself hurt than it is to watch others hurt. It's a bit selfish, really." Harry winced at the accusation. "Oh, that's not a bad thing. Everyone should get the chance to be selfish sometimes." "Better get on with it, then," Harry muttered. He watched Luna walk off from the entrance hall and made his way in. Thankful for the bustle and movement of everyone tending to the injured and leaving him unnoticed. The bodies of the dead had plainly been moved since he was last there. And the 4 house tables returned to roughly their usual positions. He spotted Ron and Hermione at the far end of the Gryffindor table with the rest of the Weasleys. They were easy to find, even among the 200 or so people that filled the hall now. Students, professors, members of the Order, and citizens of Hogsmeade. The sea of red hair was near impossible to miss. Ron and Hermione saw T closer together than he'd ever seen them. Ron's head rested heavily against her shoulder. His eyes were closed, but Harry could see the agony etched onto his features. Mr. Weasley had a white-knuckle grip on one of Mrs. Weasley's hands, which she returned in equal measure. She had her other arm around George in a grip that seemed unbreakable. Like she was trying to continuously prove that he was alive. Charlie was on the other side of George, his hands folded in front of him on the table. Bill was across from Charlie with Fleur pulled tight against him. Percy sat by his mother's side. He had a hand on her arm and leaned against her shoulder in a very uncharacteristic display of affection. Then there was Ginny, sandwiched between Bill and her father. His heart hammered painfully in his chest again. This time for an entirely different reason. It had been months since he'd seen her. Spoken to her. Months since he'd been able to do anything more than stare at her dot on the Marauders' map. And hope against all hope that she was safe. No one spoke. They barely even moved. The Weasleys looked as hollowed out as he felt. He could feel the grief rolling off of them, the way they sat so close together. As if they were afraid to lose sight of anyone else for even a moment. He walked towards them, fighting back a wince with each half-limping step of his right leg. It wouldn't do to make a fuss over his injuries now. Each painfully slow step that brought him closer to them seemed to draw the sound and breath out of the room. The silence rippled through the great hall in a wave and har. Y was distinctly and uncomfortably aware that he was at the center of everyone's attention once more. The silence was deafening except for his uneven footfalls. Everyone else had even stopped moving to stare at him. He was a few paces away before any of the Weasleys noticed. Harry. It was George that spoke first, surprising everyone. His eyes were red and puffy, but there was an alertness to them that Harry had no frame of reference for. And then they were all on their feet and moving towards him. Ron reached him first and pulled him into a fierce hug that sent a wave of pain tearing through his chest. Bloody hell! Harry gasped, pulling back and grasping painfully at the bruise under his shirt. He lost a bit of his footing and let himself stumble onto an empty seat at the table. "You good, mate?" Ron asked worriedly. There were concerned glances all around, making Harry distinctly uncomfortable. "I'm fine," he lied. There was a chorus of eye rolls. "Just sore. Let me see," said Hermione. She pawed at his shirt collar. But Harry gently brushed her away. "I'm fine. At least go see Madame Pomfrey," Hermione insisted. "Yeah, I don't fancy going to the hospital wing today," Harry muttered. "I think she might bloody well kill me if I did." "It's been almost a year since you've had a stay," said Ron, scratching at his chin. "I bet she's missed you." "Huh," Harry deadpanned, still rubbing at his chest. But he was thankful for Ron's attempt at humor. "You gave us a right scare, Harry," Mr. Weasley said. He put a hand on Harry's uninjured shoulder and gave it a soft squeeze. Harry gave him a tired smile. And was grateful for Mr. Weasley's effort to return it, even though the smile didn't fully reach his eyes. "I'm afraid I have to ask you not to do that again. It's not on my list of things to repeat," Harry muttered. He struggled back to his feet and forced himself to face them, the family that had treated him almost like one of their own for years. He'd gotten them pulled into all of this. "Mr. Weasley, he glanced helplessly between them all. "I'm so, And then he found himself pulled into a Weasley hug for the second time that morning. He bit back on his pain and let it happen this time. "None of that, Mr. Weasley whispered, drawing back after a moment and looking Harry in the eyes. He shook his head and gripped Harry's shoulders tightly. "What you did." He glanced at Hermione and all the Weasleys, "what you've all done. I am so proud of each and every one of you." Harry thought he held Percy's gaze a split second longer than the others. "And no one who, Mr. Weasley took a shuddering breath to steady himself. "No one we lost would want you or anyone else to apologize." His hand found Mrs. Weasley's again. "We all came here knowing what we were risking. Knowing what we were fighting for." His gaze swept over the room, filled with both grief and quiet pride. "On that note," Hermione said, breaking the heavy silence. She leaned forward and lit a freshly folded copy of the Daily Prophet toward Harry. "You should see this." Harry's eyes dropped to the front page. Splashed across it in enormous, triumphant lettering, were the words, "The Man Who Won, Voldemort Vanquished." By Barnabas Cuff, Editor-in-Chief. The wizarding world awoke this morning to an extraordinary new dawn. Lord Voldemort, the self-styled Dark Lord, has been defeated. In a dramatic turn of events at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry late yesterday, Harry Potter, long celebrated as the boy who lived, has emerged as the man who won, decisively ending Voldemort's reign of terror. In a fierce showdown witnessed by hundreds, Potter faced Voldemort in a duel that has already become the stuff of legend. "Oh, come on," Harry groaned. He resisted the urge to throw the paper. "Knew he wasn't going to like it," Ron said with a wry grin. "In all fairness, it is weird calling you the boy who lived now that you're of age." Harry rolled his eyes and focused back on the article. This victory follows nearly a year of Potter's absence, during which his whereabouts and activities were a matter of speculation. Sources suggest that Potter, along with fellow Hogwarts students Hermione Jean Granger and Ronald Bilious Weasley, pursued critical efforts to dismantle Voldemort's power. Unsubstantiated reports link the trio to daring incidents, including a ministry infiltration last autumn and a high-profile break-in at Gringotts Wizarding Bank the day before the battle. Eyewitnesses claim to have seen Potter and his companions fleeing the scene on the back of a dragon, though this remains officially unverified. Potter's reappearance at Hogwarts late on May 1 set the stage for the battle that followed. By morning, he was reported slain, carried into the TLE grounds by none other than Voldemort himself, who declared victory. Yet, in a shocking twist, Potter rose again, proving Voldemort's claims premature and igniting the final act of resistance. "We'll need to sit down with Kingsley soon and explain what happened," Hermione said, drawing Harry out of the article. "I think it's best he hear it from us." Harry nodded before turning once more back to the Prophet. Despite Voldemort's defeat, danger lingers. Several high-ranking Death Eaters remain at large, including Corbin Yaxley, Thorfinn Roll, Rodolphus Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, and Fenrir Greyback. Interim Minister for Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt assures the public that efforts to apprehend these fugitives are underway. In a moving statement this morning, newly appointed Minister Shacklebolt reflected on the battle. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley played pivotal roles in bringing Voldemort's reign to an end. But let history not forget the many brave witches and wizards who stood united yesterday, laying down their lives in defense of freedom and free will. This victory belongs not to one, but to all. As the wizarding world begins the arduous process of rebuilding, one thing is clear: Voldemort's shadow has been lifted. Harry Potter, no longer merely a symbol of survival, stands as an emblem of action, choice, and courage. For the first time in decades, hope reigns. "So what now?" Ron asked. His eyes danced between his mother and father. "Between Muriel's and Shell Cottage I think we have enough room for everyone, Mr. Weasley said. He removed his glasses and rubbed at the bridge of his nose. "At least until we can make sure the burrow is put together enough for us, yeah." "We can go as soon as you want, Dad," Bill volunteered. Harry noticed him give Fleur's hand a gentle squeeze. She nodded as well. "You and me first maybe, just to make sure." Mr. Weasley nodded. "And then we'll go together. Home." Harry let that word roll over him. Home. For the first time in 9 months he found himself realizing that he didn't exactly have one. "That means you, too, young man," Mrs. Weasley said, as if she could read his thoughts. She cupped his cheek in one hand, tears in her eyes. Not for the first time, the idea that Molly Weasley was a skilled legilimens crossed Harry's mind. It would explain quite a bit. "You as well, Hermione," she said, wrapping both Ron and Hermione in a tight embrace. "At least until we can get you in contact with your parents. Though maybe we'll spend some time discussing sleeping arrangements." There was more, of course. The kind of half-hearted banter that came when everyone was too tired to be properly witty but still felt the need to fill the silence. There were a few moments of light teasing about Ron and Hermione's new arrangement, which, to Ron's credit, he handled with uncharacteristic calm, neither snapping nor retreating into defensive bluster. Harry even found himself tempted to join in, to add his voice to the chorus of, finally, that everyone seemed to be taking turns with. Everyone except Ginny. Her eyes found him, and the chatter around them faded into a distant hum. There was something in her expression, something fleeting and unreadable, that caught him off guard. Harry straightened, steeling himself, and limped toward her. Each step was a monumental effort, like fighting gravity. She was so close now. Closer than she had been in nearly a year. It took everything he had not to ignore his aching muscles and run to her, but his shame fought to keep him rooted where he stood. Harry forced himself to meet her gaze. After everything, running, fighting, dying, the only thing that mattered now was that they were there. Alive. He exhaled, his voice barely above a whisper. Jin. Her eyes flared at the sound of her name, blazing with a familiar intensity that sent a shiver through him. That look had haunted him and carried him into oblivion. He'd memorized it before they left. Burned it into his mind. It had almost been the last thing he'd seen. He wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. He'd imagined this moment, imagined all the things he could say, but nothing could have prepared him for the weight of it now that it was real, now that they'd survived when so many others hadn't. I thought you were dead, Harry, Ginny said, her voice unnervingly calm. He could tell she was struggling to rein herself in. To keep that legendary Ginny Weasley temper in check. You came back and were here and then gone and I thought you were dead. Her voice shook and Harry could see the tears in her eyes. But she refused to let them fall. Harry's throat tightened, guilt ripping through him in waves. Ginny, after everything. After Professor Lupin and Tonks and Fred. And then I saw you and I wanted to die. Ginny let out a ragged breath. I should be so, she couldn't seem to even find the words. Harry nodded. Her words hit him like a curse, and all he could do was stand there and take it. I know, he said quietly. Before he could think better of it, the words tumbled out. I don't, I'm sorry, he whispered. The words felt small, inadequate. Ginny's eyebrow raised ever so slightly, and Harry became distinctly aware of the Weasleys around them falling into a respectful hush. He fought the urge to look to Ron and Hermione for support. Realizing that it was no longer about them. There's a lot I need to know, Ginny said at last, her voice firm but not unkind. A lot I deserve to know, about everything that's happened. Harry nodded again, his throat tightening. His heart pounded painfully in his chest, beating against the bruise. He wanted to tell her everything, but the weight of it all seemed impossible to lift. The idea of letting anyone get close enough to know what they'd been through terrified him. The thought of her looking at him the way Ron and Hermione had when he'd told them about the forest. He swallowed hard. I don't know where to start. Yeah, Ginny said, stepping closer. Harry could feel her presence, warm and steady, like a tether anchoring him to that moment. Each beat of his heart hammered painfully in his chest, proving to him that he was alive. Her eyes locked onto his, burning with quiet intensity. No more Dumbledore missions, right? Harry exhaled heavily, the faintest smile curling his lips. There bloody well better not be. She crossed her arms, her voice fierce with determination. Because you're not allowed to leave us again. There was no missing the slip of her words. There was no mistaking his last chance. Harry's chest tightened. He let out a shaky breath. I wouldn't dream of it. He reached for her, needing to feel her, but something in Ginny's eyes stopped him. His heart tightened. A flicker of panic darting through him along with a stab of fresh pain, but then he saw her eyes sparkle mischievously. Did you meet any Vila while you were off doing whatever it was you were doing? Harry's lips twitched and he fought the urge to laugh when Fleur cocked her head curiously. No Vila, he said solemnly. Though there was a moment when Ron caught me in my underwear. Ron snorted, and Hermione smacked him on the arm with a scolding, Ron. Ginny burst out laughing, the sound like music after the year of silence between them. She punched him playfully on the shoulder, harder than he expected. He winced, clutching his bruised chest. Fine, he grimaced, grinning despite himself. The next Dark Lord is all yours. Good, she said softly, her smile finally breaking through. It took his breath away. Despite the ache of his body and the sharper pang of grief clawing at his chest, a reluctant, lopsided smile tugged at his lips. Before he could find the right words to say, Ginny took matters into her own hands. With a decisive move, she grabbed the front of his shirt and yanked him toward her. Harry stumbled slightly but found his footing as his RMS instinctively wrapped around her waist. Then her lips met his, and everything else, the ache, the grief, the exhaustion, melted away. The world narrowed to this single moment, to the heat and electricity coursing through him. Her hands clutched his shirt tightly, pulling him closer as though she were afraid to let go, and Harry knew he'd never felt anything so grounding, so right. The kiss wasn't soft or tentative. It was fire, wild and consuming, fierce and unapologetic. It carried all the unspoken words, the months of separation, the worry, the longing, that neither of them had dared to feel fully until now. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Ginny rested her forehead against his, her eyes searching his as if to memorize every detail of this moment. "You're not leaving again," she whispered fiercely. Her voice cracking. "Never," Harry promised, his voice just as raw. And this time, he meant it with every fiber of his being. Dad and Bill anticipated it being only a week until the burrow was safe enough for everyone to return to. But Ginny felt that was still entirely too long. Aunt Muriel just couldn't help herself, it seemed. The onslaught of critiques ranged from Ginny's posture, to her attitude, to Charlie's choice in career, to Ron's decision to stay at Bill's with Harry and Hermione instead of the rest of his real family. Muriel also made the mistake of levying criticism towards Fred late in the evening during their second night there after drinking a bit too much Vila-made brandy. Ginny couldn't even remember exactly what the old woman had said, that she'd said his name with the same casual and dismissive manner in which she'd always talked about them. Ginny had nearly exploded, and would have, if Dad had not abruptly sent everyone from T. He room to check on either her mum or the others at Shell Cottage. Ginny had grabbed her things and disapparated immediately for Shell Cottage. She'd trained in apparition with the twins during their sequester at Muriel's. Since she'd been banned from doing so at Hogwarts her 6th year, but she was grimly surprised she'd managed to make it to Bill's that time without splinching herself. Fleur had welcomed her with solemn understanding, showing her where she could room with Hermione. Ginny couldn't help the pang of guilt that stabbed through her when she remembered how she'd treated Fleur in her home. Mum had stopped by later, briefly making sure that she was all right before offering a half-hearted scolding. "She can stay, Molly," Fleur offered gently, still hesitant to come between mother and daughter. "It might do them some good." She gestured to where Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat outside of the cottage, huddled around a campfire and watching the waves. Mum had given Ginny a hard look, but relented and thanked Fleur for looking after everyone. At Shell Cottage, Ginny couldn't help but notice how much the three of them had changed. The past 9 months had taken their toll, she had known that. Of course, but seeing it firsthand made it real. Ron was more restless than before, like he was always expecting something to go wrong. His movements were sharper, his laughter less frequent, and there was a wariness in his eyes that hadn't been there before. She often found him watching for Harry and Hermione, as if keeping them in sight was the only thing holding him together. Still, Ginny could see how he leaned on Hermione, how her presence steadied him. It was clear they had become something different to one another. Something more than just the newly realized romance she'd observed at Hogwarts after the battle. Hermione, though quieter than Ginny remembered, still carried that unmistakable spark of determination. But now, it seemed tempered by something softer, an understanding of how fragile things could be. Her words were measured, her actions deliberate, as if every step forward had to be carefully weighed and chosen. And then there was Harry. Ginny had been worried about him during their months apart. But now that they were back together, she was starting to see just how deeply everything had affected him. He still carried that same stubborn strength, the saw-me fire in his green eyes that she had fallen for, but there was a heaviness to him now, too. He moved with purpose, but sometimes she caught him pausing, his shoulders sagging as though the weight of the past year hadn't quite lifted. But when Harry looked at her, that heaviness seemed to ease. There was warmth in his gaze, a quiet gratitude that told her he was trying to move forward, trying to heal. And trying to hold on to the life they had been fighting for. They hadn't yet spoken about the last few months. Harry, Ron, and Hermione hadn't said much at all about what they'd been doing. "It's not a story we want to tell too many times," Ron had told her that first night at Bill's. "It's long and it goes back a ways. We'll tell you, Harry'll tell you, but I think we'd rather just tell it once. We're already going to have to tell Kingsley, too." He shook his head fiercely. "Blimey, I can't believe I'm on a first-name basis with the Minister for Magic." She didn't find it nearly as amusing. "Ginny," Ron continued, sensing her apprehension. He touched her arm gently. "He'll tell you, I'll hex him myself if he doesn't, we're just still trying to figure out how, yeah." She'd sat up late that night, sipping a cup of slowly cooling tea. She'd placated the trio with taking the first watch, arguing that between the Fidelius and all of the wards around Shell Cottage no one would be able to find them. Still, the front page of the morning's Daily Prophet article, delivered to them via Percy from Muriel's, gave her enough reason to placate their worries. The dark mark still lingers. Ministry faces daunting task in pursuit of at-large Death Eaters. By Reginald Amorim, security correspondent. While the defeat of Lord Voldemort has brought an undeniable sense of relief to the wizarding world, the battle is far from over. Several high-ranking Death Eaters remain at large, and their capture is now one of the foremost tasks for the Ministry of Magic. Though Voldemort himself has been vanquished, his dark influence has not been completely eradicated, and the Ministry faces the difficult challenge of dismantling the remnants of his corrupt network. Among those still evading capture are some of the Dark Lord's most trusted followers, including Corbin Yaxley, Thorfinn Roll, Rodolphus Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, and the notorious Fenrir Greyback. These individuals, along with their scattered members of Voldemort's inner circle, are believed to be operating in the shadows, determined to preserve the twisted ideals of their fallen leader. Interim Minister for Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, addressed the nation today, assuring the public that efforts to locate and apprehend these remaining threats are a top priority. The defeat of Voldemort does not mean the end of our fight, Shacklebolt stated. We must now turn our focus to rooting out those who remain loyal to his cause. The Ministry will not rest until every last Death Eater is brought to justice. We will not allow the darkness to regain its foothold in our society. Auror Gawain Robards, head of the Auror office, echoed this sentiment, emphasizing the complexities involved in tracking down such dangerous individuals. The Death Eaters we are pursuing are well versed in evasion and concealment. Some may already be in hiding outside of Britain, while others are likely embedded within our own communities, attempting to recover and regroup. Robards said, "It will take time, and it will take the collective efforts of every law enforcement officer, Auror, and volunteer who is willing to stand against them." Robards, who played a key role in the defense of Hogwarts, also confirmed that specialized teams are being formed within the Auror department to coordinate the search for these fugitives, with an emphasis on intelligence gathering and undercover operations. The wizarding world, it seems, is not free of danger yet, but the Ministry's resolve has never been stronger. As the search intensifies, it's clear that while Voldemort may be gone, his legacy of fear and division will take time to undo. It is up to the Ministry, the Aurors, and the brave citizens of our world to finish the work that has only just begun. The article had, fairly, she supposed, set the three of them on edge. Ginny thought things would be different after the battle. Thought there would be time to breathe, thought she and Harry would have quiet moments to themselves, what they'd promised each other in the Great Hall those few days before. She wondered how long it would take for her to no longer be on the outside looking in. For them, for Harry, to let her help with the weight of it. There was a telltale crack of apparition as Dad and Bill returned after another long day of working on the burrow. She had her wand out and ready as they strode through the door, and gave them an expectant look before letting them in any further. "What nickname did I give you when I was 5? She asked Bill. "Never did," Bill replied with a tired smirk, his face crinkling against his scars. "I was always too cool." Satisfied, she lowered her wand and stepped aside to let them pass. Her father clapped Bill affectionately on the back as they moved further inside. "Tea," she offered. "Just a spot," Bill said, dropping heavily into a chair. She poured him a cup and handed it over. "None for me, thanks," her dad said, waving a hand. His exhaustion was plain in the deep lines around his eyes. "I promised your mother I'd be along to Muriel shortly. I don't want her to worry." He pulled Ginny into a tight hug and pressed a kiss to the top of her head. She held onto him for a moment, taking in the familiar scent of home, before stepping back. "Everyone asleep then?" he asked. She nodded. Good, good. Did we miss anything interesting today?" Ginny shook her head and frowned. Her father offered a tight-lipped smile, clearly as worried about being uninformed as she was. "Maybe tomorrow then, yeah." With a final hug for each of them, he apparated away, leaving the house quieter than before. A long sigh from Bill drew her attention. "Hard day?" she asked. Bill nodded. "It's coming along fine. It's just hard." She knew it had little with the physical difficulty of the task. "I wish you'd let me come and help," she insisted. She wondered if he'd be more receptive to the idea than her dad. I feel useless sitting around here all day. Dad and I don't want anyone else there until we're certain it's safe, Bill said, shaking his head. And I think you're doing more good here than you realize. Yeah, it's great watching everyone sulk quietly. Ginny muttered. You're the one who fancies the broody git, don't complain now, Bill said with a sly smirk. He took a sip of his tea and leaned back in his chair. I just wish he'd talk to me, she said softly, staring down into her empty cup. Ron says they're waiting to tell everyone at once. They're still figuring out how to say it all. Sounds more like Hermione than Ron, but sure. Bill shrugged and Ginny snorted in agreement. I think you just being here for them all means more than you know. They were here hiding for a while. You being here helps show them it's over. But is it? Ginny asked, her voice just above a whisper. The running and the hiding part is, Bill said. For all of us. This next part is going to be a different kind of hard. I think no. That we're on the other side of the fighting, this part feels a lot harder. She didn't know what to say to that. Do you remember when we went to Egypt after your first year? Bill asked. Her gaze shot up. You mean after you know who possessed me with a diary? Ginny asked caustically. No. It slipped my mind. Would you let me finish? Bill rolled his eyes. He leaned forward. Everyone was still so worried about you. Mum and Dad were going spare trying to figure out how much to hover over you. Do you remember how that part felt? She did. She remembered feeling like she couldn't take a street. EP without someone asking her if she was okay or asking how she was doing. She could barely go to the loo on her own. You mean how they acted like I was going to shatter into a million pieces if they left me alone for 5 seconds? Ginny crossed her arms, her voice sharp, though her expression softened slightly. Yeah, I remember. Bill nodded, giving her the space to let her words hang in the air. Exactly. They were trying so hard to help, to assure you that you were okay, to assure themselves that you were okay, but it wasn't what you needed, was it? Ginny sighed, leaning back in her chair. No, it wasn't. It just made me feel more broken, like she couldn't even pretend to be okay without someone reminding her she wasn't. Right, Bill said quietly. And that's why I didn't ask. Not once. Not until you were ready. Ginny looked at him, her sharpness fading into something more thoughtful. You didn't ask, she repeated slowly, like she was just now realizing how much that had meant. You just sat with me. Right. No questions. Just company, Bill replied, his tone measured. He spared a glance to the bedrooms upstairs where she knew the others were sleeping. I knew you didn't want to talk, so I didn't push it. We just explored. You started opening up when you were ready. Ginny looked down at her hands, remembering back to Bill showing her the hieroglyphics on temple walls. Letting her climb rocks to see views their parents would have frowned on, even teaching her some of the curse-breaking basics when she'd asked what it was exactly that he did. He'd treated her like she was normal, not fragile. Bill nodded, his gaze steady. And when you were finally ready, you talked for hours. About the diary, about what it felt like, about being scared, and angry at everyone for not noticing, and Harry saving you. And everything. I didn't have to say much. I just listened. You didn't tell me it wasn't my fault, Ginny said quietly, nodding. You didn't try to fix it or make it better. You just let me say it. And somehow, that had made it better. Made it feel more manageable. He'd made her feel like she was more than what happened to her, she thought quietly. Fleur did that for me, too. Bill admitted softly. After last year, with Grabak. He gestured to his scarred face. Remus had offered to talk once I was back on my feet, but that was the last thing I wanted. Talking made it real. Fleur just went about like normal. Please don't explain any more about what normal with you and Fleur entails, Ginny said with a smirk. Pratt, he mumbled, smiling to match. He shook his head. I wanted to prove I was strong enough to handle what had happened to me all on my own. Fleur helped me realize I didn't need to. Once I accepted that, it made talking about it easier. You're more than what's happened to you, Ginny repeated softly. We're all more than what's happened to us, Bill said firmly. He leaned closer, meeting her eyes. That's what Harry, Ron, and Hermione need now. They've been through hell, but they don't need anyone dragging it out of them. They need someone who just sees them. At least until they're ready to talk. Ginny swallowed hard, the weight of his words settling in. I think I can do that. I know you can, Bill said with a small smile. You've always been good at meeting people where they are. You don't need to push Harry or the others. Just be there. Let them come to you on their terms. She nodded, her throat tightening. I hate seeing them like this, she confessed. I know. I do, too. But they're stronger than you think. Just like you were, Bill said. Ginny gave a small, determined smile. All right, then. I'll try it your way. Bill gave her a weary nod. And if you still get nowhere tomorrow, you can always come find me and we can be there together. Quote, May 7, 1998. She found Harry standing by Dobby's grave the next morning, staring down at the flowers that he'd conjured around it, one still grasped in his H. And like he was expecting trouble at any moment. The burrow should be ready soon, she said, slipping her hand into his empty one. He nodded, but said nothing in return. She glanced down at the grave marker. He was a good friend. We wouldn't have made it without him, Harry said. He shook his head and leaned into her, wincing as their shoulders touched. His wand hand reached up to rub at his chest. Her brow furrowed. You should let somebody look at that, she said softly. He didn't seem convinced. He never took care of himself. She tried a different tactic. I know Mum would jump at the chance to worry over you. Harry frowned and dropped his wand hand back to his side. She saw him glance back towards Shell Cottage, silently counting Ron, Hermione, Fleur, Charlie, and George. His hand tensed in hers and she gave a gentle squeeze. Dad and Bill are working on the burrow, Ginny said, as if sensing his worry. Percy and Mum are still at Muriel's. I dunno how they can stand it, the woman is a menace. Harry snorted. But seriously, Ginny said. She turned and pulled him to face her. She took his other hand in hers as well, awkward as it was with his wand still gripped tight. They've been wincing if someone so much as looks at your shoulder too hard. I'm fine, he muttered. She rolled her eyes so hard she thought everyone in the house could hear her do it. If you say that on more time I'm going to pull your shirt off and fix it myself, you prat, she huffed. He colored at the implication. Merlin, had they fallen so far back from where they once were? Ginny stood stiffly for a moment. Certain she had buggered something up, certain that she'd said too much, prodded too hard, and pushed him away. Bill hadn't let on just how difficult it was to be there. But she kept his hand grasped tightly in hers and leaned gently against him. To at the very least assure him that she wasn't going anywhere. They stood there for a while, clinging to one another. Ginny fought the ge that arose every few minutes to try and drag words out of Harry. She focused instead on the realness, the solidness of the man standing next to her. After months apart, after watching Hagrid carry his body out of the forest, she could wait a little longer. The first nightmare came out of nowhere. He'd had days of dreamless sleep, of sheer exhaustion. And then, he couldn't even remember it once he'd woken up. All that was left of it was the tightness in his jaw and soreness in his throat like he'd been screaming. Then he was out of bed, standing with his wand drawn in the darkness of the shared room at Shell Cottage. Drenched in an icy sweat, and shaking. Harry, what? Ron gasped, fighting his way out of the covers to his wand. He glanced around wildly. What is it? Hermione was on her feet a moment later. I don't. Harry didn't trust his voice. The nightmare itself had slipped away by then, all that was left was the sense of dread. He stared at the empty spot on the floor, fighting to control his breathing. We lost. Quote. Harry, Hermione whispered. Her eyes were wide and wild. Her wand shook, casting their room in a vibrating lumos. You won, mate, Ron said, though his voice trembled. He's gone. It's over. Harry swallowed hard, a feeling like jagged rocks sliding down his throat. He nodded, forcing himself to remember, to believe. But the pit in his stomach screamed that Ron was wrong. The second nightmare wasn't any clearer. Flashes of red and gold. And he shot awake with the feeling that he'd utterly failed. Before he even registered the feeling of being awake, he was already racing to the bedroom door. Ron grabbed him before he could throw it open and dragged him back to the bed. Harry, he whispered sharply. Stop. You're okay. It was a dream. Harry didn't trust his voice to form words. So he shook his head fiercely. You're going to wake the whole bloody house if you run out there, mate, Ron said, tightening his grip on Harry's shoulders. Harry gasped. Pet in pain and Ron let go like he'd been burned. Harry tried to control his breathing, tried to force himself to remember the battle, to remember the feeling of elation that had come when Voldemort fell. But it wouldn't come. "You're okay," Ron said. But Harry could tell Ron didn't believe those words. The third nightmare never came. Harry fought sleep that last night at Shell Cottage, sitting in the camp bed with the blanket wrapped over his shoulders and his wand tight between his fingers. It had been days since Voldemort fell, days since the cries and screams of the battle gave way to the raucous chorus of victory. But his body still refused to believe it was over. His muscles remained tense, his body primed for an attack that never came. Even in the safety of Bill and Fleur's cottage. With Voldemort lying dead in some ministry vault, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that peace was some elaborate trick. Ron sat slouched in an armchair, his legs stretched out and his arms crossed tightly over his chest. His face was shadowed in the darkness, but Harry could see the faint furrow of his brow. Ron wasn't asleep. Harry could feel the occasional flicker of his gaze. He knew Ron was worrying, likely about him. Though the silence between them was thick and impenetrable. Harry didn't have the words to bridge it, and judging by Ron's stiff posture, neither did he. Every so often, Ron shifted as though about to speak. But each time he seemed to think better of it and sank back into his chair with a glance over to Hermione. Hermione lay curled on the other bed nearby. She wasn't asleep either. Her shallow breaths and slight movements gave her away. Every now and then, her hand would twitch as though reaching for her wand. Her gaze occasionally darted toward Harry. He could feel her concern pressing at him. But like Ron, she didn't say anything. Maybe she didn't know what to say. Maybe she was as exhausted as he was, every word feeling too heavy to lift. Harry didn't remember when his eyes closed. One moment he was staring at the flickering lamp, his mind racing, trying to ward off memories of the battle, of Voldemort's twisted face, and of the faces they'd lost. The next, his head dropped forward. As the sheer weight of exhaustion finally dragged him under. May 10, 1998. It was a tremendous relief when Dad and Bill announced that the burrow was safe to return to the following Sunday. "It's a bit rough around the edges," her father had announced to the family as they prepared to leave Shell Cottage. There was a look of exhaustion in his eyes. "But when has that ever stopped us before?" But the burrow didn't feel quite the same. There wasn't anything really missing from the crooked chimneys, the slightly lopsided roof, or the familiar patchwork of mismatched additions that had always given the house its charm. Those were still there, painstakingly restored by Dad and Bill over the last several days, and Mum would fix anything they'd missed. But Ginny felt the disquiet of the place all the same. She paused at the edge of the garden, her fingers brushing the rough wood of the gate. The gnomes were back, of course, scurrying through the overgrown bushes and grumbling at her intrusion. The garden itself was bare. That was going to drive her mum mad until they could get that fixed. As she walked toward the house, Ginny couldn't help but notice all the little things that weren't quite right. The outer walls were smoother than they used to be, the cracks and dents that had marked years of chaos and laughter now missing. The front door, once so stubborn it always needed a firm shove to open, now swung easily on new hinges. Even the garden shed, with her father's workshop, looked sturdier than before, its roof newly thatched and its walls no longer scorched. Inside, it was the same story. The furniture was familiar, the patched-up armchairs and well-worn sofas exactly as she remembered them, most of them, at least. Some had clearly been too damaged to remain. But the floor didn't creak in the same places, and the faint scent of burning from Fred and George's failed inventions no longer lingered outside their room. The space on the wall where the clock had once indicated the whereabouts of her family was empty. Ginny's chest tightened at the sight, and she looked away quickly, focusing instead on the feeling of Harry's hand in hers, gripping it tightly. As if he could feel the same wave tearing through him, too. Her dad had done his best to make it the same, she could tell. Every familiar charm and quirk had been replicated as closely as possible. But no spell could truly recreate what the house had been before. The burrow had always been more than just a house, it had been a living, breathing thing, filled with the chaos and love of the family that had made it a home. Every nicked banister, every scratch in the wood that told the history of their family, those were things that no magic could truly replicate or repair on its own. Ginny ran her fingers along the back of a chair as she walked to the kitchen. Before, her mum would have been at the stove, humming softly to herself as she stirred a pot and fussed over feeding someone. For a moment, Ginny let herself pretend that everything was normal. That nothing had changed. But when she turned back to the rest of her family, walking listlessly into the house, she felt it again, that absence. The quiet was different now. The laughter that used to echo through the walls was muted, and the space around her felt larger, emptier. Ginny clenched her hands in her lap, forcing herself to focus on the warmth of Harry's hand in hers, trying to meet the eyes of her parents and brothers. But it was as if they all were feeling the exact same thing. It was still the burrow, she reminded herself. It was still home. It was just different. Well, let's get our things upstairs, yeah. Her dad urged through a tight-lipped smile. Ginny saw him watching carefully as her mum wandered listlessly into the kitchen. Charlie and Percy levitated 3 large trunks up the stairs and into the burrow's tower. Bill and I tried to salvage what we could, but a lot of what we left behind was destroyed. Her dad sighed and ran a hand through his thinning hair. I suppose we're due for a trip into Diagon Alley sooner than later. An uncomfortable silence fell over them. That trip would not come cheap. I'll go with you, Mr. Weasley, Harry volunteered. He stood straighter and met her dad's eyes without flinching. Oh, thank you, Harry, but please, Harry insisted. He swallowed hard. I have everything from Sirius. And I'd really like to help. Ginny watched the war of wills unfold between the two of them, between her father who would never once think of accepting money from someone else, and Harry who would give away everything he owned if someone he cared about needed him to. Her dad's response was quiet but firm. Harry, the war took much from all of us. But we're managing. The Burrows stood through worse than this. She wasn't entirely sure if that was true. And we Weasleys, we take care of our own. Harry straightened slightly in his chair, his green eyes locked on her dad. Then let me help, he replied, his words careful but edged with determination. You and Mrs. Weasley have done so much for me. I owe you more than I could ever repay. You owe us nothing, Harry, dad said. His voice tight. You're as much a part of this family as any of our children. And I would never ask my children to, he gestured softly. Ginny's eyes flicked between them, her father's quiet pride meeting Harry's iron resolve. She could see Harry's frustration simmering just beneath the surface, not anger, but a deep-seated need to give back. He would give away everything he owned if it meant helping someone. Ginny knew this as surely as she knew her own mind. Her dad, meanwhile, clung stubbornly to the principles he'd lived by his entire life. His pride in his ability to provide for his family, even if it was not a life of luxury. His expression was a mask of gentle but unyielding resolve. The silence stretched, heavy and palpable, as though the very air in the room was caught in the tension between them. Hermione seemed to be deep in thought, chewing her bottom lip. Ron was looking everywhere except at his best friend her father. George looked a million miles away, as if he barely registered what was going on around him. Bill was watching Harry intently with the same puzzling gaze he always seemed to save for particularly tricky curse-breaking assignments. Even her mother had stopped bustling aimlessly through the kitchen, though she did not turn from the kitchen window. Harry broke the silence first, his voice softening but losing none of its intent. It's what family does for each other, right? And this isn't, I'm not asking permission, Mr. Weasley. I'm going to help. He shook his head. But I want to do it right, and I. Her father's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze boring into Harry's as though trying to test the depths of his resolve. You're stubborn, her dad finally said, his voice quiet and with just the barest hint of reluctant amusement. So I'm told, Harry replied, a ghost of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Her dad exhaled sharply, more of a sigh than a laugh, and dropped to a seat at the kitchen table, removing his glasses to rub his temple. You know, after seeing you fight you know who, he said, his tone resigned but warm, I suppose there's no stopping you now. Harry nodded, respectful but undeniably victorious. Thank you, Harry. Hermione began tentatively. I don't know if it's going to be that easy. What do you mean? Harry asked quickly. Hermione shifted, glancing around anxiously. Well, I think Gringotts might have some issue with leaving you access to your account. Bloody hell, we did leave a mess, didn't we? Ron muttered. What exactly did you do? Bill asked. He pulled up another seat at the table. You were with us for a few weeks planning something. Then we get word you're back at Hogwarts and I start hearing some rumors. And then the prophet says. Harry shared a long look with Ron and Hermione. Ginny tried not to feel left out, but at least they were beginning to open up. We broke into Bellatrix's vault, said Ron with a grumble as he dropped into a sofa. You broke into Gringotts, her mum shouted. Reckon they're sure it was us? Ron asked, grasping for hope. Wouldn't be hard to put together. Especially if rumors had reached Hogwarts, too, Hermione admitted. She sat down beside him and wrapped her arms tightly around herself. And we weren't exactly subtle when we left. Was the dragon thing true? Bill asked, his eyebrow raised. Harry nodded sheepishly. Ginny's dad sputtered. Mouth agape. Ronald. Her mother gasped. What dragon thing? Charlie asked as he and Percy came down the stairs. We broke into the Lestrange vault to steal Someth. Ing from Bellatrix and escaped on a dragon, Ron said. Ron. Percy goggled. Wicked, Charlie grinned. Even George had perked up and was paying attention now. What species? How big was it? Where did you leave it? Jumped off its back, Ron said with a shrug. Didn't feel like sticking around until it got hungry. Bill groaned and dropped his head into his hands. That complicates things a little bit, Harry, he said. Might be best to hold off on the charitable gestures until you can talk with Kingsley when he comes by tomorrow. Harry nodded, his eyes cast down. The complication with Gringotts, an impending conversation clearly souring his gesture. I think I'm going to take a walk for a bit. Clear my head. Don't go off too far, her dad said gently. Bill and I raised the wards but, he trailed off. Just be cautious. Yeah, Harry nodded and set off briskly. Ron almost got up to follow him but Hermione grabbed his hand and stopped him. They exchanged pointed looks, a conversation between them without words. Ginny was jealous again, that even after only a few days of really being together they had such a closeness. The three of them with her as their tag-along fourth. Finally, Ron shook his head in resignation and sat back down. Ginny gave him a tight-lipped smile. Despite her jealousy she did appreciate his loyalty. Ron caught her gaze and nodded after Harry. Ginny shook her head, her smile holding despite herself. Ron rolled his eyes and gestured more forcefully. The corners of Hermione's lips twitched upward and she nodded once as well. Ginny could have hugged her brother. Ginny joined Harry in the orchard and she nudged his arm with her elbow. You don't really think Gringotts is going to lock you out after you just saved all of Wizarding Britain, do you, Mr. Chosen One? She teased. Or do you go by, the man who won now? Harry rolled his eyes. Bill warned us about what we were doing, Harry admitted, ignoring her teasing. He kicked at a loose stone before dropping to sit against one of the trees. Ginny noticed again that he was favoring his left side. I don't suppose Mr. Weasley will let me help out now even if we do get it straightened. I'm not so sure, Ginny said. She dropped down next to him and leaned against his right side. She resisted the urge to ask about his injuries again, deciding again to try and follow Bill's lead and meet Harry where he was willing to go. He'll never admit it, but I think he's secretly relieved you didn't back down. You think so? Harry asked. She nodded, and took his hand gently in hers. Dad doesn't usually give up that easy. I haven't met a single Weasley that does, he said fondly. His fingers entwined more firmly with hers. Well, it's not like you didn't know what you were getting into then, is it? She dared to tease. I think I was counting on it, he whispered. They sat together for a while longer. Ginny let herself lean into Harry's side, pushing aside the doubts and uncertainties that still nipped at her. His thumb moved in slow, steady circles over the back of her hand. She could almost see the two of them sitting under the trees by the Black Lake, stealing moments together in her 5th year before everything had fallen apart. Things had been so easy then. They'd fallen into step with one another without hesitation, figured out how to be together without even needing to try. There was no second guessing. No barriers, no awkward dance of trying to reveal just enough but not too much. It hadn't been like that with Michael or Dean. With them, there'd been a careful feeling out process. A slow and deliberate testing of boundaries. She'd had to work out how much of herself she was willing to show, how much of her life and her thoughts she wanted to share for fear of judgment before they really knew her. With Harry it had been damn near instantaneous. There'd been no holding back. She hadn't wanted to hold back. From the start, she'd wanted to know everything about him and to let him know everything about her. And he'd let her in. She'd met the Harry who let his smile fully reach his eyes, who wore his heart so openly when he was with her. It had made even the super-secret Dumbledore meetings easier to stomach, because she knew he'd wanted to tell her about it. He wasn't holding it over her. He was holding it away from her, and it hurt him just as much. He'd become so obvious to her so easily and in such a short time. So a dragon, huh? His eyes snapped to hers so quickly she almost heard them. Where should I say the tattoo of this one is? You know they'll ask. She raised an eyebrow and gestured at his chest. Maybe right here so it can be fighting the horntail. Harry laughed, a real one. Charlie's really jealous, Ginny said with a grin. He pulled her close and she was again brought back to her 5th year. You seem worried about telling Kingsley. It shouldn't be as hard as it is, Harry said. His hand at her waist played with the hem of her shirt. I think I'm worried that you'll all see me differently. Do Ron and Hermione? They do now. A little, Harry said softly. Now, Ginny said. So it's because of what happened that night. Harry nodded slowly. Are you sure Kingsley needs to know? She asked. I think he should. He can figure out what to do with it now. Who else to tell? What to tell them? Harry said with a pained expression. Just to really understand that it's over. For good. Not like before. Something tight in her chest loosened at those words. Part of her had wondered if this would just be more of the same. But Harry would not have said it if he was not absolutely certain. Do you want to tell me? As practice, I mean. She offered tentatively. She placed a hand over his heart. He flinched, and his hand sprang up to catch hers. She didn't shy away, but she turned her hand to take hold of his. I'm really worried you'll see me differently, Harry said quietly, his voice strained and raw. Ginny tightened her grip on his hand, grounding them both. Harry, she said softly, her voice steady. Look at me. He hesitated, but when he finally raised his eyes to hers, she reached out, cupping his cheek with her free hand. His skin was warm beneath her touch, and she could feel the tension in his jaw. Kiss me, she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Harry's brow furrowed, confusio. Flickering in his brilliant green eyes, but he leaned in all the same. The kiss was soft, hesitant, as though he were afraid to push too far. When he started to pull away, Ginny tightened her hold on him, refusing to let him retreat. I'm not going to break, Harry, she whispered against his lips, her voice fierce and unyielding. She met his gaze. And neither are you. And neither will this. Something shifted then. The doubt and hesitation in his expression melted away, replaced by something raw and desperate. He kissed her again, hard and unrelenting, as though she were his lifeline. Ginny matched him, pouring every ounce of her strength into the kiss, determined to prove to him, and to herself, that she was alive and real. He pulled back with a gasp, his eyes lidded, his face softer. It's me, Harry. His fingers tightened on hers. I don't think there's anything you can tell me that would change how I feel. He nodded, then closed his eyes and leaned his forehead against hers. There's so much to tell you, he said. We've got time. Harry sighed and pulled back. He let out a rough breath. His hands were clammy and shaking, but his eyes were clear. There was a prophecy. Harry talked with Ginny throughout the rest of the afternoon, sitting in the shade of the orchard. He held nothing back. He told her about the prophecy, about his lessons with Professor Dumbledore, about Horcruxes and Hallows. And that night in the forest. He'd left out the part about her being the last thing he'd thought about before taking the killing curse. And after everything Ginny and her family had gone through, it felt like too much to put on her. You really went to die, she said softly. She held onto him tighter than anyone ever had in his entire life. We really almost lost you, too. No wonder Ron and Hermione look so worried about you. I told you, he said. He chewed the inside of his cheek. He hadn't shown her the bruise and wound on his chest yet. He wanted to see if it healed any first before letting anyone know. I'm glad you came back, she said. There was a relief in her voice that he could feel in the air between them. Her eyes had snapped to his and she fixed him with that blazing look. It gave him the courage to continue. It was you, he said, suddenly, before he could convince himself not to. When I stood there, after I'd dropped the stone and it was just me and him. I thought about you. I thought if I could have only one last thought, I'd want it to be of you. There was a beat of silence, and he wondered if he'd said too much, revealed too much himself that was still raw and unspoken. It was a lot to put on one person. Oh, came Ginny's whispered reply. Her eyes were wide and shining. Harry, no one's ever. Sorry, he said quickly, mentally kicking himself. He'd pushed too far. It was too much to put on her plate right then and was going to scare her away. That's not, I'm sorry. It's too much right now. I didn't. Harry, she said, her voice low and half gasping. His jaw clicked shut with an audible snap. There was a teasing look in her glistening eyes. I'll let it go this time because no one has ever told me anything so beautiful. But I will hex you if you ever apologize for that again. Harry let out a weary, hollow laugh, but it caught in his throat, breaking into a sob he couldn't contain. Before he could convince himself otherwise, he pulled Ginny into his arms, clutching her as though she were the only thing that mattered in the entire world. His face found the curve of her neck, and the tears came hard, shaking his whole body. It took him a moment to realize that Ginny was crying too, her shoulders trembling against his. But neither of them let go. They stayed there, locked together in the shadow of the burrow. Her fiery hair wrapped around his every awareness, filling his senses with that same warm, flowery scent he'd smelled in the Amortentia nearly 2 years ago. It was late afternoon by the time they'd finished. When they'd finally stopped crying, he'd asked her to tell her about Hogwarts while he was away. She hadn't hesitated. She was braver and more open than he was, but he'd never doubted that. He'd held his tongue and his temper when she told him about Hogwarts under Snape and the Carrows, but his grip tightened around her all the same. I'm sorry, he sobbed, and he looked at her with what he hoped she could tell was awe. The tears had come easier that time. I should have known. I wanted to protect you, to keep you safe. And I just. Stop, Harry, she insisted, wiping away tears of her own. If the roles were reversed, would you want me apologizing to you? He let out a breath he hadn't been aware he'd been holding. I should have come for you the moment I knew something was wrong there. Harry insisted. He shook his head in frustration. I should have come back for you. We both had things we needed to do, she said firmly. I wouldn't have been able to leave with myself if I'd done anything less. She smiled faintly. I wonder where I picked that up from. Your family is brilliant, he said. She nudged him with her elbow and gave him a look that let know that was not at all what she meant. You're brilliant, he said. You're never going to take credit for what you've done, are you? Ginny asked, leaning heavily against his chest. He shrugged helplessly. Noble git. They remained in the orchard for a while longer, saying very little, but closer than they'd been since the end of his 6th year. A cool breeze blew across the pond as the sun began to set. And they rose silently to return to the burrow. Without the secrets between them, and with Ginny's hand grasped firmly in his, Harry was surprised to find himself feeling lighter than he had in days. Like the bruise on his chest hurt less, like he could breathe again. All good, mate? Ron asked as they walked inside. He'd been watching them walk from the orchard. Before Harry could respond, Ginny had flung her arms around Ron, pressing her face into his chest. Ron froze, looking thoroughly bewildered, his arms hanging awkwardly at his sides. Harry thought he heard Ginny murmur a soft, "Thank you." For a moment, Ron simply stood there, his ears reddening in confusion. Then his expression softened and he wrapped his arms around his little sister, holding her close. You, too, he whispered back. Ron's room was dark except for the faint glow of moonlight seeping through the gaps in the curtains. Harry lay on his camp bed, staring at the ceiling and listening to Ron's uneven breathing. His best friend had been shifting and muttering in his sleep more than usual, and it was clear he wasn't getting any real rest. Harry sighed quietly, his mind too restless to find peace either. The soft creak of the door broke through the stillness, and Harry turned his head as Hermione slipped into the room. She was careful not to make too much noise, tiptoeing to Ron's bed to check on him before glancing toward Harry. Everything okay? Harry whispered, sitting up. Hermione nodded but motioned for him to join her in the hallway. Harry hesitated, he glanced at Ron's sleeping form before he got up and followed her out. Wand in hand, closing the door softly behind him. Is something wrong? He asked, his voice low. No, nothing urgent, Hermione replied. She brushed a strand of hair out of her face. She looked nervous. What is it? Hermione sighed and shifted anxiously. It's Ginny. She hasn't been sleeping well either. She didn't say much, but she's struggling, Harry. Harry felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He had noticed Ginny's exhaustion earlier in the day but hadn't thought much of it, assuming it was just the emotional toll of the week. Hearing this made him feel guilty for not checking on her sooner. Ron is, too, he admitted. He nodded over his shoulder to the room behind him. I know they're all hurting. Hermione glanced at the closed door, then back to Harry. We could stay with them tonight. Just to help them sleep. Nothing more, of course, she added quickly, her cheeks coloring slightly. What about? Harry wrestled with the words. Propriety and whatnot. He wasn't sure why he was arguing against her idea. The idea of betraying the trust Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had placed in him loomed large in his mind. He hated the idea of betraying their trust. But the idea of Ginny struggling to sleep, fighting nightmares, made his heart ache. This wasn't about breaking rules for selfish reasons, it was about being there for her, giving her the comfort she clearly needed. Yet, the thought of lying beside her, even just to help her sleep, made his pulse quicken with a thrill he couldn't deny. Would they understand? Would she? Or was he justifying something he'd been wanting all along? I think it would help them, Harry, Hermione said. And, well, she shifted uncomfortably, so long as we're doing this for the right reasons. Her voice trailed off, but Harry caught the hint of a smile tugging at her lips. She believed in what they were doing, even if it skirted the edges of what might be considered proper. Harry's heart skipped a beat. If Hermione of all people in the world was advocating bending the rules, you really think that's a good idea? Hermione smiled softly. I wouldn't suggest it if I didn't. I'll stay here, with Ron. He'll sleep better with someone nearby, too. Harry felt the weight of her words settle on him. This wasn't just about him or Ginny. It was about being there for the people they loved in the ways they needed most. Okay, he said finally, his voice steadier than he felt. I'll go check on her. Hermione gave him an encouraging nod before they quietly exchanged places. Harry made his way down toward Ginny's room. His nerves buzzing, he gave a gentle knock on the door before entering. A lamp was lit low. Ginny was sitting at the top of her bed, legs drawn to her chest and her arms wrapped around them. Harry thought back to the last time they were alone in her room the past summer and that kiss. Somehow this felt so much more than that. He sat down in her desk chair and turned to face her, swallowing hard. In the lamplight he could see the tear tracks on her face. Her eyes were heavy with exhaustion. He understood it, as far as he was able to, the feeling of the days of funerals Catsy. Hing up to them at night and so much still ahead of them. Hey, Gin, he offered softly. I didn't think she'd actually do it, Ginny muttered. Her eyes were still fixed ahead of her, looking past him into the dark. Is she really staying up there? I knew it was your idea, Harry said, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. No way would Hermione think of sneaking out past your mum and dad without some serious Weasley influence. Quote. Ginny huffed a humorless laugh, her shoulders shrugging. I guess it was. Neither of us could sleep. We were talking about this past year, she said, that even how everything could go wrong at any second. There was something comforting about being close to you and Ron. Knowing you were safe. Harry nodded slowly. He'd worried constantly about Ginny, but the truth was, having Ron and Hermione with him had been his anchor through it all. Hermione's parents were far away, hidden and safe, or so they hoped, but Ron's family had been in the thick of it. Only now, Harry was beginning to understand how hard that must have been for Ron. He'd taken the Weasleys' safety for granted because he'd wanted to believe they'd be okay. So I might have suggested she go up to Ron's room, Ginny said, fidgeting with the hem of her sleeve. I just didn't think she'd kick you out. She actually said I should come down here, Harry said with a soft laugh. Oh, Ginny's voice dropped to a whisper. And Harry thought he could see the faintest flush creeping across her cheeks in the dim lamplight. A spike of fear coursed through him where he worried Ginny thought he was expecting something of her, physical or emotional, he wasn't sure. But he reached over and took her hand in his to let her know that what he wanted, all he wanted, was to be there for her. To show her he could be there for her the same way she'd been there for him. That it wasn't a one-way street. He took a steadying breath. Today was hard, he said. Her fingers tightened around his. They're all hard, she muttered. I thought the hardest part would be losing everyone. It was supposed to get easier now. Why isn't it getting easier, Harry? Harry slid onto the edge of her bed, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her close. Her head rested against his chest, and he pressed his cheek lightly to her hair. He'd asked himself the same question every single day since the battle had ended. He mulled over the words in his head, chewing over whether to say them aloud or not. Whether they would help at all. I think, living is harder than surviving, he said, finally working up the nerve. When I woke up that morning, after everything, all I could think was, it's over. Voldemort, the prophecy, the Horcruxes, it felt like it would never end. And then suddenly, just like that, he snapped his fingers, it was. But I didn't feel better. I felt broken, like everything would always be broken. He paused, the memory sharp and painful. And then I saw you, he said, his voice softening. Ron, Hermione, your family, I was glad to see them too. But you, I heard your voice, I held you in my arms, and for the first time, I didn't feel completely lost. And when your parents said we were going home, and I realized I was included, he trailed off, swallowing the lump in his throat. I'd never, he swallowed hard and trailed off as the courage left him. I knew how much you were all hurting. I saw how much you were hurting, and as awful as it sounds, it felt like I finally wasn't alone. We were all there hurting together, and it felt a little easier. And, Ginny, he took her chin in his hand and turned her to face him. Every minute of every day since then, being with you has made everything worth it. So whatever you need, Gin, I'm here. Her lip quivered, but she managed a small, teary smile before burying her face against him again. Harry held her close, their breathing eventually falling into a slow, shared rhythm. The weight of the day lingered, heavy but less suffocating in the quiet of the room. As exhaustion took hold, Ginny curled into him. Her hand clutched his shirt, and Harry rested his cheek against her hair. Slowly, they drifted into sleep. Kingsley Shacklebolt, the interim minister for magic, arrived at the burrow early the next morning with the soft pop of apparition. He looked spent. The normally immaculate robes of deep plum he always favored were creased and dusty. His sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms smeared with ink and soot. His face, usually so calm and composed, bore the unmistakable signs of exhaustion. His eyes were bloodshot, and the Int stubble on his chin suggested he hadn't spared a moment for himself in days. Again, Harry was confronted with the cost of victory. Despite this, Kingsley's presence still carried its usual air of quiet authority. His wand tucked neatly into the waistband of his robes within easy reach. He stepped through the wards that Bill and Mr. Weasley had raised, and nodded to Mr. Weasley standing in the doorway. Kingsley, you'll forgive me. Mr. Weasley began, his tone apologetic but firm. During the First Order meeting after Voldemort returned, we discussed a certain individual's inclusion. Kingsley, without hesitation, nodded. His deep voice calm but understanding. We were in disagreement with Albus regarding Mundungus, he said, a faint smile finding him. I said we needed to focus on trust. Quality over quantity. Mr. Weasley chuckled and the tension in his shoulders eased. That sounds about right. I seem to recall Molly giving me quite the look at his inclusion. She called it daft, Kingsley said with a small smile. Mr. Weasley stepped aside, clapping Kingsley on the arm. Come in, Minister, Mr. Weasley said. And thank you for understanding. Caution kept us alive, Arthur. Kingsley said gently as he stepped inside. As he stepped into the house, his broad shoulders slumped ever so slightly, betraying the weight of the rebuilding efforts he had been orchestrating since Voldemort's defeat. His gaze swept the room, first passing slowly over Harry, before landing firmly on Mrs. Weasley. Arthur. Molly, he said, his tone softer now. He extended his hands to them. And the lines around his eyes deepened. I am so sorry for your loss. Fred was a hero, and, I'm sorry. I feel like I've said these same words 100 times since. He sighed deeply and shook his head in frustration. He was a good man. What a family you have raised. Mrs. Weasley pressed a handkerchief to her face, nodding as Mr. Weasley gripped Kingsley's hand tightly. His lips were drawn taut and the lines on his face were tight. Kingsley held their gazes, grounding them with his presence and a slow nod of unspoken thanks. George, Kingsley asked cautiously. Mr. Weasley shut his eyes for a moment and shook his head. Before glancing up the stairs, Kingsley nodded his understanding and seemed to blink back a tear before he turned to the rest of the room. Harry stood with Ron, Hermione, and the remaining Weasley siblings. Clustered together, guarded but curious. Kingsley nodded his head to each of them in turn, his voice steady as he said, "I know the past week has been overwhelming for all of you. The ministry, our world, is still reeling, but we owe so much to what the three of you," his eyes settled on Harry, Hermione, and Ron, "managed to accomplish." Harry shifted uncomfort, ably under the weight of Kingsley's words. It was hard to reconcile the ministry that was with the Kingsley ministry, to recognize it as an ally after so long in opposition. But Ron squared his shoulders proudly, and Hermione, ever the respectful student, gave a small nod and small, "Thank you, Minister." The tension in the room eased just a fraction as Kingsley moved toward the table, his weariness momentarily overtaken by purpose. "Let's sit," he suggested, his voice still gentle but firm. "I have many questions." They gathered around the kitchen table, and Mrs. Weasley began setting out tea. There was a moment where she stared at the 2 additional cups of tea she'd poured and began to sob. Mr. Weasley was beside her in an instant, pulling her into his embrace, and she buried her face in his shoulder. He murmured soothingly, but the lines of his own grief were carved so deeply into his face as he held her that he seemed ancient beyond words. The rest of the family sat frozen, each of them feeling the same ache in their chests but unable to find the words to ease it. With what must have been a monstrous effort, Mr. Weasley nodded once to Kingsley, and held his wife. Harry turned back to Kingsley, trying his best to give Mr. and Mrs. Weasley the privacy of the moment. He couldn't imagine what they were feeling. What caught him off guard, though, in hindsight, he supposed it wouldn't have, was the sorrow etched into Kingsley's usually composed face. Harry thought back to the work Kingsley had done alongside Fred and George during the war. It was clear now just how close they must have become. Kingsley cleared his throat, the low rumble breaking through the somber quiet of the Burrows kitchen. His teacup sat untouched before him, his fingers loosely clasped around it. After a long moment, he looked up at Harry. "Harry," he began, his voice steady but low. "I know this isn't easy. Merlin knows you've been through more than anyone ever should, but there are gaps we need to fill in. For the sake of the future. For the sake of understanding everything Voldemort left behind." Harry stiffened, and Kingsley seemed to notice because he immediately softened his tone. "I'd never press you for more than you're ready to share. But, during the battle at Hogwarts, your duel with him, it's clear that you knew things no one else did. And before that, when you, Ron, and Hermione disappeared for months, well, it doesn't take a genius to figure out you were on some mission Dumbledore set for you." Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione, who were seated on either side of him. Hermione had gone pale, her lips pressed together, while Ron avoided looking at either of them, focusing instead on his empty cup. Kingsley leaned forward and took a breath. "Whatever you can tell M.E., whatever you feel ready to share, it could help us make sure Voldemort's influence is truly gone. It might help others understand just what you've done for all of us." He glanced around the room. What so many sacrificed so much for? Harry's stomach churned. He knew it was coming. "I think it's important," Hermione began, her voice clear but careful, "that we all agree on something before we go any further. What we're about to discuss, the lengths Voldemort went to in order to try and achieve immortality, none of the specifics can leave this room." A ripple of surprise passed through the group. "Why not?" Percy asked, frowning. "Surely people deserve to know what he did, how he got as twisted as he was." "They do," Hermione said firmly, meeting his eyes. "But only to a point. The specific details, the exact spells, the process, the theory behind it, those things are too dangerous to share widely. Voldemort wasn't the first to try it, and if we're not careful, he won't be the last." Kingsley leaned forward, his expression grim. "You're saying there's a risk of someone else attempting what he did?" "Abso-bloody-lutely," Ron said. "Imagine what could happen if that information were to fall into the wrong hands." Hermione said, her voice sharp. "Someone ambitious, or desperate, might think they can do better than Voldemort, perfect the process, avoid his mistakes. We can't let that happen. Not if we're hoping to do better than before. But people might argue that knowing the full extent of what he did could be a deterrent," Bill interjected, his brows knit together, "if they understand how monstrous it was." "It won't work that way," Hermione interrupted, her voice now urgent. "Knowledge like this has a way of tempting the wrong people. History is full of examples, dark wizards who read something forbidden. experimented with magic they didn't fully understand, and became something far worse than they ever intended. Voldemort's methods were horrific, but they were also calculated and deliberate. I don't think we can risk giving anyone that roadmap. There was a silence, heavy with the weight of her words. Mrs. Weasley's hands trembled slightly as she reached for her tea. Ginny's face was pale. Of the Weasleys, she was the only one who knew the truth. Harry cleared his throat. Hermione's right. It's not just about stopping another Voldemort, it's about stopping anyone from even starting down that path. The best way to do that is to make sure no one knows enough to try. Kingsley nodded thoughtfully. I can see the wisdom in that. But we'll need to balance it carefully, some truth will need to be shared. Even if it's incomplete, people will want answers. Of course, Hermione said, her voice softening. But we can control the narrative. We tell them enough to you. Understand what Voldemort did, that he found a way to return, but not how he did it. Not the details or the specifics. We focus on the fight to stop him. On the people who fought him. I'll support this, Kingsley said at last. His voice resolute. But you three need to be consistent in what you say. No contradictions, no slipping up. Hermione nodded, relief flickering in her eyes. We can do that. Thank you. As the group began to murmur among themselves, Harry caught Hermione's eye and gave her a small, thankful smile. The Burrows kitchen fell into a heavy silence as Harry took a steadying breath. Kingsley sat at the head of the table, his sharp eyes fixed on Harry with a mix of curiosity and quiet concern. Ginny, sitting beside Harry, gave him a reassuring squeeze on the arm. Harry cleared his throat. I guess the best place to start is explaining what happened the night Voldemort came after me as a baby, he said. Even as he spoke he wondered whether that was the right place to start. My mum sacrificed herself for me, she chose not to step aside when he told her to. It created a protection around me so that when Voldemort cursed me it rebounded and destroyed him. Why you? Kingsley asked. Why would he concern himself with a child? There was a prophecy, Harry answered. Harry quickly reiterated the specifics. The short of it is that Voldemort ended up believing it referred to me. In doing so set it in motion. Kingsley and the Weasleys frowned. Harry shifted uncomfortably. He'd hated the chosen one label. He hated it even more because it was technically true. He survived though, said Charlie. Harry nodded. Voldemort was always obsessed with living forever, immortality, he said. He was at Hogwarts when he first came across the idea. Learned about Horcruxes. There was a faint hiss of breath from Kingsley, and Bill's frown deepened. A Horcrux is really dark magic. It involves splitting off a piece of your soul and anchoring that part of it to an object, Hermione said grimly. The idea is that if your body dies, the piece of soul in the Horcrux keeps you alive, sort of. Horcrux, Bill mulled the word over with a frown. I've never heard the term before. But I came across something similar called the Ka-Merit in Egypt when I was working there. Lot of ancient Egyptian wizards made references to it in tombs. They called it the divided spirit. How does someone even split their soul? Mr. Weasley asked, his voice quiet but edged with revulsion. You commit murder, Harry answered, his voice steady. Taking a life rips the soul apart, and there's some really dark magic to bind that torn piece to an object. It's a violation of magic itself. Mrs. Weasley gave a horrified gasp, and Charlie muttered something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like a curse. Ginny's grip on Harry's arm tightened. That's how Voldemort survived that night in Godric's Hollow, Harry continued, his tone flat and matter-of-fact. When the curse rebounded, his body was destroyed. But his soul was still tethered to this world. Because he'd made a Horcrux, Percy frowned, testing the word. Horcruxes, Harry corrected. More than one. How many? Bill asked, his voice sharp. 7, Hermione said. 6 objects, and part of his soul still in his body. 7 pieces of his soul, Percy muttered. Harry could see his gears turning. That is a magically powerful number. Harry nodded. Professor Dumbledore thought so, too. He was shuffling restlessly, because they were nearing the point that only 3 other living people knew. Kingsley leaned back in his chair. His brows furrowed in disbelief. 7, he repeated, his deep voice laced with disgust. He tore his soul into 7 pieces. Greedy git, wasn't he? Ron muttered, earning an incredulous chuckle from Charlie. 7 pieces of his soul, Harry said, ignoring the interruption, spread across different objects he thought would make him immortal. That's what Professor Dumbledore had us doing. He corrected, glancing at Ron and Hermione. Tracking them down. Destroying them. What kind of objects? Bill asked, leaning forward, his curse breaker curiosity clearly piqued. They could have been anything, right? That's what Professor Dumbledore and I were investigating before he died, Harry said. Professor Dumbledore had these memories, from a lot of people. And we narrowed it down to objects that were significant to the Hogwarts founders and Voldemort himself. Harry hesitated, glancing at Ron, who gave him a small nod. The most recent he'd created was in Nagini, his snake. Then there was Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem. He had a ring from the Gaunt family, and, he paused, his jaw tightening. And his school diary. The air seemed to be sucked out of the room. Mrs. Weasley dropped a mug, and it shattered against the floor. The diary, she whispered. And you've spent the last 9 months searching for these Horcruxes, Kingsley surmised. Well, we didn't have much to go on, yeah. Ron said. The diary and the ring were already destroyed, said Hermione. We tracked down the locket to the Ministry in Umbridge. Kingsley scoffed disdainfully. And we got the cup when we figured out that there would be one in Bellatrix's vault in Gringotts. Ah, I was wondering when we'd get to that, Kingsley admitted. Quite the scandal. The goblins are demanding your heads, but have said they will settle for nothing less than the seizure of the contents of your accounts. Harry felt himself deflate. I don't want you to worry, Kingsley insisted. He reached a hand towards Harry on the table placatingly. I believe it will be easy enough to placate the goblins' pride and leave your heads rather attached. Harry nodded. We found out the diadem was at Hogwarts right after we got out of Gringotts, Ron said. You were all there for the rest. How did you destroy them? Charlie asked. Harry destroyed the diary with the basilisk fang. And so Hermione figured out that the sword of Gryffindor could destroy them. That's why Professor Dumbledore left it to Harry. So on that night, you went into the Forbidden Forest to kill the snake. Kingsley guessed. Harry snapped his jaw shut and shook his head. That I learned I needed to do only that night, he admitted. Snape, Voldemort wounded him and left him to die. He showed me his memories. Conversations he'd had with Professor Dumbledore. He'd told Snape that when Voldemort tried to kill me as a baby and his curse backfired, part of his soul latched onto mine. That's why I could hear his thoughts, speak Parseltongue, feel what he was feeling. I was a Horcrux, too, Harry said. He couldn't bring himself to meet their gazes. He tried to steady his breathing. He was vividly aware of the pounding of his heart in his bruised and aching chest. The one he never meant to make. You, Mr. Weasley repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know until, he stopped, swallowing hard. Until the very end, he could feel the eyes on him and the horrible silence in the room. I had to die to destroy it. And Voldemort had to be the one to do it. Mrs. Weasley let out a strangled gasp and dropped into an empty chair beside him. He jumped when she reached for him. Then, how? Mr. Weasley asked breathlessly. He'd used my blood to come back, Harry explained. It bonded us further, the protection from my mother, it let me choose whether to come back or not. Back? Bill asked. So you really were dead? Harry nodded. I met with Dumbledore when I was gone, he said. He told me he thought I might be able to survive if I chose to sacrifice myself. But I couldn't know about that beforehand. And then you just pretended to be dead. Percy asked disbelievingly. I was still surrounded by Death Eaters and the snake was still alive. And the Elder Wand? Kingsley asked suddenly, his sharp gaze locking onto Harry. You were overheard speaking about it with Voldemort as you dueled. Harry's expression turned guarded. Voldemort thought it was real, he said carefully. Thought Professor Dumbledore had it. Had if he had Dumbledore's wand it would make him unbeatable. But it didn't work the way he expected. The wand was more loyal to me than to him. So when we fought that last time, the curse rebounded, just like it did the first time. Kingsley studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You've had a long fight, he said finally, his deep voice tinged with respect. And it's clear the wizarding world owes you all a great debt. Harry shifted uncomfortably, but Ron clapped him on the back with a grin. Yeah, we'll take a statue. Long as they make sure I'm taller than this git. I just did what anyone else would have done, Harry insisted. A soft smile tugged at the corners of Kingsley's mouth. The fact you believe that speaks volumes about the men and women you've chosen to stand beside you, Harry. His gaze moved slowly across the room, taking in the faces of those who had fought alongside them. And, on that particular point, I find myself in full agreement. The tension in the room eased slightly. And Harry allowed himself a small, weary chuckle. He glanced at Ginny, who was watching him with an expression he'd never really seen before. It was so much like that blazing look of hers. But 1,000 times more intense. "Thank you for trusting me with this," Kingsley said, inclining his head to the three of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Nodding again to Hermione, he said, "And I am inclined to agree with you. Certain portions of this should be forgotten. Some magic should be lost to time." Kingsley stared down into his tea for a few long moments. "You've given me much to think about. I feel it is only right for me to do the same," he said. "There is much work to do, and I feel strongly that you might play a part in it." He stood and straightened his robes. "I've spoken to Gawain Robards, the head of the Auror office. The ranks were severely depleted during the war. I've decided to relax the requirements for entry into the Auror Academy for anyone that fought in the Battle of Hogwarts." Think about it. Talk it over," Kingsley said. "I do not need an answer immediately. Training is slated to begin in August. In the meantime I will see what I can do to ease your troubles with Gringotts. It's the least I can do, all things considered." Harry stood. "Minister, Kingsley, please. We are well past formalities," Kingsley said. He offered Harry his hand. "I don't know how, what you've done, what you've all done." Quote. Harry took his hand. Kingsley moved to Hermione and Ron, then to the rest of the Weasley children before embracing Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. "We'll be in touch." Once Kingsley had gone, a heavy silence descended over the kitchen. Harry shifted uncomfortably in his chair, acutely aware of the weight of the Weasleys' gazes as they each continued to process what he'd told them. "Harry," Mr. Weasley whispered. How did you? I can't imagine. And you went, all alone," Mrs. Weasley choked out. Not exactly. I didn't. I think there read parts that even Kingsley doesn't need to know," Harry admitted. He picked nervously at a stray thread on his sleeve. "I wasn't alone. Not really." "Harry," Hermione said, her voice cautious. He shook his head. "It's okay, Hermione. If we can't tell the Weasleys," he took a steadying breath. "The Elder Wand, it was real. The Hallows are real. All of them. And Professor Dumbledore, he left me he resurrection stone hidden in the snitch. So that when I had to go, I wasn't really alone." "Who did?" Mr. Weasley asked. "My parents, Remus and Sirius," Harry said. He felt a strange lack of heartbreak when he thought of them. He'd lost them and they'd still come to him, still taken care to watch over him when he needed them most, as if they'd known. As if they'd been with him all that time. He was comforted by the idea that they might still be with him, unseen, but still watching over. "Did it hurt?" a voice asked. Harry turned as George made himself known from where he sat hunched on the stairs. Harry shook his head. He remembered how he'd asked the very same question. Quicker and easier than falling asleep, he repeated Sirius's words. George seemed to let out a breath he'd been holding for days. It was ragged with grief. His head dropped between his knees as silent sobs shook him. Mrs. Weasley sat down beside him and pulled him against her. Were they upset?" Percy asked, his voice barely a whisper. There was a paleness to him, a tightness. "Angry. No," Harry said. "Even Remus, he said he was sad, but they all understood." "And the stone?" Charlie asked. "No," Harry said again. This time more forcefully. "I let it drop in the forest. I don't think it's not right to call them back for long." Harry had Professor McGonagall put the Elder Wand back with Professor Dumbledore, too. Ron said, "It's probably better that everyone thinks they're children's stories." "And the cloak?" Mr. Weasley asked, his fingers tented in front of him. He looked eerie. Lee liked Professor Dumbledore in that moment, right down to the weary lines on his face. "Been mine for a while," Harry said, his mind wandering to where he'd stashed his invisibility cloak in Ron's room. "It's been in my family for ages. I think, all the way back to the three brothers. Hard to believe that such things exist," Mrs. Weasley said with a sniffle. She shook her head in disbelief. "Horcruxes and Deathly Hallows. And before that, sorcerer's stones and chambers of secrets, it's all too much. Your children, I don't think they've been children for quite some time, Molly, Mr. Weasley said proudly, yet with a twinge of sadness. A reluctant look came over him and he glanced at Mrs. Weasley. Now, that said, yes, right. Boys, would you give us a moment with these four, Mrs. Weasley gestured to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Harry's stomach sank. Would you mind checking the gardens and maybe Quidditch pitch? Charlie volunteered, standing quickly. He gave Ron a hearty slap on the back. Good luck, mate. Wait. No, Ginny stuttered. I think Fleur could use help at Shell Cottage when we're done with. Bill scrambled for an excuse. The shed. Wonderful, Mr. Weasley said with a tight smile. It shouldn't be more than a few minutes, and please invite Fleur back over for dinner, yeah. Bill nodded quickly and ushered George out the door. Wait, I wanted to stay and watch. George called out before the door shut behind him. Well, Mrs. Weasley said, her voice warm but unmistakably firm, why don't we all get comfortable? I think it's time we had a little talk. Harry's stomach sank further. A talk? That couldn't be good. He instinctively glanced at Ginny, who sat with her arms crossed. She raised an eyebrow at him, her expression somewhere between bemusement and annoyance. He wasn't sure whether to feel reassured or more nervous. Ron groaned, flopping into an armchair as though bracing for impact. Hermione, sitting primly on the sofa, looked composed, but Harry knew her too well to miss the way her fingers twisted together in her lap. She was nervous too. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat, taking his seat by the fireplace. His tone was calm, almost conversational. But it did little to settle Harry's nerves. It's nothing to worry about, Mr. Weasley said. We've been meaning to have this discussion for a while now. Things are different, aren't they? Harry's eyes flicked to Ginny again. She looked wary but not alarmed, which gave him some comfort. Ron, on the other hand, looked positively mutinous. Different how? Ron muttered, already halfway to a sulk. Mrs. Weasley shot him a pointed look. Oh, you know very well what I mean, Ronald. You're not children anymore. You've all been through so much, too much, and me out the other side, grown up in ways your father and I could never have imagined, in ways we'd hoped to avoid. Harry's gut twisted again. This wasn't just about him and Ginny, then. It was all of them. Somehow. That wasn't as comforting as it should have been. Ginny uncrossed her arms, her voice light but edged with caution. We're not exactly on the Hogwarts Express anymore, Mum. Exactly, Mrs. Weasley said with a nod. Which is why it's important we talk about, well, what it means to be living under the same roof now. Things have changed between all of you. Harry felt the heat rise in his cheeks. He thought about the searing kiss between him and Ginny in the middle of the Great Hall when they reunited. He could only wonder how that had looked to her mother. He wanted to say something, to reassure her, but no words came. His throat felt tight. Mrs. Weasley's gaze softened as she looked at him. Harry, she said, her voice warm, you and Hermione are family to us. You always will be. Harry blinked, startled. Of all the things he'd expected, that wasn't it. Mrs. Weasley, I hope you know I'd never. Stop right there, Mrs. Weasley interrupted, her tone firm but kind. Your family. That's not in question. You'll always have a place here, no matter what. Harry swallowed hard, his chest tightening in a way that wasn't entirely uncomfortable. Hermione, beside him, gave a small, grateful smile. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, she said softly. But, Mr. Weasley added gently, living together does mean there are certain expectations. For propriety's sake, and to keep things comfortable for everyone. Ron groaned audibly, covering his face with his hands. Oh, Merlin, here we go. Harry tried not to laugh, even as his face burned hotter. Trust Ron to break the tension. Hermione swatted him on the arm, muttering something Harry didn't quite catch. Ginny shot him an amused look. Mrs. Weasley sighed, though there was a faint twitch of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Ronald, we're not here to lecture anyone. We just want to make sure we're all on the same page. You and Hermione, Harry and Ginny, it's not just friendships anymore, is it? Ginny exhaled slowly, moving to sit beside Harry. He felt her leg brush against his, and the touch was both comforting and distracting. No, it's not, she admitted. But we're not doing anything improper, Mum. Of course not, Mrs. Weasley said quickly. And I trust you. I trust all of you. But it's still a big adjustment for your father and me. You're adults now, and we're learning to navigate this new dynamic, just like you are. Mr. Weasley leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. What your mother means is, we're proud of you, of how far you've all come, and the way you've supported each other through everything. But we do want to make sure you're comfortable here and that we're not overstepping or making things awkward. Right, Ron muttered, clearly trying to steer the conversation. So, what exactly are we talking about here? No sneaking into each other's rooms after dark. Ronald. Hermione snapped, swatting him again, but her lips twitched with amusement. Well, we all know how strictly you lot adhere to rules, Mr. Weasley chuckled. A low, warm sound. Let's just say we'd appreciate a little discretion. He paused and took a moment to look purposefully at Harry and Hermione. But more importantly, we want you to know that this house is always your home, no matter what. Harry felt something crack open in his chest, a flood of gratitude and relief he didn't know he'd been holding back. He nodded quickly, his voice almost failing him. Thank you, he managed, looking at both Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Ginny reached for his hand, squeezing it tightly, and he felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire crackling in the hearth. Hermione smiled softly, and even Ron, red-eared and awkward, managed a lopsided grin. Thanks, Dad. Mum, Ron said, his voice unusually earnest. It means a lot to all of us. Mrs. Weasley wiped at her eyes, her smile broad and unguarded. Oh, you lot. You've been through so much already. The least we can do is make sure you know you're loved. And that we're not sneaking into each other's rooms after dark, Ginny teased, her tone light, though her hand remained firmly in Harry's. Let's not make a habit of it, Mr. Weasley said. I know you and Harry. We're together at Hogwarts at the end of last year. Harry flushed. Ron, you and Hermione were alone most of this last year as well. We didn't. The point being, Mrs. Weasley cut in. Your father and I have been where you are. Unfortunately in more ways than one. Just, be smart and be safe. Mum. Ginny's face was bright red. I was 17 once myself, Ginevra, Mrs. Weasley said. I'm 16, Ginny shot back. Hardly the words of comfort you intend them to be, Mr. Weasley pointed out. Harry snorted, earning a quick smack on the shoulder from Ginny. He winced as her hand landed squarely on a fresh bruise. Sorry, she said, though her smirk betrayed her lack of remorse. That brings me to another point, Mr. Weasley interjected, his tone gentle but firm. I know you're not particularly keen on the idea, Harry. But we'd really like you to see a healer. I'm fine, Harry said quickly, hoping to put the matter to rest. That remains to be seen, Mr. Weasley replied, raising an eyebrow. You've been through things no one else has. Not many people can say they've been struck by the killing curse twice and survived. And then there's the small matter of having a piece of a dark wizard's soul removed from you. Harry looked down, his face burning with discomfort. It does warrant some caution, Mrs. Weasley added, her voice softer but no less concerned. Of course, we can't make you do anything, but I'll think about it, Harry muttered. But I'm fine, really. He tried to sound convincing, but he could feel Ron's eyes on him, the unspoken skepticism practically radiating across the room. Harry glanced up just in time to catch Ron's exaggerated eye roll, his best friend making no effort to hide it. Harry sighed, resolving not to look at Ginny, knowing full well she'd have her own version of that look waiting for him. Good, Mr. Weasley said with a decisive nod. He slapped his hands on his knees and rose to his feet with purpose. Now then, let's get you all on your way for the day. It's a lovely one out, and we've got some hard days ahead of us. Harry snuck down again that night, featherlight charms masking his footfalls and silencing charms hiding the creak of the steps. The burrow was quiet, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or the soft rustle of the wind outside. The house's warmth seemed to breathe around him in the quiet, the glow of moonlight. GHT slipping through the crooked windows. When he reached Ginny's door, he knocked softly, and it opened almost instantly. Hermione slipped out, clutching a book and looking slightly sheepish. Ron's waiting, Harry whispered, tilting his head toward Ron's room. If you get caught, I suppose you'll tell them you were just doing late-night revisions with him. He grinned and nodded to the book in her hand, unable to resist a light jab. Hermione huffed, though her smile betrayed her. At least I have an excuse planned. What will you do? She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Harry shrugged. Suppose I'll wing it, he said. It's worked so far. Hermione rolled her eyes but laughed softly. Good night, Harry, she said with a fond smile. And, thank you. For earlier. Harry nodded, his throat tightening slightly. Good night, Hermione. She padded quietly toward Ron's room. Harry opened Ginny's door and slipped inside, releasing the stealth charms with a whispered incantation. She was sitting up in bed, her hair spilling over her shoulders and catching the faint light from her wand on the bedside table. Took you long enough, she teased, though her smile softened her words. I almost thought you weren't coming. I almost didn't, Harry admitted as he shut the door softly behind him. He cast a quick muffliato and turned back to her. I kept hearing your dad's voice in my head, going on about propriety. Ginny rolled her eyes, tugging him further into the room. You mean the talk he gave after Mum left us all pink-faced and muttering into our tea? You can't just shake that off. Harry smiled sheepishly, sitting on the edge of her bed. I feel a bit guilty, sneaking around after all that. Ginny scooted closer, resting her head against his shoulder. I don't, she said simply. Mum and Dad know we're not kids anymore, even if they don't want to admit it. She tilted her head to look up at him. How are you feeling? After everything today? Harry tilted his head to rest against hers, letting out a long breath. I told everyone about dying, he said quietly, as though the words might shatter the fragile stillness of the room. And about all of it. I didn't think I'd feel all that better saying it out loud. But I do. Like it's not all trapped inside me anymore. Ginny reached for his hand, lacing her fingers through his. You needed to say it. You've been carrying it alone for too long. Yeah, he murmured, his thumb brushing over her knuckles. He glanced at her, meeting her brown eyes in the dim light. But even after all that, the only time I really feel okay is when I'm with you. I slept better last night than I have in, maybe my whole life, Ginny. The words felt thick in his throat, but the feeling of Ginny's hand in his steadied him. The nights before. Even now that we're not hiding and running, he said, shaking his head in frustration. It's like all the grief just drowns me. I can't stop thinking about everything we lost. Ginny squeezed his hand and nodded. Me too, she admitted. Her voice low. The quiet makes it harder to ignore, like the silence gets too loud. Harry exhaled again, a flicker of relief breaking through the tightness in his chest. What if we make a deal? He said suddenly. Ginny raised a curious eyebrow. What kind of deal? Harry turned to face her. When we're here, together, like this, it's just for us. The world outside your door doesn't exist unless we need it to. We're allowed to forget about everything for a while. Ginny raised an eyebrow. You mean avoid it? No, Harry said, a small smile tugging at his lips. Not avoid. Just procrastinate. We talk about it again in the morning, anything that we let ourselves ignore at night. But for now, this is our time. Ginny's lips curved into a smile, her gaze softening. Procrastinating grief. Sounds ridiculous. It's not supposed to make sense, Harry teased gently, pressing a kiss to her temple. But I'm very good at procrastinating, if you hadn't noticed. I'll teach you. I'll hold you to that, Ginny whispered. Her voice was light and teasing, but he caught a desperate edge to it and he resolved to make sure he was as steady for her as she'd been for him that day. But that was something for tomorrow's Harry. He slipped off his glasses and set them on her bedside table, letting himself relax as Ginny curled into his side. For now, the world could wait. They had each other. And that was enough. Despite all the people Harry had lost in his life, funerals were a strange, foreign thing to him. Grief had always been something private, a silent rage inside. Not a public display of tears and farewells. He couldn't even remember if there had been a funeral for his parents. Sirius's death had left him burning with fury, Dumbledore's had left him numb, and Moody's, well. He'd barely had time to think at all. Those had all been isolated moments of sadness and anger, moments confined to singular losses. But this was different. The week ahead loomed before him now. Vast and terrible, like some horrible black storm. And Harry wasn't sure how he was meant to navigate it. And yet he knew he had to. Because for all his grief, for all his pain, he was still alive. He'd died and been given the choice to return. That thought weighed on him as he prepared for the first of the funerals he was to attend. Colin Creevy's funeral was the first one he'd attended since Dumbledore's. Harry wanted, more than anything, to show up for every funeral of the more than 50 brave witches and wizards that had lost their lives in the battle. But there were not enough hours in the day nor days in the week for him to possibly arrange that. "Gin, you all right?" he asked gently after they had apparated back to the burrow. He hadn't known Colin like she had. It seemed that Ginny was friendly with almost everyone at Hogwarts. "No," she whispered, choking back a sob. "It's not fair. Colin, this absolute shit was all he ever got to experience from our world." She wheeled around angrily, tears streaking down her face. "First Voldemort's stupid diary, and he never once held it against me or even joked about it. He was my friend. And now," Harry could feel the charge in the air around them as Ginny's anger sent her magic spiking wildly. He pulled her to him and wrapped his arms around her. He loved magic, he loved it so damn much, she sobbed. And all he got from it was pain. I don't think that's entirely true," Harry said softly, stroking her hair. She pulled back and glared at him in defiance. "I don't think he would have stayed and fought if all it gave him was pain. I think all those photos he was taking are proof. He thought it was amazing. He loved it. That makes it worse, Harry," Ginny shouted. "That he'll never get to." She collapsed back into him and sobbed again. Harry didn't say a word, only nodded mutely. For a fleeting moment, he tried to imagine what he would need to hear if their places were swapped, if it were him unraveling like this. And wondered just what he could say and how he could help her. Until he remembered that the roles had been reversed. Just days ago, it had been Ginny holding him together when he thought he might shatter. So, he did the only thing that made sense, he followed her lead. Because she was so much better than him at these sorts of things. Always had been. He said nothing. He didn't offer words that felt too small, too thin, for what she was feeling. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her and held her to him, just to let her know that he was there. That they were both there. And that he wasn't going anywhere. Ginny had joined Harry, Ron, and Hermione up in Ron's attic room after dinner. She enjoyed the closeness and the familiarity of the situation, the TWO of them cuddled together on his camp bed, as close as propriety, and her brother, would allow while Ron and Hermione towed the line between bickering and flirting. She'd been hesitant at first. It felt almost like an intrusion. She had only just gotten Harry to open up to her, and she to him. She had the sense that this thing between them was both incredibly profound yet incredibly fragile at the same time. No. That wasn't quite right. The thing between them, their relationship, though the term didn't sound at all meaningful enough, was strong. Stronger than either of them. And that was the problem. She knew that it would be easy to lose herself to it, block everything else out and just be Ginny and Harry, rather than Ginny and Harry. It was impossibly tempting. But she stopped herself. She couldn't be that way. Not with everything still waiting in front of them. Funerals, rebuilding, hell, maybe even testifying to the ministry. There was so much still ahead of them, and all she wanted to do was find a way to fall back into the easy place they'd been after that first kiss in the Gryffindor common room. In her daydreams, that's where things were, except the war had miraculously ended. Without violence, she even let her musings finally get Ron and Hermione together. It would have happened last summer, of course, sometime after or during Bill's wedding. "What do you reckon they're going to do about Quidditch?" Ron asked, shaking her from her musings. She turned to her brother. His head lay on Hermione's lap while she flipped absently through one of the books she'd saved. Witch's Eye. And History. Forgotten Heroines of the Magical World was certainly a choice for reading, but Ginny was quite certain Hermione was never going to be a forgotten heroine. Not after what she'd done by the age of 18. "Can't believe you're thinking about Quidditch after all this," Hermione scolded lightly. She flipped a page and then went back to absently running her fingers through Ron's hair. Ron's eyes fluttered closed at the soft touch, and Ginny smiled. It was still wild to see them like that, so unconsciously comfortable with one another. Though she supposed they must have felt the same way when she and Harry had gotten together. "I haven't gotten to play Quidditch in over a year," Ron pointed out. "Haven't even been on a broomstick, really. You flew on a broomstick just last week in the Room of Requirement," Harry pointed out. Saving Malfoy from his own bloody stupidity doesn't count, Ron muttered under his breath. Ginny couldn't help but agree. She glanced at Hermione, expecting a sharp retort, but instead saw her shoot Ron a disapproving frown, though notably, she didn't argue the point. The pitch was destroyed, Ginny said. The words tasted bitter in her mouth. But I can't imagine Hogwarts without it. There is a lot to do for rebuilding, Hermione said. She placed a bookmark and closed her book, then reached over to Ron's nightstand where a copy of the morning's Daily Prophet sat. She flipped a few pages in and handed the paper over to Ginny and Harry. Rebuilding Hogwarts, A New Era Begins. By Barnabas Cuff, Editor-in-Chief. In the wake of the Battle of Hogwarts, the esteemed school of witchcraft and wizardry is beginning the monumental task of rebuilding. The grounds, which once rang with the chaos of combat, now stand as a solemn reminder of the courage displayed by students, staff, and allies alike. Professor Minerva McGonagall, who has taken on the mantle of headmistress in the aftermath of the battle, has pledged that the school will rise from the ashes stronger than ever. The spirit of Hogwarts will never be broken, she said in a statement issued yesterday. We will rebuild not only our walls, but the very heart of our community. The sacrifices made here will not be forgotten, and we will ensure that Hogwarts continues to be a place of learning, safety, and unity. Reconstruction efforts have already begun, with teams of skilled wizards and witches working tirelessly to repair the damage to the castle and surrounding areas. Much of the damage was caused by the brutal bombardment during the battle, but thanks to the quick thinking of both magical and non-magical healers, the majority of Hogwarts students and staff have begun their recovery. While the physical rebuilding will take time, many are focused on healing the emotional scars left behind by Voldemort's reign. It is clear that Hogwarts' journey toward recovery will not be a quick one, but the school's resilience, and the unity of its people, will no doubt guide it through the difficult days ahead. As the rubble of war fades, a new era of hope and peace begins to take shape within the walls of the castle. Ginny gave it a quick read through and then handed it back. The memories of the battle were still too vivid, and she didn't want to dwell on it for too long. Well, what's the point of Hogwarts without Quidditch? Ron muttered. Hermione scoffed and flicked his ear. Hey, I'm betting Professor McGonagall fixes the Quidditch pitch sooner rather than later, Harry muttered thoughtfully. With everything else that was damaged? Hermione asked. She raised her eyebrows skeptically. The astronomy tower, the entrance hall, the courtyards, the common rooms, she shook her head. I know I don't love Quidditch the way you all do, but you have to admit Professor McGonagall probably has higher priorities. This is the same woman who bought me a Nimbus 2000 before my first ever match, Harry pointed out. Hermione nodded reluctantly, but let the matter end. Merlin, I wish the brooms had made it. Ron muttered. Harry muttered something under his breath. Bloody hell, that's right, your firebolt fell when we were leaving your aunt and uncle's place. I wonder what happened to it. With my luck, landed in some sort of aggressive magical hedge and got torn to pieces, Harry grumbled. Ron chuckled, or some old bat is using it to sweep her front steps. Ginny groaned. I miss that broom, she muttered longingly. The thought of a firebolt being used like that was physically painful. Harry nudged her with his shoulder and grinned. Really, Gin, I didn't realize my broomstick was so unforgettable. Her heart pounded in her chest. In that moment he was suddenly the funny, snarky, teasing Harry that she'd fallen for. The one she could banter with for hours on end trying to make him blush. Ginny smirked, arms crossing as she threw Harry a pointed look. Don't flatter yourself, Potter. I'm talking about the firebolt, not you. Hermione, trying but failing quite miserably to hide a smirk, raised an eyebrow and said dryly, you might want to watch your phrasing, Ginny. The last thing we need is Ron having a meltdown because you're talking about riding Harry's broomstick. Ron nearly choked on his own breath, face going beet red. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Hermione. Harry flushed, though he tried to cover it with an awkward laugh. But Ginny was unbothered. She'd heard enough of those jokes from her dorm mates after they'd gotten together to desensitize her well enough despite the fact that their physical relationship hadn't progressed nearly that far. She leaned closer to Ron, her voice dripping with false innocence. Honestly, Ron, what else am I supposed to do with it? A broomstick is for riding. Ron groaned, throwing a pillow in her direction. Stop, that's it. I don't need these images. Girls, out. I need to have a talk with my best mate about what's appropriate to joke about around me. Careful, Ron, Ginny teased, ducking the pillow with a laugh. You're starting to sound like Percy. Hermione couldn't suppress a snicker as Ron scrambled to his feet in defeat. I'm surrounded by lunatics, he muttered. He pointed to his door, out. Both of you. Harry shook his head, cheeks still faintly pink, and shot Ginny a sideways glance as she grabbed her things and climbed off the camp bed. You really don't make things easy for me, do you? Ginny grinned mischievously, leaning over him and planting a searing kiss that left Ron retching dramatically. On the contrary, Potter. I'm much more interested in making them hard for you. Harry groaned and dropped back to the bed. Hermione rolled her eyes as she picked up her book and followed Ginny out of Ron's room. You two are incorrigible. You mean you've never thought about my brother's broomstick? Ginny teased. Hermione went bright red, and there was some cursing from Ron as he slammed the door behind them. Harry's laughter rang out and joined with hers, even over Ron's sputtering objections. Ginny's heart felt 10 times lighter at the ease of it. And despite the cursing from her brother and Hermione's pink-tinged cheeks, she knew they felt it, too. Merlin, I needed that, Ginny said, wiping the tears out of her eyes. I did not realize how much fun it would be for me. She threw her arm around Hermione's shoulders and led the way down the stairs toward their shared bedroom. If I did, I'd have pushed you two together ages ago. I don't think that would have worked, Hermione said, her voice low as they passed the door to her parents' room. Ginny shrugged. Details. Now, we were talking about you and my brother's broomstick. Ginny, Hermione hissed sharply, glancing over her shoulder at Mum and Dad's door. Please remember that one of us is a guest living in her boyfriend's house. Oh please, Ginny waved her off. The only reason you and Harry haven't been granted favorite child status officially is because you're dating us, and that would make it weird. Hermione rolled her eyes. Yes, that's what everyone always tells us. It's true, Ginny said pointedly. Oh, don't worry. You'll get to see Ron squirm when you bring him to your parents. She noticed an immediate change in Hermione's posture. She seemed to shrink into herself. Oh, are you really that nervous about it? Ginny asked. She'd never really met the Grangers outside of a trip to Diagon Alley, but how bad could they honestly be? A defensive thought struck her. Do you think they won't approve? Oh, no. It's just complicated at the moment, Hermione said softly. Oh, Ginny offered lamely. Sure, yeah. She wasn't going to press. Hermione would open up when she was ready. Do Ron and Harry know? She asked, hesitant. Hermione nodded. Ginny exhaled a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Good. Well, don't let those prats forget that you've been in this too. Make sure they know when it's your turn, yeah. Hermione spun around and pulled Ginny into a tight hug. When she pulled away, she quickly wiped a stray tear from her cheek. I don't think enough people give you and your family the credit you all deserve, she said, her voice thick with emotion. You're all amazing. Ginny returned the hug, squeezing her tightly. You sure you're not just talking about my brother's broomstick? She teased. Hermione swatted her arm. You are incorrigible. Ginny slowed as they approached the landing outside George's room. She stared at the shut door. George had hardly left his room since they arrived back at the burrow. Most of the time Mum had been bringing him food directly to the room. Hermione noticed the shift and glanced at Ginny. You okay? Ginny hesitated for a moment before giving a small nod. Yeah, I think. She steeled herself. I'll be fine, Hermione, Ginny said quietly, offering a brief smile. You go on ahead. I'll be down in a minute. Hermione nodded, giving Ginny a reassuring ease on the shoulder before heading down the steps to Ginny's room. Ginny stood still in front of George's door for a moment, her heart aching. The whiplash between joy and sorrow felt painful. The GHT shining from beneath the door indicated that George was still awake, but Ginny hesitated to intrude. Fred was her brother, too, but she couldn't deny the bond the twins had shared. Always together, always causing trouble. Always finishing the other's sentences and thoughts. She thought back to the moment when she'd seen Harry in Hagrid's arms and remembered the agony ripping through her chest. She'd had the moment of relief when Harry reappeared, George hadn't. He just had the pain. She pushed the door open and her breath caught at the sight of George on his bed, staring down at a pile of old joke products. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows across his face. There was a stillness about him that made her throat tighten. "George," she asked softly, her voice barely a whisper, "you ain't sure whether to intrude or just offer him the space he needed?" Her presence seemed to reach him more than anything else. Without looking up, George sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping even further. "I'm fine, Ginny," he mumbled. Ginny stepped inside, closing the door behind her, and took a seat next to him. "I've heard that enough times from Harry to know when that's not true," she said, trying for levity. George sighed again, nodding in defeat. "I'm not fine," he admitted. "I feel like I'm only half here." Ginny nodded, knowing there was nothing she could say to help ease that pain. Quote, "I keep waiting for someone to finish what I'm trying to say," he said. His hands gripped his legs tightly. "For someone to say what I'm thinking without me even having to ask." She wrapped her arms around him and tried to hold back her tears for his sake. I keep getting letters," he motioned to a pile of unopened letters on the floor. "From Lee, from Angie, Licia, Katie. Oliver, too. But I can't even open them." He collapsed into himself. "They always used to be addressed to us both. To Fred and George, we didn't have secrets from each other. We shared everything. And now, Fred knew me better than I knew myself." George muttered, "Everything I have in my life, everything I am, it's because of him." Ginny swallowed hard, trying to imagine that kind of loneliness on top of what she was already feeling. Ginny opened her mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come. She felt the tight, crushing weight of grief in her chest as memories of Fred flooded her mind. They weren't just memories of Fred, they were memories of Fred and George. The two of them as a pair, inseparable. Playing beater for Gryffindor. Testing skiving snack boxes on unsuspecting first years. Their unforgettable escape from Hogwarts in a blaze of fireworks. What could she possibly say? There were no words that could comfort George when she couldn't even comfort herself. So instead, she simply clung to her brother, burying her face in his shoulder, and cried with him. They held each other, letting their grief spill out, unspoken but shared. Nearly half an hour later, their sobs had quieted, replaced by the heavy silence of exhaustion. George finally pulled back and managed a small, tired smile. "You should get some sleep, Ginny," he said hoarsely. "You too," she replied softly, her voice thick. He hugged her tightly, a solid, grounding embrace that reassured her that George was still there, even if he wasn't sure himself. She gave him a teary goodnight and slipped from his room. When she returned to her own, she found Hermione still awake, sitting on the bed with a book open in her lap. But it was clear she hadn't been reading. Her face was streaked with tears, and she gave Ginny a small, watery smile. Ginny could only manage a tight nod in return before climbing into bed. Hermione set her book aside and extinguished the lights, leaving the room in darkness. Ginny clutched her pillow tightly, her tears spilling over once again. She pressed her face into the pillow, muffling her sobs as best she could, trying not to disturb Hermione, but knowing, deep down, that her grief couldn't be hidden. May 13, 1998. It was the following day, after they'd returned from Lavender Brown's funeral, that Harry and Ginny finally found a quiet moment with Ron and Hermione. For days now, the four of them had been caught in their own orbits. Interacting, talking briefly, but keeping largely to themselves. The rest of the Weasleys, perhaps too lost in the whirlwind of their own burdens, hadn't pressed them. Or maybe they'd simply understood, allowed the space to mourn in their own ways. Harry knew that would change eventually, but for the moment he allowed this small flicker of light to push back against their grief. The four of them sat together in the garden, tucked away behind a tall hedge where the sounds of the bustling household faded into the background. The evening air was cool, smelling of damp earth and wildflowers. A single lantern floated above them, its soft glow illuminating their tired faces as they sat in silence. "So, tomorrow, yeah," Ron muttered awkwardly, his eyes fixed on the floor. After a moment, he glanced up and met Harry's gaze. Harry swallowed hard and nodded. Tomorrow. Tonks and Remus's funerals. What went unsaid, however, was that the next day would be Fred's. It seemed like all of the Weasleys, outside of the planning, were doing everything they could to busy themselves and not let themselves dwell on it. I imagine Mrs. Tonks will be there with Teddy, Hermione said. That's what Dad was saying, Ron said. I imagine the whole order will be there, what's left of us, anyway. The ministry, too. Certainly the Aurors, Ginny added. Tonks was, everyone loved her. We'll probably see a lot of students and staff from Hogwarts as well, Hermione said. Professor Lupin, despite how his time as a professor ended, was well liked by most everyone. After the chamber I was so scared to come back to school. Especially when the Dementors came on the train, Ginny admitted. She toyed nervously with a loose thread on her shirt sleeve. He helped me feel like I had control again. Like I wasn't a victim of what had happened. He taught me how to cast a Patronus as a third year, Harry said. He shook his head, fighting back tears. Not enough people give him credit for that. He was the best defense teacher we've ever had by quite a margin, Hermione agreed. A pained smile lit her face. Present company excluded. Yeah, said Ron. Wait, what? Harry was equally confused. Ginny nudged Harry in the ribs. Face it, Potter, after Remus you were the best defense Professor Hogwarts had while we were there. Harry frowned and shook his head. I think that's a stretch to even consider me in the group. Even so, it was nice to be talking about anything else. Professor Moody was pretty good, too, said Ron. We learned a whole load of things from him. Disguised Death Eaters don't count, said Harry. The air went out of the conversation and Harry fought the urge to kick himself. The mention of Death Eaters had brought reality crashing back. Do we know where it's going to be? Ginny asked. Godric's Hollow, Harry whispered. The other three shot him curious looks. Biting his lip, he continued, Prophase, Remus mentioned it to me after Sirius died. Another stab of grief shot through him, but it was older and he'd grown more used to it. He didn't have many people he was close to after that. He and Tonks weren't yet. He shook his head. Anyway, he didn't have many close friends still alive. He still felt Sirius and my dad were his best friends, so he wanted, if something happened, to be buried beside my parents in Godric's Hollow. Hermione shot him a pained look. Harry, it's okay. I'm okay, he said with a watery smile. He took a deep breath. I think I can finally let that story end. It seems right. And Tonks. She would have wanted to be with Remus. Ginny said. She sniffed. She was mad for him, knew how important those few friends he had were to him. She was always telling me how lucky she was that she had him. She couldn't believe someone with such a good and selfless heart would notice her. How she didn't deserve him. And Remus felt the same about her, Harry said with a wistful smile. They were both mental, Ron choked back a sob. And brilliant, Harry said. Tonks never treated me like a child, Ginny said. She rubbed her arms against the chilly air and leaned against him. Everyone else around us was trying to keep the war from us. Keep us safe. But she knew it would come for us anyway. She was young, too. Knew what that was like, Hermione said with a sad smile. I always admired that about her. She'd gone straight into the ministry after Hogwarts. As an Auror no less. No pure-blood favoritism either. She'd made it all on her own merit. Hermione looked pained. She showed me that was possible. She'd always wanted siblings, Ginny said hoarsely. She told me she envied us. She loved getting to be around us even though things were bad. She was bloody fun. Would have been a great older sister, Ron said. He gave Ginny a wry look. She'd have been the new favorite, Ginny. You wouldn't stand a chance. Would be worth it, Ginny said. It was nice having her to talk to. Everyone else would have given me grief. She just listened. Let me vent. She sighed heavily. And during all that time at Grimmauld Place, she taught me all sorts of tricks, hexes, how to dodge spells, how to look after myself. She made me feel strong, she believed in me. Even when I bloody well didn't. Do you think Mrs. Tonks was all right with the arrangement? Hermione asked. Harry nodded. Her family disowned her when she married Ted. Blasted her right off the family tapestry, he said, wondering if that was where Sirius had gleaned the inspiration. I don't think she would have stood in the way. Ginny gripped his hand in hers. Across from them, Hermione leaned into Ron. He was still amazed sometimes at how close the two of them were. He'd always known it was a possibility, of course, assuming that neither of them killed the other, but seeing it firsthand was something very different. There was a long silence, and Harry could feel the inextricable pull of the conversation moving to the next funeral. And he knew none of them were ready for that quite yet. "I'm going to meet Teddy tomorrow," he said softly. "That's right, mate, you've got a godson," Ron goggled. "Bloody mental, isn't it?" Hermione smacked him on the arm. "What? I'm just saying. He's a bit young to have a godson, no. Sirius wasn't all that older than I am now when my parents made him my godfather," Harry pointed out. He'd been struggling with that notion ever since surviving the battle. The idea that he would soon be older than his parents ever got the chance to be still gnawed at him. "You're not seriously considering taking care of a child, Harry?" Hermione said nervously. Harry shook his head. "No. I wouldn't know, no. I just want to meet him," Harry said. "I want the chance to be there. For him the way Sirius wanted to be there for me when I was growing up." "I think that's beautiful," Ginny said. "Have you thought about Kingsley's offer yet?" Ron asked. "Thought about it? Yeah. But," Harry shrugged. "I talked with Neville at earlier today," Ron said, still dancing around the word funeral. He gave Harry a pointed look. "He reckons he's going to take the offer." "Really?" Harry asked. "He said Rodolphus Lestrange is still loose," Ron answered. "Got away after the battle." Harry nodded grimly. There were a lot of Death Eaters and followers of Voldemort still at large. It made him sick to his stomach to think about. This feeling that there was still so much to do after the war ended. "I'm going to finish Hogwarts," Hermione said. Harry smiled and Ron rolled his eyes. "Someone call the prophet," Harry said with a laugh. He felt Ginny giggle against him. "I'm not that predictable," Hermione objected sharply, folding her arms. "You're consistent," Ginny amended with a smirk. It did little to ease the pinch between Hermione's brows. "Consistently brilliant," Ron chimed in, grinning. Hermione's face softened, and with a fond smile, she pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. "Aw," Harry and Ginny teased in unison. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, just fuck off," Ron muttered, his ears burning red, but even he couldn't entirely hide the grin that tugged at his lips. "Language, Ron," Hermione said sharply, swatting his arm with a disapproving glare. "I was defending you," Ron exclaimed, throwing his arms up in frustration. Harry grinned widely. It was great to see that some things never changed. And he was glad to see his two best friends so happy together despite how hard everything else was. It was a relief he hadn't realized he needed. "You'd think that now we're dating, she'd cut me some slack." Ron grumbled, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a small, grudging smile. "I could have told you that wasn't going to happen, Ronald," Ginny quipped, her grin mischievous. She leaned back, clearly enjoying his frustration. "No one asked you, Ginevra," Ron drawled mockingly. "We'll see how cheery you were when Hermione's got your entire year's worth of revision tea. A medible's planned out before the first week's even over. It's our NEWT year," Hermione said pointedly, as though that explained everything. Ron threw up his hands and gestured toward her, as if to say case in point. But Ginny only responded by sticking out her tongue at him. "Nice to see that the two of you haven't changed either," Hermione said dryly, but there was a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Harry had to admit, there was something comforting about seeing the youngest Weasleys up to their usual antics. "How about you, Ron?" Harry asked. Given any thought to Kingsley's offer? Ron's expression shifted, his shoulders tensing as he rubbed the back of his neck. No, mate. Haven't really had the head for it yet. What with everything, you know." His voice trailed off, and Harry gave a small nod of understanding. "I've been doing everything I can not to think about, Fred's," Ron's voice faltered. He sucked in a shaky breath and finally whispered, "Funeral." Harry's heart clenched in his chest. "Whatever you need," he began, his voice low and steady. He glanced at Hermione for support, then back to Ron and Ginny. "We're here for you. Just say the word." Ron tightened his grip on Hermione's hand and gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Ginny buried her face in Harry's shoulder, her breath coming in uneven sighs as she fought to keep her composure. "I never really got to say goodbye to Sirius," Harry murmured, his gaze distant. "I just lost it after he died. Trashed Dumbledore's whole office." Ron managed a faint, fleeting smile. "Can you imagine, Ginny? Mum, whoa. I'd go mental if we did something like that." Ginny lifted her head slightly, her lips curving into a small, sad smile. "I keep thinking, Fred would be so disappointed if he saw us moping like this, she said quietly. He wouldn't want us sitting here whispering. Ron gave a reluctant chuckle. He'd want something loud and messy. With an obnoxious number of explosions, Ginny added, her smile growing. Hermione, ever practical, tilted her head. Borderline illegal, no doubt. Ron let out a genuine laugh, the kind Harry hadn't heard in days. Definitely illegal. On a broom, Ginny finished, her eyes lighting up. For the first time in what felt like forever, a real laugh bubbled out of her, a laugh that Fred would have loved. Harry watched them for a moment, something warm stirring in his chest. An idea struck him, sharp and sudden. He leaned down, kissed Ginny lightly on the cheek, and sprang to his feet. Be right back, he said, already dashing towards the burrow, a grin spreading across his face. Ginny watched Harry rush back into the house and turned to her brother with a raised eyebrow. But Ron just shrugged helplessly. Maybe he's cracked, Ron said. Hermione swatted his arm again and he rolled his eyes. I'm joking. Stop smacking me. Ginny shook her head, a smirk tugging at her lips as she watched Ron rub his arm. Honestly, Ron, you'd think you'd learn by now. Learn what? Ron grumbled. That Hermione's got a mean right hook. Hermione sniffed, brushing invisible dust off her sleeve. Perhaps to think before speaking. Ron rolled his eyes, but Ginny noticed the faint tug of a smile on his lips. Before she could comment, Hermione turned toward the burrow, her brow furrowing in thought. I'll go check on Harry, she said abruptly, as if only just deciding. Make sure he hasn't, I don't know. Tried to blow up the shed in some fit of inspiration. Ron gave a short laugh. In all honesty, that's probably a perfectly reasonable way to honor Fred. Ginny snorted softly at Ron's antics. Well, you're not entirely wrong, she said, though her brow remained furrowed as she gazed after Harry. Hermione offered a small smile but didn't reply. She disappeared into the house, leaving Ginny and Ron alone. He's up to something, Ginny murmured, her voice laced with equal parts curiosity and concern. Of course he is, Ron replied, shaking his head. It's Harry. He doesn't exactly do nothing, well. Does he? Ginny glanced at her brother, her teasing smile fading. Don't we all know it? For a moment, neither of them spoke. The faint hum of the late afternoon, the chirping of distant birds, and the rustle of leaves filled the silence. Ginny finally broke it, her voice softer now. Do you ever think about it, Ron? How long we've been involved in all this? Ron gave her a sidelong glance. His expression unreadable for a moment. Then he sighed. It's not fair, is it? None of it. Being that young and having to go through all of this, he said. We've been wrapped up in Voldemort stuff since we were first years. Ginny shrugged, though the motion was half-hearted. I don't think any of us really got to be young, Ron. Not with everything that's happened. No, I guess you're right. He muttered. He glanced up at the darkening sky. Still, it was comforting in a way. Comforting, really. Ginny's jaw tightened and she narrowed her gaze at her prat of a brother. Yeah, Ron shrugged. I mean, if 11-year-old Ron and Ginny could survive and foil Voldemort's plans, then I always figured 17-year-old us had a decent shot of it. Ginny let out a mirthless laugh. Her gaze fixed on a cluster of daisies near her feet. It's strange, isn't it? How fast it all happened. One day, it's school and Quidditch and homework, and the next, her voice trailed off, but Ron understood. And the next, it's war, he finished quietly. He shifted, plucking at the grass. But you handled it, Ginny. Better than I ever did. Ginny gave a short laugh. You're kidding, right? You, Harry, and Hermione out there on the run, saving the world, destroying dark artifacts, while I was stuck at Hogwarts. Ron shook his head. That wasn't nothing, Ginny. You don't know how much it meant to Harry. Knowing you were still fighting. Even if he doesn't say it, he noticed. Ginny's jaw tightened, and she looked away, her gaze fixed on the horizon. I don't even know if I want to go back, Ginny whispered. Almost as if saying it aloud might make it more real. The thought of walking those halls again, she trailed off, shaking her head. It's not just the memories, Ron. Her voice broke. And she bit her lip hard. It's everything. Ron shifted uncomfortably, clearly at a loss for words. I can't imagine what it was like, he said finally, his voice low. I mean, I heard the stories. But hearing and living it. It was awful, Ginny said simply, her voice raw. And I'm terrified that if I go back, It'll all come rushing back and I won't be able to get away or shake it off. Ron swallowed thickly. You don't have to go back, he said firmly. Not if you don't want to. You'll be of age. Ginny shook her head. No, I do. I need to finish. For myself. To prove that I can and that it's not Voldemort's school anymore. But that doesn't make it any easier. And being in Hermione's classes certainly won't help. You're in for it now, Ron muttered. Ginny shifted slightly, her arms crossing over her chest as she looked toward the burrow's front door, where Hermione had disappeared moments ago. You know, she began, her voice quieter now, Hermione hasn't really talked much about her parents. Hasn't even sent a letter or let them know everything was settled. Ron fidgeted with a stray thread on his jumper. She hasn't told you, has she? Told me what? Ginny turned to him, concern knitting her brow. What's going on? Ron sighed, glancing around as if to make sure they were truly alone. He lowered his voice. Before we left, to go looking for the Horcruxes. She wiped their memories. Made them think they didn't have a daughter. Sent them to Australia. Ginny's eyes widened. She what? She didn't have a choice, Ron said quickly, his voice defensive. It was the only way to keep them safe. Voldemort would have used them against her, against us, if he'd had the chance. Ginny's brow furrowed as she processed this. So they're just out there, somewhere. And they don't even know she exists. Ron nodded grimly. Yeah, and she hasn't told anyone else. Not Mum, not Dad. I don't think she's even told Kingsley yet. Just me and Harry. That's, Merlin, that's awful. Ginny breathed. She couldn't imagine being as steady as Hermione had been for them, for Ron, since the battle ended if her entire family was just missing. Once all this settles, I'm going with her to find them. Ron said, his tone firm. To set things right. I owe her that much, after what I did. Ginny's expression softened, and she reached out to squeeze his hand. Ron, you didn't. I did, Ginny. Ron interrupted, his voice low and heavy with guilt. I left her. Left both of them. I shouldn't have, but I did. And she forgave me. She always does, doesn't she? But I am not going to let her do this by herself. Not this time. Ginny made to object but Ron interrupted her. And I know Harry. He'll probably volunteer to come with me and Hermione when we go to find her parents. But he doesn't have to. And he shouldn't. Ginny raised an eyebrow, her teasing tone breaking through the seriousness. Oh, I see how it is. You just want some uninterrupted time with Hermione. A romantic getaway to Australia. No parental supervision. Ron flushed, his ears turning red. Yeah, that's exactly it. Nothing more romantic than tracking down long-lost parents with some complicated memory charm to undo. Ginny studied him for a moment before nodding. She's lucky to have you, you know. Ron gave her a small, self-deprecating smile. Yeah, well, I'll remind her of that next time she's smacking me for something stupid. Stop doing stupid things then. Ron snorted. I'll get right on that. Ginny laughed lightly, but her face turned serious again as Ron leaned closer, his expression serious. Look, Gin, I need you to keep an eye on Harry if he's not coming with us, all right? Ginny's brows furrowed. Ron, I mean it, Ron said, his voice taking on an edge of urgency. He's not telling us everything. I know he's not. What do you mean? Ginny asked, her tone sharp with worry. Ron hesitated, running a hand through his hair. Ever since that curse, the one Voldemort hit him with, he's been hiding something, even sharing a room. I haven't seen him without a shirt once. And I know Harry, shared a dorm with him since we were 11, he's not exactly shy about stuff like that. Ginny frowned, her concern deepening. You think he's hurt worse than he's letting on? I do, Ron said. Ginny's face tightened, but she forced herself to stay calm. He's always been like that, Ron. Keeping things to himself, thinking he has to deal with everything alone. That's why I need you. Why he needs you, Ron pressed. You've got a way of getting through to him. You've always been good at that. He grinned. It would drive Hermione mental, before all this. She'd needle and prod him and he'd just clam up. But I dunno, he's different with you. Ginny felt her heart swell with his words. Ron, he's my best friend, Ron said, cutting her off. And he's had shit luck in his life with people looking out for him, so I'm bloody protective of him. Oh, and you're not protective of me. Ginny raised an eyebrow. She had a vivid recollection of their row after he'd caught her and Dean snogging. Merlin, how she wished she could scrub that from her brain. I've known you your whole bloody life, Ginny. You've been able to look out for yourself longer than I have, he shot back. You've got brothers and parents and more friends than I think any of us realized. Harry has me and Hermione. So yeah, I'm going to worry about him. He carded a hand through his hair. You're the only person we trust with him, Ron said. Because I think you get it. You see him as Harry and not Harry Potter. Ginny smiled faintly, her gaze softening. The three of you have been looking out for each other for years. All those times you faced Ucane, Voldemort, those ridiculous adventures, trolls, giant spiders. The Chamber of Secrets. Ron rubbed at his jaw. Yeah, but it hasn't really been just the three of us for a while. Not since you and Harry got together. Maybe even before all that, he said, his voice quiet. He gave Ginny an unusually fond look. Even when it was just the three of us out there looking for Horcruxes, Harry was still keeping an eye on you with the Marauders map. You were with him the whole time, in a way. Ginny blinked, caught off guard by the thought. For a moment she considered telling Ron what Harry had confided in her about, how she'd been the last thing he pictured when Voldemort cursed him. But the urge left her quickly, there was something intensely intimate about that. Something that he'd shared with her and no one else. I didn't know that. Ron shrugged. He's always been like that about you. And now I think he's still trying to keep it all on his shoulders. But you're good for him, Ginny. He needs you. Ginny's SMI. LeGrew in her chest tightened at her brother's words. Well, he's not going to get away with keeping secrets from me for long. That's the spirit, Ron said, grinning despite himself. Just don't let him brood his way out of it. Ginny chuckled, her worry easing just a little. He won't. Trust me. The room was quiet except for the muffled creaks of the burrow settling for the night and Ron's steady breathing. Harry lay on the camp bed, his arms folded behind his head, counting the minutes until it felt late enough to move without causing suspicion. He didn't know what was worse, the anticipation or the way his stomach kept twisting in awkward knots. Ron finally broke the silence. This is bloody weird, isn't it? Harry snorted softly. Yeah, a little. I mean, Ron went on, his voice low, we've faced Death Eaters. Giant spiders, and, actual death. But sneaking around my parents' house feels more terrifying. Harry laughed under his breath, relief breaking through the tension. You'd think after everything else. This would be easy. Easy. Mate, you're sneaking down to spend the night with my sister. Ron shifted, turning his head toward Harry with a disbelieving expression on his face. And I'm encouraging it. Yeah, Harry admitted with a hopeless chuckle. But it's not like he stopped himself, his face heating. It's not what it looks like. We both sleep better this way. I don't know whether to be hurt or disgusted. Ron let out a dry laugh and waved him off. Just don't let Mum catch us either way. They both were quiet before Ron sighed. Look, just be good to her, all right? I mean it. Harry nodded, though Ron probably couldn't see it in the dimly lit room. I promise. Hey, what was it that you ran off to do earlier? Ron asked. Harry shook his head, hiding a smile. Nothing yet. They both fell quiet again, the weight of the moment stretching between them. Ron shifted, rustling the blankets as he rolled onto his side. Harry stayed put, staring at the door and willing his nerves to calm. Finally, with a deep breath and a glance back at Ron's now still form, he swung his legs over the edge of the bed and quietly headed for the door. Night, Ron. Night. Harry descended the steps, wand in hand. He cast a quick silencing charm on his feet and avoided what he'd found were the creakiest floorboards, stepping gingerly over them. He reached Ginny's room and pushed the door open with a soft knock. Hermione rose from her camp bed, her cheeks red. She whispered a quick goodnight to him and Ginny, and headed up the stairs to Ron's attic room. Harry closed the door behind her as quietly as he could. Ginny was tucked under the quilt, her characteristic smirk curling her lips. The look she gave him set his heart racing in his chest. Hey, you, she said softly, scooting over to make room for him on the small bed. Hey, yourself, he said. Took you long enough, she teased, propping herself up on one elbow. What, did you and Ron get lost in a heartfelt discussion about Chudley Cannon's strategies? Harry rolled his eyes and tried not to grin as he set his glasses on the bedside table. Something like that, he muttered. He kicked off his socks and slid under the covers beside her. Ginny poked his side, and he flinched away instinctively. You'd better not keep me waiting next time. I might start thinking you've got cold feet. He turned onto his side. Facing her. His hand found her hip and his thumb traced the waist of her pajama bottoms. Cold feet. You're the one who kept kicking me with those little ice cubes of yours. Ginny gasped in mock offense, shoving his shoulder lightly. I don't kick. You kick, Harry said, his voice softening as he caught her hand mid-shove. He kept hold of it, his thumb brushing her knuckles as their eyes met. Her smirk melted into something softer, her freckles glowing in the pale light. Maybe I was just trying to get closer, she said, her voice teasing but with an edge of honesty that made his chest tighten. How much closer? Harry murmured, eyebrows wriggling. This was so much more like what they'd had the year before at Hogwarts. The teases, the flirting led to snogging in alcoves or broom cupboards. Ginny raised an eyebrow, her expression turning playful again. Oh, I could show you. He barely had time to smirk before she leaned in, closing the gap between them. The kiss was warm, familiar, but still electric, as if every time they touched was the first. Ginny shifted closer, her hand sliding up to his neck, tangling in his hair. The teasing, the banter, all of it fell away, replaced by the quiet hum of them together. Harry's hand found her waist. He pulled her against him, deepening the kiss. Ginny's fingers curled tighter in Harry's hair, sending shivers down his spine. He shifted, torn between trying to hide his arousal and not giving a damn. Her touch was unhurried but certain, her hands sliding from his hair to his shoulders, tracking the faint lines of old scars as though memorizing them. Harry's hand lingered at her waist, the fabric of her nightshirt soft under his fingertips. His heart pounded in his chest as he tentatively trailed his fingers under the hem of her shirt and brushed his thumb over her hip. She jumped. Ticklish, she whispered, breaking the kiss just enough to tease him. I remember, he murmured back, grinning as he pressed his forehead against hers. Ginny didn't let him dwell long. Her lips found his again, her hands steady as they moved to cup his face, grounding him. The world beyond the bed faded into nothing, no worries. No expectations, just the warmth and sweetness of her. His hand ventured up, skimming her back as he drew her closer, feeling the way she melted into him. There was something intoxicating about her confidence. The way she held him as though they had all the time in the world. It was thrilling and terrifying all at once. The intensity of it made his breath hitch as she kissed him again, deeper this time. Harry, she whispered, her voice softer now, like a secret meant only for him. Yeah, he managed, his voice heavy. Ginny smiled against his lips, her laughter warm and quiet. Nothing. Just like saying your name. Harry's heart pounded in his chest. He pulled her closer before finding her lips again. Harry froze as Ginny's hands slipped under his shirt, her touch warm against his skin. Her touch sent shivers racing through him. She moved slowly, deliberately, working her fingers up his chest, but the moment her fingers brushed the edge of the bruise across his chest, he flinched back. Ginny. Wait, he said, pulling away slightly. His heart pounded and everything was suddenly all too real and uncertain again. It's not exactly pretty. Ginny's gaze was soft, her voice unwavering. Harry, I don't care about pretty. I care about you. She didn't let him retreat, her hands still resting lightly against his sides. You don't have to hide anything from me. Together, right? Harry searched her face, looking for a trace of doubt, but that blazing look in her eyes gave him courage. Slowly, reluctantly, he sat up and let his hand fall away, giving her the space to push his shirt up. He moved to help her, wincing slightly as he eased the fabric over his head and tossed it aside. Ginny's breath caught as her eyes fell on the dark, mottled bruise. It was healing, but slowly. The center was still a deep, angry purple that faded into shades of sick yellow and green along the edges. Her fingers hovered just above his skin, not touching, as though afraid to hurt him. Does it still hurt? She asked quietly. Harry huffed a faint laugh, though it lacked humor. It doesn't feel great. She reached out again, her touch firmer this time but still EFUL as her fingers ghosted over his collarbone and down to the edge of the bruise. Harry flinched but didn't pull away. Does this hurt? She asked, her fingers brushing lightly along the edge of the bruise. Only a bit, he said. This? She asked, leaning forward and placing a tender kiss at the center of the bruise. His breath hitched. Not really, he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. The feather-light touch of her lips on his chest made it hard to form words. Her hands didn't falter, her touch deliberate, as though she was tracing the battle he'd fought and won and etching it into her memory. You shouldn't have to carry all of this alone, she said, her voice thick. I'm used to it, Harry muttered, but Ginny shook her head. Well, get unused to it, Potter, she said. She straddled his waist, her hands sliding to cup his face and her eyes locking onto his. Because I'm here, Harry. For all of it. For you. He couldn't find the words to reply, his throat was too tight. He leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers, and let out a shaky breath. She deserved words, to let her know just how much she meant to him with no doubt or room for interpretation. But something held him back. The part of him that could form words had never put those specific ones together. Ginny pulled back and sat up, a playful glint in her darkening eyes. My turn, she said with a smirk, tugging at the hem of her shirt. Harry blinked. What? This was suddenly further than they'd ever pushed the physical part of their relationship during those short few weeks they'd been together. It's only fair, she teased. Her grin widening as she pulled her shirt off in one smooth motion. Her hair tumbled around her shoulders, and she laughed softly at Harry's wide-eyed expression. You don't play fair, he muttered. Though there was no heat in his words, just awe. Never have, Ginny quipped, leaning closer. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. His heart pounded thunderously in his chest. He raised a hand and traced the line of her shoulder, down along her collarbone, over the curve of her breast, and back down to her side. Her face flushed but her eyes never strayed from him. He pulled her back to him. Skin to skin, and his lips found hers again. His fingers ran over her back, feathered touches along her spine. Hers raced over him and he shivered as her nails scraped his skin. For the first time that day, the heaviness of grief lifted a little. The rain was light, a mist that settled over Godric's Hollow like a shroud. The small churchyard, tucked behind a weathered stone chapel, was filled with witches and wizards who had braved the dreary weather to pay their respects. Harry stood near the front, surrounded by the Weasleys and Hermione. Insulated against the crowd of Order members, Aurors, Hogwarts professors and students. Even so, he could not help but overhear the murmurs and whispers behind was not supposed to be about him. None of the funerals were supposed to be about him. And yet, someone always seemed to try and turn it that way. The damp chill crept through his robes, clawing at him almost like a Dementor's presence, and he did his best to blend into the crowd. He wished, briefly, that he had some chocolate, and his heart ached. His gaze was fixed on the simple headstone, shared between Remus and Tonks as his parents was, their inscriptions etched freshly into the stone face. Remus John Lupin, friend, teacher, father, hero. The 10th of March 1960 to the 2nd of May 1998. Nymphadora Tonks Lupin, our light in the darkness. The 25th of November 1973 to the 2nd of May 1998. Teddy Lupin, wrapped in Mrs. Tonks's arms, let out a soft whimper, as though sensing the solemnity of the occasion. Harry swallowed down the lump in his throat. What was he supposed to say to Mrs. Tonks, who had lost her daughter, her son-in-law, her husband, her entire family? What could he possibly say to the baby in her arms, a child who would never know the parents who had fought so bravely for a world he was too young to understand? He thought of his own parents, of the stories and secondhand memories, of growing up wondering about people he'd never had the chance to know. Remus and Tonks were gone. All that was left of them now was a boy too small to understand his loss and the promise Harry had made to be there for him. Harry was thankful for the distraction when Kingsley rose and St. Ept in front of the assembled mourners. He looked older and more tired than Harry had ever seen him before. I asked to speak today to honor the life of Nymphadora Tonks Lupin, a woman of immense courage, unwavering loyalty, and a heart that could brighten the darkest of days, Kingsley began. His voice rang out, calm and strong despite the hurt he was carrying. I first met Nymphadora, or Tonks, as she demanded we call her, when she was a fresh recruit in the Auror office. He shook his head sadly and choked back a sob. Forgive me, I have buried many friends this week, he said. He rubbed T. He bridge of his nose and took a deep breath. Harry took some strength from that as well. If Kingsley could gather the strength to speak of his close friends, Harry would, too. Beside him, Ginny clasped his hand gently. He was immeasurably thankful for her presence. Tonks was full of energy, wit, and a talent for transformation that kept us all on our toes. Kingsley paused, grinning fondly. What stood out to me was her determination, not just to master her craft but to make the world safer, kinder. Kingsley glanced down at Mrs. Tonks and Teddy and smiled. All of us grizzled, hardened, old F. Wools would call that naive. In fact, only Alistair Moody didn't. Which really should have been our first clue that Tonks was better than we deserved. Tonks was more than a colleague, she was my friend. And here, Kingsley's voice hitched again. Harry felt Ginny tense beside him and choke through a sob. She brought light and laughter into the grim realities we often faced. As an Auror, she was fearless but fair. As a person, she was endlessly compassionate, a rare blend that made her an extraordinary woman. During the war, Tonks proved time and again the depth of her courage and conviction. He fought not just for a better world but for love, for Remus, and later for her son Teddy, and for the family we all became through that shared struggle. Even in the face of unimaginable fear, she stood firm, believing in the power of unity and hope. Her sacrifice is a reminder of the price of freedom and the strength it takes to fight for it. I will always carry the memory of her laugh, her determination, and her endless capacity for joy and love. Let us remember Tonks as she was, a warrior, a friend, a devoted mother, and above all, a beacon of light in our darkest hours. I hope you rest easy, Tonks, you've earned it, my friend. And I will do my best to see that the world you fought for comes to be. A quiet ripple of polite applause moved through the gathered mourners, mingling with murmured words of agreement and approval. Kingsley walked with solemn purpose toward Mrs. Tonks. He handed her Tonks's Auror badge with both hands, followed by a polished wooden case that Harry knew must contain her wand. Mrs. Tonks's fingers trembled as she accepted them. Kingsley offered her a small, teary smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, then glanced down at Teddy with a warmth that, for an instant, softened the heavy air. He placed a steadying hand on Mrs. Tonks's shoulder before turning back to the gathering. Reaching the front once more, Kingsley spoke again. During our time together, I had the privilege of growing close to Remus John Lupin as well, he began, his lips curving into a fleeting, knowing smile that lit his otherwise solemn face. We didn't travel in the same circles during our time at Hogwarts. And we were not in the same year. In fact, very few people were ever truly allowed into Remus's world. Kingsley paused, letting his words settle. But those of us fortunate enough to be welcomed into his circle were better for it. His gaze swept across the crowd before it came to rest on Harry. And now, Harry Potter has asked to speak on behalf of those who knew Remus best. Those who he trusted most. Kingsley nodded once to Harry, stepping back to give him the floor. Harry stepped forward, his feet feeling heavier than they had a moment ago. He paused for a moment, letting his gaze travel over the mourners. His eyes roamed over the faces gathered there, Mrs. Tonks, pale but stoic, clutching baby Teddy close to her chest. The Weasleys stood together like a wall of red, and he drew strength from their presence. Nearby, the Hogwarts professors were gathered, their expressions solemn but proud, as they paid their respects to a man who had been one of their own. A little further back, a cluster of Aurors stood straight-backed in black robes. Beyond them, the sea of faces that once filled Hogwarts classrooms stretched endlessly, former students who had learned from Remus Lupin, who had come to honor the teacher who had taught them courage alongside defense against the dark arts. Harry drew in a steadying breath. His heart pounded in his chest, but he willed his voice to stay firm. Remus Lupin, along with Sirius Black, was my father's best friend, he began, his voice quiet but unwavering. But more than that, they were his brothers in every way that mattered. As he spoke, Harry's mind flickered back to the moments that shaped his connection to Remus. He remembered the first time Remus had spoken of his father, not as a distant hero, but as James Potter, the prankster. The loyal friend, the man who had made mistakes and laughed at himself for them. Remus was the first person I'd ever met who could tell me stories about my dad as his friend, Harry said. A smile tugged at his lips. Through Remus, I got glimpses of a family I'd thought was lost forever. They felt alive through him. But when I first met Remus, I didn't know any of that. All I knew was that he was the first defense against the dark arts teacher who actually cared. He wanted us to learn not just spells, but how to believe in ourselves. He showed us that even when the odds were stacked against us, we could fight back." Harry paused, his throat tightening. He let his eyes travel to the modest grave prepared for Remus, resting beside Sirius and his parents. Quote, "Remus had a strength that most people underestimated," he said, his voice quieter now, almost as if speaking to the man himself. "He wasn't loud or flashy, and he never sought attention. He carried burdens no one should have to bear. But he bore them with dignity and kindness. Life didn't always treat him kindly in return, but he didn't let it make him bitter. He chose to fight, not just for himself, but for a world that could be better. For the people he loved." The words came slower now, heavier. It was hard for Remus to let people in. He kept people at arm's length, even when it broke his heart to do it. "It's why I'm so glad that he and Tonks found each other. Because they were so perfect for each other." Tonks had this way of making people feel like they belonged, even when they didn't believe it themselves. After everything he'd been through, after all the pain, the loneliness, the loss, there was love. Real, stubborn, messy love. And in the end, that's what stays behind, isn't it? That's what matters. Memories of Remus's quiet insight and Tonks's laughter flooded back to him. He wanted to say something more, to let those who had come together to share in that grief understand just how wonderful they had been as people, but words seemed insufficient, trapped behind the knot in his chest that had ice-cold fingers gripping his heart tightly. His gaze landed on Ginny. She was already looking back at him. Her eyes filled with a quiet determination that struck him like lightning. Her eyes wide and shimmering, fighting against despair and grief and tears for him, staying strong for him despite all the impossible pain she was feeling, too. His heart ached for her in a way it never had before, so fiercely it was almost unbearable. And yet he had never been more grateful that his heart belonged to her. Harry's gaze dropped to the ground for a moment before he lifted it again. He fought back the tears that threatened to fall. He raised his wand, just as Remus had taught him, his voice trembling slightly as he whispered, "Expecto Patronum." A shimmering silver stag burst forth from the tip of his wand, illuminating the gray, overcast day with its brilliance. It stepped forward and paused as if waiting. The crowd watched in silence as the stag bowed its great antlered head. Then there was a rush of whispers from the mourners, and one by one, other glowing shapes began to materialize. Ginny's horse cantered alongside it, Ron's dog and Hermione's otter appeared next, joined as well. More wands lifted, their light adding to the growing brilliance. Harry counted Kingsley's lynx, McGonagall's cat, Mr. Weasley's weasel, and Luna's hare, and among the shimmering menagerie, Harry noticed unfamiliar shapes: a hummingbird flitting gracefully, a sturdy toad crouching low, a clever fox flicking its tail. They stood together, a dazzling congregation of hope and memory, their light cutting through the heavy fog of grief. For a moment, they seemed to be the only things moving. Then, as if by some unspoken agreement, the creatures faded one by one, dissolving into the air. As Harry stepped back into the fold, the weight of his grief felt just a little lighter. The Weasley family surged forward, surrounding him in a sea of embraces. He held onto each of them tightly, drawing strength from their shared sorrow and grief. When he finally released them, his arms stayed firmly around Ginny, her presence anchoring him in a way nothing else could. The rain began to ease, the mist lifting slightly as the service came to a quiet close. Harry stood watch over the heads, ones of his parents and their best friends, as the mourners began to leave. He whispered perfunctory, "Thank you, to those who stopped to offer their condolences," but his eyes never met theirs, they never moved from the damp gray stones. And slowly, they left as well until only Harry, the Weasleys, Hermione, and Mrs. Tonks remained. "We'll give you a moment, Mr. Weasley said softly, patting Harry gently on the shoulder. He motioned back towards the front of the church. "We'll be just beyond." When Ginny made to leave, Harry refused to let go of her hand. He could feel her gaze on him when he did, and he fixed her with a look that he hoped could convey just how badly he needed her to stay. She seemed to understand. With a small nod, she leaned into him, her touch a quiet reassurance. Her fingers tightened around his. Then it was just them, Mrs. Tonks, and Teddy. The last time he'd seen her, Tonks had been alive. Ted had been alive. Remus had been alive. He'd been too focused on the war and the escape from Privet Drive to even think about what she might have been going through. Now, she was alone in a way that made Harry's own loneliness seem trivial. He thought of the Weasleys waiting for him. He thought of Hermione and Ron standing as close by as they could without being rude. He thought of Ginny's hand in his. He thought of the grief they were all sharing and how it seemed that much more bearable for the mere fact they were sharing it. Teddy broke the silence first. A fussing sound that threatened to turn into a cry until Mrs. Tonks readjusted him, rocking him in her arms and whispering soothing noises. Harry was struck by the sudden shift in her, how her devotion to Teddy and his need for her overpowered the grief that had echoed so horribly in her eyes just moments before. When her eyes met Harry's, he felt a jolt of guilt and fear, guilt for being alive when so many others weren't, fear that she might blame him for what had happened to her family. "Harry," she said softly, her voice thin but steady. There was no accusation in her voice, only a quiet, painful acknowledgement of the weight they shared. She shifted Teddy slightly and the baby's head peeked out from the blanket. Harry's breath caught. Teddy's hair was a soft tuft of turquoise. "Is he?" he breathed. "A metamorphagus, Mrs. Tonks said with a watery smile. "Hasn't been much for pink though." Beside him, Ginny choked out a laugh despite herself. "He's brilliant. I bet Tonks loved that," Harry said. He couldn't pull his eyes away from Teddy. "Oh, Remus had a fair bit of fun with that, too, Mrs. Tonks said pointedly. He started trying to get Teddy to match colors with whatever he was wearing. I think he was going quite stir-crazy. Harry's heart ached as he thought of Remus, newly a father, caught between fear and excitement, yet bursting with the joy of watching his son's first bit of magic. The image of Remus, so full of hope for Teddy's future despite everything, was almost too much to bear. He would have been a great dad. "Mrs. Tonks," Harry said. "Oh, he was, Harry," Mrs. Tonks insisted. Tears fell silently down her cheeks and she turned her gaze from Teddy to Harry. They didn't get to be parents for very long. But they were, both of them were. She fought to hold his gaze. Her bottom lip trembled as she took a great, heaving breath. They were brilliant. I can promise you that. Another moment of silence passed between them before Harry worked up the nerve to mention what he had intended from the start. "I don't know if Remus got around to telling you," he began tentatively. "He showed up at Bill and Fleur's when Teddy was born. He asked me to be Teddy's godfather." Mrs. Tonks turned back to Teddy and nodded. "I don't know, I'm not. Harry, it is an enormous responsibility to raise a child," Mrs. Tonks said carefully. "I hope you're not suggesting." He shook his head and tried again. "No, please. I don't want to take Teddy from you. I just want to help," he said. He glanced down at the tiny baby in her arms and then to the stone marker bearing Sirius's name. "I want to try and be the type of godfather Sirius would have been if everything hadn't. You would have been a terror if Sirius had raised you," Mrs. Tonks said, a teasing gleam in her eyes. "He would have spoiled you rotten. Then I guess I've got some catching up to do," he teased back with a sniffling laugh. Mrs. Tonks laughed. "You look very much like your father, Harry, but I see a great deal of Sirius in you as well," she said fondly. "He always said you were his favorite cousin," Harry said. "Not a high bar to clear, I imagine," Mrs. Tonks tried for a joke, and Harry couldn't help thinking of Dudley Dursley, his own favorite and least favorite cousin. Mrs. Tonks sighed. Eden glanced down to the stone bearing Sirius's name. It was very kind of Kingsley to arrange this for Sirius as well. Harry nodded, realizing again just how different Kingsley was to the other ministers he'd met. "Part of me worried about putting the three of them together again," Harry said with a chuckle. "I've been hearing about how much trouble they get into together for years." Mrs. Tonks laughed and wiped the tears from her eyes. "Well, Dora is probably feeling right at home then. Mum was probably beside herself when Remus fell in love with someone more like the rest of the Marauders." Harry shook his head with a laugh. Mrs. Tonks gave him a look of vague recognition. He shrugged. "It's what they called themselves. They always seem to search out trouble. Well, at least the trouble they get into now will be," she seemed to struggle to find the word. "On," Harry supplied. "On," Mrs. Tonks nodded. She glanced down at the row of stones. I think, for now, the Marauders' work is done. Mischief managed. Ginny muttered beside him. Harry breathed in sharply. Sorry, Mrs. Tonks asked. Oh, that's just something they used to say when. Harry struggled with how to explain the significance of those two words. When they were done getting into trouble for the night. Did they? Mrs. Tonks asked, her eyes dancing with surprise and delight. For such troublemakers they were really quite romantic. I'm really proud of them, Harry began, his voice faltering as he searched for the right words. I'm so glad I got to know them, that they believed in me, trusted me with Teddy. His throat tightened, but he forced himself to continue. I've never been more proud of anything in my life. He swallowed hard, willing the lump in his throat to ease. I'll do my best to live up to what they wanted. To what they hoped for. Mrs. Tonks turned to him suddenly, and he felt her hand on his arm. Oh, Harry, I don't think you will ever truly understand how highly they all thought of you, she said. I'll admit I had some reservations when Remus wanted to name you godfather. But, knowing what you've gone through, hearing you today, they could not have chosen better. They would be so proud of you. All of them. She gestured to the 5 names before them. For what it's worth, I am, too. Ginny gave his hand a squeeze. Thank you, Mrs. Tonks, Harry said. It's Andromeda, Harry. Or Andy. She corrected gently, her tone firm but warm. We're family, you and I. Several ways over, in fact. Harry reached out a hesitant hand, then stopped, unsure if it was the right thing to do. Can I hold him? His voice sounded small, almost childlike, but Andromeda didn't hesitate. She stepped closer and carefully passed Teddy into Harry's arms. Teddy was surprisingly solid. He squirmed, his tiny face scrunching up before relaxing again, and Harry felt something unfamiliar twist in his chest, a fierce, protective instinct he hadn't expected. This was Remus's son, Tonks's son, their legacy. Hi, Teddy, Harry said, his voice low. I'm your godfather, Harry. He fixed his eyes on Teddy as the boy's hair darkened. Oh, Ginny gasped. That was Remus's favorite game, Andromeda said, shaking her head sadly, trying to see who and what got him to change his hair. I imagine if we brought him over to the rest of the Weasleys he'd fit right in before we knew it. She paused, a thoughtful look crossing her face, before casting Ginny a playful glance. Though I suspect that sight might be a bit much for your parents at the moment. Ginny's ears went red and Harry felt heat creeping up his own face as he blushed alongside her. Andromeda laughed, and in that moment, Harry realized just how little she resembled either of her sisters. Dora talked about you as well, my dear, she said gently to Ginny. We talked a lot while she was patrolling Hogwarts, Ginny admitted. Really? Harry asked. What about stubborn men? Ginny and Andromeda said together. And they both laughed again. Teddy began to fuss in Harry's arms. He's getting tired, Andromeda said gently. Harry nodded and carefully handed the baby back to her. I should get him home for his nap, she added, her gaze softening as she looked down at Teddy. His hair shifted from black to a soft blue. She hesitated, her voice quieter when she spoke again. We always had family dinners on Friday nights. Teddy and we'd love it if you both would join us next week. Wouldn't miss it, Mrs. Tonks, Ginny said. Andy, this time with a touch more insistence, though her tone remained kind. She gave them a sad smile. I'll see you Friday. Then, I suppose. She glanced toward the Weasley family gathered at the front of the church. Please give my love and condolences to the rest of your family, Miss Weasley. Ginny, she corrected with a grin of her own. Andromeda's smile grew, and with a small nod, she turned to leave, cradling Teddy against her shoulder. Harry watched them go. For the first time, he truly understood what they had been fighting for, a future. A chance for children like Teddy to grow up surrounded by love, laughter, and hope. His gaze shifted to the Weasleys, clustered together in shared grief at the front of the church. They just had one last great heartbreak to endure. Then, perhaps, the healing could finally begin. Once everyone had arrived back at the burrow, Bill, Elle and Fleur bid the rest of them goodnight before returning to Shell Cottage. George gave them a grunted farewell before climbing back into his room. Mum put on some tea and set out a bit of food, but no one had much of an appetite, other than Ron. He scarfed down a full plate of food before the first cup of tea had been poured. Percy and Charlie stayed for a bit before deciding to turn in. Then it was just her parents, and the trio. No, Ginny reminded herself, remembering Ron's assurances from the day before. It was her parents and them now. You doing all right, Harry? She asked. Ron paused, his mouth half filled with food. To spare a glance over at his best friend. Harry looked absolutely exhausted. And after the day he'd had, she couldn't blame him. You should get some sleep. Harry nodded numbly. Ron stuffed the last few bites into his mouth, muttered something that might have been, "Come on, mate," to Harry, and helped usher Harry out of his seat. Harry paused by the base of the stairs. Then turned around and found her again. He pulled her into a fierce hug that seemed to defy the exhaustion in his bones. She felt his fingers wind through her hair, as if he were doing everything in his power to assure himself that she was real. Good night, he muttered against her hair. Then he released her and allowed Ron to lead him up the stairs. Ginny watched him go, her heart hammering in her chest. There was a long moment of silence between her, Hermione, and her parents. She felt exhausted, and she was dreading the day to come. But she had to find a way to hold it together for a while longer. There were some things only a mother and daughter could figure out together. Dad seemed to sense this. With a weary sigh he pulled himself from the table, gave Mum a kiss and said, "I'll turn in. Leave you to it." Ginny could sense Hermione's eyes on her, but couldn't yet meet them. She felt her neck flush and averted her gaze. Hermione seemed to get the message. "I'm exhausted," she said pointedly. "I think I'll head up as well. See you, Ginny." "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." "Good night, dear," Mum said gently. She was still staring down at her tea. There was another long silence between them. Ginny sat at the kitchen table tracing idle patterns in the grain of the wood. The burrow was quieting as everyone turned in and readied for bed. Ginny gave it a few more minutes, as long as she could stand, in the hopes that the rest of the house would be asleep. Mum stood and began to bustle through the kitchen. She paused when she saw Ginny sitting there, her brow furrowing slightly. "Can't sleep?" Mum asked, setting the towel down and filling the kettle. Ginny shook her head. "No, just thinking." Mum hummed softly, her back to Ginny as she prepared another pot of tea. A moment later, she sat down beside her daughter, refilling her steaming mug in front of her. Mum watched her for a long moment before speaking. "What's on your mind, love?" Ginny hesitated, the words caught in her throat. Finally she asked, "Mum, how did you know you loved Dad?" Mum blinked, caught off guard. "Well, that's a question I wasn't expecting tonight," she said with a chuckle. "Though I suppose Abe I should have after watching the two of you this afternoon. Seeing him with little Teddy. It makes a mother glad to know we've had certain talks already." Ginny felt her face flush, but Mum placed a comforting hand on hers. "This is a conversation I'm happy to have in light of everything we've all been through." Mum stirred her tea thoughtfully. "It wasn't any one moment, really. It was a lot of little things. The way he looked at me, like I was the most fascinating person in the world, even when I don't think I was saying anything particularly clever. The way he made me laugh. How safe I felt when he was near." Ginny nodded slowly, catching on the familiar thread of Mum's words. She thought back to the funeral for Remus and Tonks, the way Harry had reached for her hand without a word. How his grip had tightened when the names were read aloud. How he'd kept her close as if he couldn't face it alone. The way he'd looked at her afterward, his eyes full of something she couldn't name but felt all the same. "Do you think," Ginny's voice wavered slightly, "do you think it's possible to love someone even if they haven't said it back? Even if they might not even realize it themselves?" Mum tilted her head. Understanding flickered across her face. "Ah," she said gently, setting her spoon down. "I think the real question is whether you know how you feel." Ginny bit her lip. "I think I do," she said quietly. "I think I love him." "And you think he loves you too," Mum said, her tone leading but patient. Ginny nodded, her grip tightening on the edge of her mug. "I think so. It's just, he's never said it. But sometimes, the way he looks at me or the things he does, it feels like he's trying to say it. Sometimes I think he almost does and then stops." Mum reached out and placed a warm hand over Ginny's. "Ginny, you've always known yourself and had a good sense for those around you. If you think he loves you, then I'd wager you're right. But Harry's been through so much." Samati. Me's people who've been hurt as much as he has struggled to say the things they feel, even when they feel them deeply. She gave Ginny a pointed look. And as you yourself can attest, it is a rather right prospect even if your entire life has been filled with love, as I hope you know we've tried to make it. Ginny's chest ached as she thought of her parents, about how she'd always felt loved even when she was furious at them. Then about Harry's quiet grief, his scars, the way he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders without ever asking for help and always somehow seemed to think he would have to deal with his struggles alone. She nodded. Mum smiled gently. When I was your age, I used to wonder why your dad didn't share things about himself more often. But I soon realized, love isn't just about what people say. It's about what they do. And from what I've seen, Harry has done plenty to show you how much he cares. Ginny felt a small, reluctant smile tug at her lips. He does, she admitted. He's always there when I need him. He just knows. Mum squeezed her hand. Give him time, Ginny. He'll find the words. When he's ready. But until then, don't doubt what you already know in your heart. Ginny nodded. She felt herself relaxing for the first time that evening. Thanks, Mum, she murmured. Mum leaned over and kissed the top of Ginny's head. Anytime, love. Now finish your tea before it gets cold. Ginny smiled softly and took a sip, the warmth of the drink and her mother's words settling deep into her chest. Ginny woke to sunlight streaming through her window. It was the kind of morning that might have felt hopeful, if not for the weight pressing on her chest. She stretched and glanced over at the empty space beside her in the bed. Harry wasn't there. Hermione had, left to trade places with him in Ron's room during the midnight hours like they had done the past few nights when they thought no one would notice. Ginny was glad for that. She hadn't slept well, tossing and turning through restless dreams, and the last thing she would have wanted was for Harry to share in her unease. She slid out of bed and pushed open her bedroom window. The scent of freshly cut grass and blooming wildflowers filled the air, carried on the cool spring breeze. It was such a peaceful contrast to how she felt at that moment, with that pit in her stomach and ache in her chest. The weather was better than the day before, and for that, Ginny supposed she was grateful. There was something fitting about sending Fred off into the sunset, no rain, no dreary clouds hanging overhead. This was Fred they were honoring. After all, he wouldn't have stood for it. He'd have come up with some wild plan to turn the rain into slime or enchant it to dye everyone's clothes, hair, and skin in blindingly obnoxious colors. Percy would have been livid, and Mum would have screamed loud enough to scare the ghoul in the attic. Ginny swallowed hard. She would have given anything for it. The quiet murmur of voices drifted up from the kitchen, and the faint clatter of pots and pans hinted at her mother's ceaseless efforts to keep everyone fed and busy and thinking about anything other than what today meant for them. Ginny sighed, pulled on a jumper over her pajamas, and headed up to the bathroom. She almost bumped into Harry on the landing as he stepped out of the bathroom, pulling his shirt down over his head. For a brief moment, she caught a flash of the blotchy purple bruise on his chest. It was healing slowly, but it looked better than it had when she'd first seen it 2 days before, barely. There was something about that bruise, and the other scars that covered her boyfriend's chest and arms, that set her heart racing and aching at the same time. Something wild and warrior-like about them. But something that made him seem so vulnerable all the same. Hey, morning, he said, giving her a quick kiss. His voice was tentative, careful, but she leaned into him and wrapped her arms around his waist. Drawing comfort from him, he smelled clean and earthy, like the fresh air after rain. She could smell the subtle hint of soap from his shower, a bit of mint from brushing his teeth, and something distinctly him, a warm, comforting scent that reminded her of early mornings spent outside playing Quidditch. It was grounding, familiar, and made her feel safe. Good morning, she Avenue him another quick peck on the cheek and sent him on his way downstairs. After a quick shower and brushing her teeth, she changed into fresh clothes and made her way downstairs. The kitchen was bustling as usual. Mum was already at the stove, her wand waving gracefully through the air as something flipped over on the griddle. Harry was at the counter slicing bread with a knife by hand, while RMI1 used magic to pull plates and saucers down from the cabinets to the table. Ron sat absently poking at his eggs. The sun poured in through the windows, lighting up the room, but the brightness didn't quite reach anyone's eyes. Morning, Ginny said, slipping into a seat next to Ron. Mum turned to her with a quick, practiced smile. Morning, dear. Sleep all right. Ginny shrugged. She hadn't. But that hardly seemed worth mentioning. Instead, she poured herself a cup of tea and stared out the window. Beyond the Burrows' familiar garden, Dad and Percy were setting up the chairs in the orchard where Fred would be. Would you bring a plate up to George, dear? Mum asked. There was a tightness in her voice. I don't know if he's feeling. Ginny nodded and took the plate without asking for Mum to find the words. She knocked once and then cracked the door open. Even in the hardest of times, privacy was rare at the Burrow, and George would know that. She found him sitting on his bed, still in his pajamas, staring down at his dress robes. They were newer, something he and Fred had bought together, and one of the few belongings he'd managed to save when they fled to Aunt Muriel's. The robes looked expensive. She doubted he'd worn them more than once or twice. His thumb traced slowly over the material, his movements almost absent. His expression was fragile, his eyes fixed on the robes, as though he could see straight through them. When he finally turned to her, his face held a lost, hollow look that twisted her heart. Doesn't seem much like Fred, George murmured, his eyes drifting back to the robes. We could trade, Ginny offered, her tone light. If there was one thing that could snap George out of his thoughts, it was someone else attempting humor. You can have mine, and I'll get Mum to tailor your fancy ones to fit me. George let out a weak chuckle, his lips twitching into the ghost of a smile. You've got a posh boyfriend now, what do you need my money for? He teased, his voice strained. It was something. Famous big spender, Harry Potter. Ginny rolled her eyes. I always wondered why not, George said, looking down at the robes. Gave us 1,000 galleons. Fur. Same thing he did was tell us to buy Ron some nicer dress robes. His gaze drifted upward. Harry didn't have clothes that fit him until Sirius went and bought him some. Blokes minted. But you'd never know it. I don't think he always remembers it, Ginny said, allowing the conversation to wander. He's never had a real sense of worth. He doesn't talk about them much, but I don't think his aunt and uncle treated him great. Yeah, the bars on the windows might have hinted at that, George mused ruefully. Ginny chewed her lip. She'd heard the story, of course, but always wondered how much of it was Ron and the twins embellishing. He hadn't said a word about his family since the war ended. You know, I always wondered how he did it, George said thoughtfully. Ginny gave him a questioning look. Serious, I mean, how'd he get Harry those clothes? He couldn't just walk around London, yeah. And it was mostly Muggle stuff, so it's not like Mum or Dad would have gotten them. Never asked, Ginny admitted. She hadn't even wondered really. Clever blokes, those marauders, George muttered. A heavy silence fell between them as the distraction wore itself out. Hungry? She asked, offering up the plate of food. Starved, George admitted. His face fell. But don't think I can eat anything right now. Ginny nodded. Even Ron's just poking at his food. George sighed. Fred wouldn't let us get away with being such mopey gits, he said. He gripped the dark robes tightly in his fists. I keep trying, Ginny, but I don't feel real anymore. I think that's okay, Ginny said. At George's shocked look she continued. Maybe it'd be weird if you did. I think it's okay for things to feel wrong for a while. How long though? George asked breathlessly. She could see the tears holding in his eyes. How long until it just doesn't hurt like this? Ginny shrugged and shook her head. I keep wondering that, too, she admitted. I thought about asking Mum about how she managed after Uncle Gideon and Fabian died. But it seems like a lot to bring up right now. Merlin, I'm making this all about me, aren't I? George groaned. It's all I think about. Me. Fred was your brother, too. He was Mum and Dad's son. He balled up the robes angrily. We're all hurting, George, Ginny said. It's not about which of us hurts more or feels worse. I don't think you should feel guilty about that. We can just all hurt together. When did you get so smart and grown up? George asked wryly. I've always been smarter than you, Ginny said with a smirk. How are you all so much stronger than I am? George sobbed. He wouldn't want me like this. He'd never let me live it down. And all of you are holding it all together so much better than I am. I don't think we are. We're just not doing it alone, Ginny said. Her gaze softened and she placed the plate of breakfast on his bed and sat down beside George. I've got Harry. Ron has Hermione. Bill has Fleur. Mum and Dad. I know it helps having someone else. Bully for you lot. George mumbled. Charlie's always been, well, Charlie, Ginny said, and George nodded with a knowing roll of his eyes. And Percy's, I think he's taking it harder than he's let on. He hasn't stopped trying to fix things around here since we left Hogwarts. Trying to make up for being such a prat, George said, chewing on his bottom lip. I think he blames himself, Ginny said. George's head snapped up. He hasn't said it, but I know what it's like to feel that way. After the diary and the chamber eye, and he's got that same look that Harry had after Sirius was killed. George looked torn for a moment, before he let out a heavy sigh. I wanted to blame him, he admitted. Because he was gone and he was there with Fred and I just want to be mad about it instead of this. He gestured to himself. I think we have to just keep trying, Ginny said dejectedly. And maybe, try not to be so alone about it. Be there with each other, for each other. Whatever. It helps. Why do you think Fred wasn't there? George blurted out suddenly. At Ginny's confused look he continued, in the forest, with Harry. George looked desperate and lost. It was just Sirius, Remus, and his mum and dad. Why didn't Fred go? Or Tonks? Or Colin? Colin would have given both bollocks, dead or not, to have a deep profound moment with Harry, right? Why wasn't Fred there? Ginny didn't know how to answer that. I would have been, George said, with all the force he could muster, and there were tears in his eyes. We love that scrawny git, right? Ginny's heart caught in her throat. Why wasn't he there? He should have been. I really don't know, George, Ginny said, shaking her head. You can ask him, but I don't know if Harry knows either, if we're being honest. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders. I think you're focusing on the wrong thing. I need to know, Ginny, George insisted. Because if Fred wasn't there that means I wouldn't have been. And it me. And everything I think I know about us both is wrong. And I can't. Georgie. Breathe, Ginny said, she squeezed him tighter. You should ask Harry about that. Maybe he has an idea. But, she rubbed circles on his back. I think you should also talk, in general. With me, or Ron, or Mum and Dad. Bill's really good at it. Maybe even Percy. Not Charlie. He reached desperately for a joke. Ginny shrugged dramatically. You can learn about how dragons grieve I guess. George snorted and wiped away tears. Just, forcing yourself to be alone I think is only going to make it harder. She gestured to the plate of breakfast. I'll leave this here, but, if you're up to it, I think we'd all really like for you to come downstairs with us and, I dunno, be sad together. George had come down not long after. And he'd immediately busied himself with helping around the house. There was something almost manic about it. And Ginny would have been worried if not for the glint in his eyes that somehow assured her things would be alright. It wasn't quite the same, but he looked much closer to the George from before than he had in weeks. George's energy made the rest of the morning and afternoon go by quicker. Ginny spent most of the time with Mum rearranging chairs or casting decorative charms around the gravesite. It was never quite good enough, and for once Ginny was happy to agree with Mum. It needed to be perfect. Fred deserved perfect. But why was it so hard to get it right? An owl came by with a letter for Harry just before lunch. It was a huge, great-horned owl with wide wings and fiercely judgmental eyes. It was a bit off-putting but Harry seemed relieved to see it. He took the letter quickly and read through it. Do you mind giving the owl some of Pig's treats? He asked Ron. I'm going to write a quick note back. Whose owl is that? Ron asked, but Harry brushed him off evasively and dashed up the stairs with the letter in hand. Ron turned to her. Bloody hell was that about? Ginny shrugged trying to play it off. But she was concerned. Harry was rarely this evasive, especially after their late night and early morning talks. But before she could express as much Harry came bounding back down the stairs. Reply in hand and had sent the owl on its way. Just something I had to straighten out. Harry waved off their questioning glances. We can talk about it later. Harry, she called after him. He threw her a grin over his shoulder. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. By 3 in the afternoon they were as ready as they were going to be. Despite all their harming and re-charming it still didn't feel enough for Fred's send-off, but it would have to do. Ginny changed into her black dress robes and joined her family out by the orchard as mourners began to arrive outside the wards. Lee Jordan, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet arrived first, together, and were followed shortly by Oliver Wood and Katie Bell. As soon as the wards let them through, they found George, who immediately broke down into tears. Ginny stepped back, giving them space. These were Fred's closest friends, and her heart twisted at the sight of them supporting George. She lost count of the people who arrived after that. Neville, Seamus, and Dean came in together, followed by the Pottle twins, Jimmy Peakes, Richie Coote, Demelza Robbins, and finally Luna. A sea of graduated G. Gryffindors and former Hogwarts students from Fred and George's year filed in, along with a select group from the Ministry, Kingsley and Dad's colleague Perkins leading the way. Then came the Hogwarts staff, with Professor McGonagall at the head. Hagrid, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, Madame Pomfrey, and even Professor Slughorn, who Fred had never been taught by, all made their way to the burrow. But the most unexpected arrival was Argus Filch. The Hogwarts caretaker made his way through the field, hunched over and eyeing the crowd nervously, clearly uncomfortable being surrounded by so many Weasleys. His arrival stopped George in his tracks. He stared at the old man in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. For a long moment, there was silence between them, with the former Gryffindor Quidditch team watching closely. Finally, Filch offered a tight, watery-eyed smile. He sniffed loudly and patted George on the arm. Then, helplessly, he looked around and shook his head. Ginny was struck by how human he seemed in that moment, not the boogeyman of Hogwarts, but just an old man who had seen too many children die. Causing trouble for someone else, I suspect, Filch said, his eyes red and wet. He sniffed loudly. George, bewildered, could only stare and nod in shock. Good. And you? I don't know if I have the heart for much trouble right now, George admitted quietly. You'll get there. In time, Filch replied with a tight nod. Somehow, George's eyes seemed to widen even further. Your products are still banned, Filch added quickly, his bottom lip trembling. Never stopped us before, George said, the faintest trace of a smile pulling at his lips. Filch nodded, despite himself, and gave George one last pat on the arm before shuffling off to find a seat with the rest of the Hogwarts staff. George stood there, still looking dazed, before glancing up at the sky. I hope you were watching that, Freddie. Ginny took her seat between Mum and Harry, and it was then that the reality of the moment struck her. She felt cold, despite the sun in the sky overhead. The one solace was the presence of her family around her. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the gathered mourners, her eyes briefly scanning the Weasley family before settling on Fred's casket. She drew in a deep breath, steadying herself as she prepared to speak. I knew Fred Weasley since his first, McGonagall's voice hitched. And she quickly cleared her throat, swallowing hard before continuing. His first night at Hogwarts. None of us, Professor Dumbledore included, knew what we were getting into. None of his older brothers prepared us for it, or even warned us. She gave a teary, pointed look at Bill, Charlie, and Percy. Nor have they apologized for that oversight. A soft chuckle rippled through the crowd, mostly from the Hogwarts staff, and Ginny felt her chest tighten. Fred's grin seemed to flicker before her eyes. Fred Weasley was, without a doubt, one of the most remarkable stud ents I had the pleasure of teaching during my time at Hogwarts. Incredibly bright, impossibly mischievous, he brought laughter to a school that, at times, seemed to take itself too seriously. Ginny's eyes darted to George. She couldn't help but notice the way he stared at Fred's casket, his pain etched into every line of his face. Professor McGonagall's voice faltered slightly, but she pushed on, her gaze softening as she continued. Fred was not just a prankster or a schemer, though he certainly excelled at both. He was also loyal, brave, and full of love. A friend to all, who never hesitated to stand up for what was right. No matter the cost. McGonagall smiled faintly, her eyes flickering briefly toward George again, as those of you who were there for his and George's final year of school can attest. She thought of the explosions they'd left in their wake and the literal swamp they'd left behind. A wave of laughter, a little louder this time, rippled through the crowd, and Ginny's throat tightened. There was something comforting it. He was courageous and loyal, and he stood by those he loved with a fierceness that made all of us who knew him proud. He is, a Weasley. McGonagall's gaze shifted to Ginny and the rest of the family, and her composure finally cracked. A tear slid down her cheek, and she wiped it away with a trembling hand. And though today we mourn his passing, we must also remember that this is not the end of Fred Weasley's story, but the beginning of how we will carry him in our hearts. Ginny swallowed hard, her chest tight. She tried to focus on McGonagall's next words. But a lump in her throat made it hard to breathe. Her eyes were blurry, and her thoughts scattered. Professor McGonagall gave a subtle nod, and with a flick of her wand, the MBER lectern at the front of the gathering shifted and stretched until it became an enormous purple toadstool covered in glowing polka dots. Its edges undulated as if swaying to some unheard tune. Draw. Winged startled gasps and murmurs from the crowd. At the same moment, Professor Flitwick raised his wand. The mourners, black robes shimmered and transformed, bursting into garish patterns and wild, clashing colors. Stripes, spots, and even dancing butterflies flitted across the fabric, while a few robes sprouted feathered collars that fluttered with every movement. For a moment, there was only stunned silence. Then, from somewhere in the crowd came the first chortle of laughter, from Filch, of all people. It was shaky and wet, but it broke the dam. It spread like wildfire, rippling through the Orners until the air was filled with laughter. Her parents and George clung to each other as if holding on was the only thing keeping them afloat. Slowly, one by one, her brothers stepped forward, apping their arms around the three of them until they all stood together in a tight, unbreakable circle. Ginny joined them, her hand reaching for Harry, pulling him into the embrace just as Ron tugged Hermione closer. "That was Fred," Ginny whispered, her voice breaking as she leaned toward George. George's breath hitched, and he tightened his arms around her. "Thank you," he sobbed. Most of the mourners had already trickled away. Pausing briefly to offer Mum and Dad their condolences, some murmured quietly, while others, like Hagrid, spoke in booming voices that didn't quite fit the solemn mood. Ginny stood off to the side, watching the last few depart. Kingsley had pulled Harry aside for a moment for a private conversation, giving him a gentle pat on the shoulder and a hearty handshake before departing. The strain of the day pressed down on her, leaving her utterly spent. She eyed the small group still lingering, the old Quidditch team, Lee, Luna, and Professor McGonagall. Though she wasn't upset to see them remain, their presence felt like one more thing demanding her energy. All she wanted was a quiet moment to lie down. Even the idea of food, usually a welcome distraction, Rely appealed to her, a rare occurrence for a Weasley. "So," Oliver said, breaking the silence as he turned toward Harry. "We going to do this then?" Ginny blinked, her exhaustion giving way to curiosity. She glanced at Harry, trying to gauge what Oliver meant. "Yeah, I think," Harry trailed off, his eyes flicking to Professor McGonagall. The professor gave him one of her trademark nods, stiff, precise, and entirely unreadable. He straightened slightly. "Yeah, let's go. What are you on about, mate?" Ron piped up, shifting slightly where he sat. He leaned heavily against Hermione, who rubbed soothing circles on his back. His voice sounded thick, and his red-rimmed eyes mirrored the weariness Ginny felt. He sniffed once, rubbing his nose with his sleeve. Harry hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the sudden shift in attention. He reached up to rub the back of his neck, a nervous habit Ginny knew well. She tilted her head, watching him, and when his eyes met hers, she caught a flicker of something, an idea, maybe. Or just the determination to push through whatever he was about to say. He gave her a faint, sheepish grin, and Ginny felt her curiosity grow. "Well, I thought," Harry faltered, glancing briefly at the others before his gaze came back to her. It steadied him somehow. She could see the moment he decided to just say it. "After Sirius died, I was furious. With Dumbledore, with myself, with Voldemort. Bellatrix, everyone, really. And I destroyed half the things in Dumbledore's office." Ginny remembered the story, but from the quiet murmurs around her, it was clear most of the others hadn't heard it. "There was this moment," Harry continued, his voice soft but certain, "where smashing things made me feel a little better. Not a lot, but enough." He paused, glancing around at the group. "So, I thought maybe we could do something like that here. But then I realized," his gaze flicked toward Mum, and a faint smirk tugged at his lips. "Mrs. Weasley would start digging another grave for anyone who just started breaking things around her house." Dad chuckled knowingly, his eyes crinkling despite the heaviness of the day. Ginny's lips twitched upward, and she wasn't sure if it was at Harry's words or at Dad's reaction. Either way, it felt like the first real smile she'd had in hours. Ginny watched Harry closely as he shifted on his feet, clearly trying to find the right words. She could tell he was nervous, but there was something warm about the way he was looking at everyone gathered, like he had a plan, and he wanted them all to trust him. She folded her arms, arching an eyebrow as if to silently say, "Well, go on then." "So I figured out a different idea," Harry said at last. "Something a bit more Fred than just smashing up someone's stuff." "Yeah, not quite subtle enough," George said, his voice rough but managing a ghost of his usual humor. "Yes, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall interjected, her voice dry. But her lips twitched upward. "Because a permanent swamp and a storm of fireworks screamed subtlety." George shrugged with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. Umbridge was our exception. Ginny felt a pang in her chest at the exchange, watching George try to summon his old self. But before she could dwell on it, Harry continued, turning to Oliver. "Well, Fred loved Quidditch and making things explode, so I thought we could do a little of both." He glanced at Ginny and gave her a small, knowing smile. "We're going to play Quidditch, of sorts." "Harry," Ginny said, glancing around. "We don't have any brooms." "Courtesy of Puddlemere United," Oliver announced, grinning as he shrugged a satchel off his shoulder. He began pulling broom after broom from within, the bag clearly under an extension charm. Ginny recognized the sleek handles as top-of-the-line clean sweep models, far better than anything the family had owned before. "Took a bit of convincing, but once I showed management the letter from my good friend and best seeker to ever fly for Gryffindor. Harry Potter." "Hey, come on Ollie," Charlie objected playfully and with mock hurt. "Merlin's beard," Ron breathed, admiring the growing arrangement of brooms. Soon, each of her family members, the old Gryffindor Quidditch team, Lee, Luna, and even Professor McGonagall stood holding a broom. Ginny glanced at the headmistress, whose expression was as stern as ever but softened by something fond. "So, we're playing Quidditch?" Ron asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Not exactly," Oliver replied. With a flourish, he reached into the bag again and pulled out a single bludger. Ginny frowned, her Quidditch instincts kicking in. "One bludger. For all of us." Oliver smirked. "Harry asked me to help devise the most, Fred Weasley, game of Quidditch ever. So here it is. We'll play with just this bludger." "And how do you score?" Ginny interrupted, her instincts overriding her skepticism. "Such a chaser," Oliver muttered with mock exasperation. "There's no scoring, Ginny. The goal isn't points. The goal is just to—" He paused and looked toward Harry. "See what happens," Harry finished, grinning. "Yeah." Ginny tilted her head, studying him. His grin was infectious, and despite her exhaustion, she felt a flicker of curiosity, and maybe even excitement. "Professor McGonagall has charmed the bludger," Oliver continued. "We're going to hit it around to one another. And after each hit, you'll have to hit it to find out," McGonagall finished, her tone dry but tinged with amusement. Ginny couldn't help but smile as everyone mounted their brooms and kicked off the ground, heading toward the Weasley family Quidditch pitch. The pitch felt different without Fred, but as Ginny hovered midair, bat in hand, she found herself gripping the handle tightly in anticipation. The bludger shot into the air, and Oliver reached it first, his practiced swing sending it careening toward George. George connected with a resounding crack. As the bludger shot upward, it plotted in a cascade of glittering orange and gold sparks, lighting up the sky. Ginny's breath caught as she watched the sparks fall like a firework. From the corner of her eye, she saw Ron grin for the first time that day. He surged forward to catch the bludger's trajectory and hit it toward Luna, who swung her bat with an uncharacteristically fierce determination. Another explosion burst in the sky, this one a brilliant, shimmering purple. The game continued, the bludger flying between them as it burst into a new display of color with each hit. Ginny felt her heart lift with every explosion, each one seeming to carry a little of their grief into the sky. As the bludger shot toward her, Ginny gripped her bat and swung hard. The impact reverberated through her arms as the bludger soared upward, detonating in a fiery red burst that lingered like a sunset. She laughed, really laughed, for the first time all day. Ginny glanced skyward and her smile widened. For the first time in weeks, she felt like it was over. Harry lay on his camp bed in Ron's room, staring up at the slanted ceiling. The house was mostly quiet now, save for the occasional clanging of the family ghoul in the attic and Ron's snores from the bed nearby. Harry shifted onto his side, sleep eluded him. The day had been a blur of grief and fleeting laughter. The game had been a bright spot, something to hold onto amid the weight of the funeral. But now the silence and the after pressed down on him like a physical thing. He closed his eyes, trying to will himself to sleep, but his thoughts wouldn't stop racing. Images from the day flashed through his mind. George's fragile smile, McGonagall's voice breaking as she spoke, Ginny's face streaked with tears. He didn't know how they were all still standing. He turned onto his other side, punching his pillow for the third time, and sighed. Ron muttered something unintelligible in his sleep and rolled over facing the wall away from Harry. Harry sat up, rubbing his face. His thoughts drifted to Ginny, and the familiar pull toward her steadied him. He tried to remember whether it was his turn or Hermione's to notify the other that it was time to switch rooms and say. TT led on the idea that it was his. Hermione would not have waited quite so long. He thought, momentarily, that he might just ignore the routine and try to get back to sleep, wondering if it would be less disruptive, but also considered that Ginny might sleep easier beside him. That knowledge made his chest expand, and he supposed Ron would find more comfort with Hermione in his arms. Harry swung his legs off the bed, careful not to wake Ron, and climbed out of the attic bedroom. The stairs creaked under his weight as he made his way down toward Ginny's room. As he neared the first floor, faint voices reached his ears. He froze mid-step, straining to hear. The sound was coming from the kitchen. It was Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. For a moment, he considered heading back upstairs, but curiosity won out. Quietly, he descended the rest of the stairs. Just wish I could do more for Georgie, Mrs. Weasley was saying. For all of them. You've done more than enough, Molly, Mr. Weasley replied gently. You need to take care of yourself, too. Harry's foot creaked loudly on a floorboard. Mrs. Weasley's head jerked and she quickly wiped her eyes. Oh, Harry, she said softly. Sorry, Harry mumbled, stepping into the kitchen. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Just, couldn't sleep. Wanted to get a drink of water. Mrs. Weasley nodded. She wiped her eyes quickly. Mr. Weasley offered Harry a tired but warm smile. Help yourself, Mr. Weasley said, gesturing toward the sink. Harry filled a glass and hesitated by the counter, unsure if he should go back upstairs, but something in Mr. Weasley's gaze kept him rooted to the spot. He turned to leave, but Mr. Weasley stopped him. That was a beautiful thing you did today, Mr. Weasley said, his tone soft but certain. Harry paused, then stepped back toward the table, holding the glass in both hands. It wasn't just me, he admitted. Hermione helped organize it, and Oliver and Professor McGonagall did most of the work. Mr. Weasley chuckled. If you're not going back to Hogwarts, I think she'll insist you start calling her Minerva soon enough. Harry frowned slightly, testing the name in his head. It felt strange. I thought the same thing at your age, Mr. Weasley said with a small smile. Harry nodded and looked down at his water, unsure how to respond. You know, Mr. Weasley said gently, I think we all sometimes forget that you and Hermione weren't always with us. Harry felt a sharp stab of guilt. I'm sorry for the trouble that's caused you, he said quietly. Trouble? Mrs. Weasley gasped, standing suddenly and pulling him toward the table. Oh, Harry, you've done more for this family than anyone could have ever asked of you. Harry hesitated, his heart tightening in his chest. He hadn't expected such a quick response, and it made him feel even more determined to say what he'd been holding back for so long. He sat down. You've done more for me than anyone ever has, Harry said softly, staring down at the table. The words came hesitantly. The first Christmas present I ever remember getting was the jumper you sent during my first year. He looked up at Mrs. Weasley. Her hand had flown to her mouth. I'm sorry I never told you how much that meant to me. How much it still means to me. Mrs. Weasley's eyes brimmed with tears. Her hand trembled as she reached across the table to grasp his. Oh, Harry, she whispered, her voice on the verge of breaking. I didn't mean to upset you, Harry added quickly. Upset me, she said, wiping her eyes. She smiled through her tears. You don't ever have to apologize to a mother for making her feel like she did something right. Harry's breath hitched at her words. For a moment, he thought he could leave it there, but something deep inside him, the part that he had spent years carrying the weight of unspoken gratitude, pushed him to say more. You were the first adults to want me, he said, his voice trembling. His throat tightened, but he forced himself to continue. Who made sure I was fed? Who made me feel safe and cared for? And frustrated, he added with a small, wobbly smile. He looked down, the words spilling out in a rush. Everything I.e. Veer imagined about how my parents would have treated me, I learned from you. Before he could say anything else, Mrs. Weasley was on her feet, pulling him into one of her hugs. Harry let himself be held. Let himself imagine he was a child again, hoping against all reason that someone would just hug him once. He wished he had the chance to tell the younger him that one day someone would. When she finally pulled back, her hands cupped his face. She looked up at him with tears streaming down her cheeks. Oh, my dear boy, she whispered. I'm sorry, Harry said again, sniffing. I know today was hard, and I didn't mean to upset you. I just couldn't stop thinking, all day, about how thankful I am to be here. Mr. Weasley stood and placed a firm hand on Harry's shoulder. There is nowhere in the world you belong more, Harry, he said. His voice was steady, but his eyes shone. Harry's gaze flickered between them. I keep thinking back to that day at King's Cross, he said, his voice thick. Trying to find the platform. I could have found anyone, but I'm really glad it was you. Mrs. Weasley broke into fresh tears, but this time her smile lit up her entire face. Mr. Weasley's hand gave Harry's shoulder a comforting squeeze. You'll always have a home here. Always, Mr. Weasley said, his voice quiet but resolute. You have been our son since the day you walked through to the platform with Molly. It just took us all a little while longer to realize it. Harry nodded, his throat too tight for words, and let himself believe it. For the first time in a long while, since he'd lost Sirius, he felt like he had somewhere he belonged. The words that had gotten caught in his throat the night he'd first snuck down into Ginny's room came tumbling back to him. And he wondered why he'd felt so nervous telling her when the Weasleys had always treated him like he'd belonged there. Now, why don't you head back up to bed? It's been a long day, Mr. Weasley said. There was a twinkle in his eye. See if Ron needs a glass of water as well. Oh, Ron, right, Harry stammered. You did your best, young man, but you were found out, Mr. Weasley scolded him good-naturedly with a grin. I'm sure the girls will understand. Harry felt his face go red and Mr. Weasley laughed. You may have spent the last 7 years sneaking around Hogwarts, but you'll find that Molly and I are a bit harder to fool. I didn't. Off you go, son. Mr. Weasley said, nodding towards the stairs. Harry's heart clenched fondly and he nodded tightly. He made his way up the stairs, not bothering to quiet his footsteps this time. He stopped briefly on the landing outside Ginny's room, but the silence from downstairs let him know that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were still listening for him. He made his way up to Ron's room, his room, their room, and the thought sent a warm feeling flooding through him. He pushed open the door to find the lamp set low and warm orange light flooding the room. Hey, Ron said thickly, sliding the covers of his bed back as if to invite him in. He had his shirt off. I kept your spot warm. Hi, Ron, Harry deadpanned. Ron pulled the blankets back and clutched them to his chest. Even in the low light Harry could see the telltale Weasley flush of his face. Harry, what where's? Your mum and dad heard me, he said with a shrug. Ron's face fell. Were they mad? He led his shirt back on and eyed the door warily. Harry shook his head, struggling to wipe the grin from his face. He didn't want to get into everything he'd told Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. No, just said I should bring you a glass of water, too. Ron raised an eyebrow at him. I told them I was down that way for a drink, was the best excuse I could think of. Brilliant. I could use a drink. Ron reached out a hand expectantly. Oh, Harry stared dumbly at the water in his hand. No, this one's mine. I forgot yours. Not suspicious at all, Ron grumbled. He flopped back into his bed with a groan. I can't believe you got caught. Me neither, Harry said, still grinning despite himself. Why do you look so happy about it? Ron asked. Because your parents are brilliant, Harry said. Ron rolled his eyes. Great. Then tomorrow when the girls ask what happened, you can be the one to tell them it's because of my brilliant parents. It had been 2 weeks since they'd left Hogwarts. 2 weeks of hard days dealing with the fallout. The stress and the heartbreak of funeral after funeral, of trying and failing and trying again to fall into a rhythm and a routine that didn't hinge entirely upon looking over their shoulder every moment. But they were managing. Mornings were for sneaking him and Hermione back to their parentally designated rooms, then heading down to either help Mrs. Weasley with breakfast or Quidditch training. Ginny had thrown herself wholeheartedly into her training in a way Harry hadn't seen before. She was regularly up at the very crack of dawn, part of the reason why he and Hermione had yet to be caught in the wrong room, and leading the training entirely, running laps around the Burrow's grounds, strength training, conditioning, and then walking through Quidditch strategies. They were all still woefully broomless, much to Ron's ever-present chagrin. Ginny had been noncommittal regarding what she wanted to do after Hogwarts, but Harry was beginning to form a picture. He was reminded more and more of the way Oliver Wood had approached his final year at Hogwarts. But it seemed that Harry was the only one putting that together. "Watch your back, mate," Ron said between mouthfuls of eggs and sausage at breakfast that morning. He nudged Harry's ribs. "I think she wants to be captain this year." Ginny gave Harry a knowing look over her glass of orange juice. They hadn't actually spent a lot of time talking about the coming term and their specific plans, but they'd both thrown themselves into preparing for a potential return to Quidditch. Ever since the makeshift game that he had worked out with Oliver, he'd been feeling a persistent urge to get back on a broom. "Does that mean you're planning to return to Hogwarts?" Hermione asked over the top of the morning's prophet. The article on the front page read, in large print, "Kingsley Shacklebolt elected Minister for Magic." "Haven't decided quite yet," Harry admitted. "Can I?" He gestured to the paper. She folded it up and handed it over the table to him. "I think you should," Hermione said, spreading some butter and jam on toast and taking a neat bite. It was a stark contrast to Ron's wolfishness. "Honestly, Ron, we've been back for 2 weeks. You're not going to starve or have to run off anywhere." "Wah, hungry," Ron mumbled, his words barely discernible through a mouthful of food. Hermione just rolled her eyes. But Harry caught the subtle curve of an amused smirk on her lips that wouldn't have been there before. "Anyway, you both should," she said, looking pointedly at Harry and Ron. "I know you've talked about joining the Aurors, but the Aurors will be there next year, too. And having your NEWTs will open up more opportunities for you as you progress through your careers. Not all of us are looking to be Minister for Magic in 10 years, Ron pointed out. They started their bickering again. Harry swore it was some sort of weird flirting designed to make everyone else comfortable, but he was only half paying attention as he read through the front page of the prophet. Kingsley Shacklebolt elected Minister for Magic, a new vision for the ministry. By Belvina Broadsheet, political correspondent. Kingsley Shacklebolt, admired for his leadership during the war against Lord Voldemort, has been officially elected as Minister for Magic following an overwhelming vote of confidence from the wizarding public. The announcement, made earlier today, signals the start of what many hope will be a transformative era for the British Ministry of Magic. Shacklebolt, who has served as interim minister since Voldemort's defeat, is widely credited with restoring stability and trust during this time of profound uncertainty. His calm demeanor, decisive actions, and tireless efforts to unite the wizarding community in the wake of Voldemort's defeat have earned him widespread respect. "This election is not about me," Shacklebolt said in his inaugural address. "It is about us as a society choosing to move forward together. It is about ensuring that no future Dark Lord can ever rise again through division, fear, or corruption." Shacklebolt has already announced plans for sweeping reforms within the ministry, aimed at rooting out the remnants of Voldemort's influence and safeguarding against future abuses of power. Among his proposed initiatives are transparency in government, establishing independent oversight committees to ensure accountability across all departments, equality and inclusion, expanding protections for Muggle-borns, magical creatures, and non-human beings, ensuring they have equal rights and opportunities under wizarding law, educational outreach, strengthening partnerships with Hogwarts and other magical institutions to foster a new generation of witches and wizards dedicated to justice and unity, enhanced Auror training, rebuilding the Auror department with a focus on ethics and vigilance to prevent infiltration by dark forces. The minister. Y has long been a beacon of our magical society, but we must acknowledge its failings and work to rebuild it as a force for good, Shacklebolt continued. This is not just about policies and procedures, it is about culture. We must become a ministry that values every voice, defends every individual, and places the welfare of all above the ambitions of the few. Gawain Robards, head of the Auror office, expressed his support for Shacklebolt's vision. Minister Shacklebolt understands the challenges we face and the necessity of ensuring they never happen again. His leadership is precisely what Wizarding Britain needs right now. The response from the wizarding community has been overwhelmingly positive. Wizarding families, many of whom suffered under Voldemort's regime, have expressed hope at Shacklebolt's leadership will usher in an era of fairness and prosperity. As the new minister begins his term, the eyes of the wizarding world are fixed on the ministry. The road ahead may be challenging, but with Shacklebolt at the helm, the future seems brighter than ever. For more information on Minister Shacklebolt's proposed reforms, see page 8. What do you think, Harry? Hermione asked. What's that? Harry dropped the paper and glanced back up. I think you both make great points. Ron snorted and Hermione gave him an annoyed look. He folded the paper and put it away. Sorry. What's up? Going back to Hogwarts. Hermione began, a bit more forcefully this time. We'd all get to take our final year and sit our NEWTs together. She said this like it was the most convincing argument of all time. Then looked pointedly from Harry to Ginny and back again. I hear you, I do, Harry assured her. But it's only been 2 weeks, Hermione. We'd still be at Hogwarts in any other year. We've got months to decide. Yes, but you'll need to let Professor McGonagall know, Hermione said. She has so much on her plate already with the rebuilding, finding new professors, choosing the new head girl and boy. Picking Quidditch captains, Ginny cut in. I told you, Ron said, looking pointedly at Harry. Harry just grinned and shrugged. Ginny would be a much better Quidditch captain than him whether he returned to Hogwarts or not. She was one of the fiercest players he'd ever seen. By her 4th year she had already challenged the established chaser trio of Angelina, Alicia, and Katie while filling his seeker position. She was a natural leader, she'd held together the student body under the Death Eater regime and led the revived Dumbledore's army. She was quick to encourage the newer players, but never hesitated to call out anyone who wasn't pulling their weight. She had Ron's head for strategy and reading the game. She could anticipate the movements of both her teammates and opponents with uncanny accuracy. But more than that, she wasn't just about winning. Though she always played to win, she cared about the well-being of her teammates, ensuring that everyone felt valued and respected, no matter their skill level. Listen, mate, I know you fancy her something wicked, but that also means you're the one who's gotta keep her in line, Ron said, piling another helping of bacon onto his plate. Ginny frowned and flicked a fried tomato his way, but Ron caught it, shrugged, and plopped it in his mouth. Is that what you're doing with Hermione? Harry asked, feigning innocence. Hermione's head turned so quickly Harry swore he almost heard it. Yes. Wait. What? No. Ron coughed, caught between mouthfuls. He sputtered helplessly for a second and took a long drink of pumpkin juice. Then slammed the now empty glass down on the table. He glanced sheepishly at Hermione. Hi. Honestly, Ronald, Hermione rolled her eyes. Ron gave him a pleading look, but Hermione drove on. Please tell me exactly how you keep me in line. Harry, what do I do? Ron muttered out of the corner of his mouth. Harry laughed and shook his head. Hey, Gin, didn't we have that conveniently timed distraction in the orchard to get to right about now? He said with a grin. He nodded his head to the door. Yep. Ginny shot her brother a mischievous grin and sprung to her feet. Wait. Don't. Ron stammered. Have fun, Ginny said. She hesitated for a split second before grabbing the bacon off Ron's plate and leading Harry out the door. The door closed behind them just as Hermione began to launch into a tirade. Once outside she looped her arm around his and leaned against his shoulder. You're sure they're actually together, right? Ginny asked as they made their way towards the orchard. Because I honestly can't tell the difference. Harry remembered the moment from a few nights prior when he'd returned to their room and found Ron shirtless and waiting for Hermione. He suppressed a shudder. Positive, he said. They've spent years working each other up. I'd be more worried if they started getting on perfectly all of a sudden. I don't get it, Ginny admitted, shaking her head. I think it's just how they flirt, Harry said. He glanced over his shoulder to the burrow. If your mum wasn't still in the house they'd probably be snogging right now. Come on, Harry, that's my brother. Ginny swatted him on the arm. Hypocrite, Harry said teasingly. I seem to recall someone getting rather cross when their sibling caught them snogging and got all out of sorts. Is that really what you want to bring up while we're walking out alone into the orchard for a conveniently timed distraction? Ginny asked. Forget I said anything, Harry said quickly. Smart man, Potter. They settled under one of the trees in the orchard and Harry pulled Ginny onto his lap. She giggled and leaned into him. Harry leaned back against the rough bark of the tree, his arms wrapping loosely around Ginny's waist. Comfy, he teased, his lips curving into a grin. Very, Ginny replied. She settled against his chest. You make a good cushion, Potter. Better than this tree, Harry quipped back. How does it compare to a broom cupboard? Ginny asked, tracing featherlight touches along his forearm. Which one? He said teasingly. At Hogwarts. Which one? He teased again. Our favorite, she said. Harry raised an eyebrow. I don't think I have a favorite. What? Yes you do, Ginny insisted. You told me so. Harry chuckled, his hands resting lightly on her hips, his hums brushing small circles against the fabric of her shirt. My favorite was whichever we were in at the time. Ginny tilted her head to meet his gaze, her eyes sparkling with mischief and something else that made his heart race. Harry, she said softly, her voice barely a whisper. Yeah, she closed the small distance between them and her lips found his. The kiss was slow at first, tender and exploratory, but it quickly deepened. Her fingers thread through his hair in the way that always drove him wild and his hands tightened on her waist. The world around them seemed to fade, lost to the thrum of blood pounding in his ears and the warmth of her pressed against him. Ginny shifted slightly to straddle his lap. Harry's breath hitched as her hands began to trace the contours of his chest, slipping under the hem of his shirt. Ginny, he murmured against her lips, his voice low. She hummed, her hands wandering further, her touch both teasing and insistent. His thoughts jumbled together, torn between hesitation and the undeniable pull of the moment. We're outside, he managed to say, though the words lacked conviction. I've noticed, Ginny said, trailing kisses down his jawline. Ginny pulled back just enough to meet his gaze, her cheeks flushed. Her lips curved into a wicked smile. No one's coming out here, she said, her voice playful. Harry couldn't argue with her logic, he didn't exactly want to. With one final glance around, he let his hands slide up her back, drawing her closer. Ginny kissed him again, her movements bolder now, her fingers tugging at his shirt. The intensity between them grew. Their kisses deepening. Harry's hands skimmed up her legs and cupped her bum, and Ginny pushed herself against him at his touch. He could feel her smile against his lips. He pulled back slightly, resting his forehead against hers. Ginny blinked at him, her eyes dark. Too much? She asked gently. He shook his head, a small laugh escaping him as he rubbed the back of his neck. No, it's not that. He trailed off, glancing around at their secluded spot. Getting caught at Hogwarts feels different than getting caught here. Ginny grinned, her cheeks flushed as she settled back into his lap. Her hands now resting on his shoulders. Fair enough, she said. She brushed a strand of hair from his face. I suppose it wouldn't kill us to slow down. At least when we're right out in the open. Harry agreed, his own cheeks warm as he leaned back against the tree. He still found it hard to flaunt the trust the Weasleys had shown him. Sneaking around at night was, apparently, fine. But snogging in the orchard was where he supposed he drew the line. Maybe we'll continue this later. Making promises, Potter. Only the best kind, he said. Ginny grinned and kissed him deeply, leaving Harry struggling to resist the temptation to reignite their snogging session. She seemed to sense this, because she somehow always seemed to, and snuggled down against his chest again. This was a good idea, she said softly. Way better than listening to Hermione and my brother argue about NEWTs. He hummed in agreement. Though I suppose if I go back next term I'll get to experience the Hermione revision schedule myself. You'll probably appreciate it after you get your results, but during the year, he shook his head playfully. Does that mean you're going back? I don't think I was really considering not, Ginny admitted. She took his hand and began tracing widening circles on his palm. It sent shivers up his spine. It's not like there's too much to do without my NEWT. Unless I do the OR thing. That'd give your mum a heart attack, Harry said. And that's not really your calling, Harry supplied. Ginny nodded and placed a light kiss at the center of his palm. He groaned. Sorry, she said, pulling his hand away from her lips but changing little else. No, you're not, he teased accusingly. No, I'm not, she agreed with a grin that set his heart racing. I think you just like making things hard for me. And here I thought I was making things hard for me, she said, and ground her hips against him in a way that set his heart pounding for an entirely different reason. Marin, fuck, Jin. Harry gasped. His hands flew to her sides and she shrieked in laughter. No fair tickling me, she said as she scooted out of his reach. Her face was flush, her freckles looking darker, but there was no hint of that awkwardness they'd struggled with until recently. Oh, tickling is where we're drawing the line, is it? Yes. Harry rolled his eyes and pulled her closer. He fixed her with a warning glare, but couldn't stop the grin from fighting its way onto his face. You're going to get me in trouble. Oh, please, she waved him off. Mum and Dad would be more upset with me than with you. Besides, I'm going to snog you every chance I get if you're not coming back to Hogwarts with me. What do you? Come on, Harry, Ginny said, turning serious. If you were going to go back to Hogwarts you wouldn't be talking about Hermione revision like you weren't going to be there with me. Harry trailed off. That hadn't occurred to him. Maybe I have already decided. Quote, you've always wanted to be an Auror, Ginny said. He nodded. It was a poorly kept secret, and certainly not a secret between them, but his heart warmed hearing her talk about his future so casually. I mean, Harry said quickly. He scratched his neck thoughtfully. But I'm worried that was just because of everything going on with Voldemort. He glanced down in embarrassment. What if I hate it? What if I love it but I'm rubbish at it? Ginny laughed. You, Harry. She took his face in her hands and forced him to look her in the eyes. Did you not do all of those things you told Kingsley about? He nodded. Do you think an Auror could pull all that off while being the most wanted man in Britain? Harry shrugged uncomfortably. It always NDS more impressive if you say it like that. I didn't say anything, Ginny countered with a smirk. I just made you think back to the things you did and made you admit they were impressive. He grunted and she rolled her eyes. Besides, it's not like they don't train you. You think everyone just struts into their first day on the job as an elite Auror. Harry sighed and nodded, conceding her point. I'm just nervous, he admitted. It's not bad being nervous about your future, Ginny pointed out. I never really gave myself the luxury of thinking too much about it. I know, Ginny said. Merlin, she knew him so well. But, Harry, you've been investigating dark magic and dark wizards since you were 11 years old. Harry doubted it was that simple or straightforward, but kept that to himself. Look, if you're really worried about it, ask Dad or Percy about that Gawain guy who's in charge of the Auror office now, she suggested. A grin fell over her face and she poked his side playfully. Or ask Kingsley and I bet he'll introduce you. I don't want to get special treatment, Harry insisted. He was only beginning to really understand how much things were going to change around him. He'd avoided going into public wizarding places so far, but the articles he'd read since the battle treated like some sort of messiah. It was embarrassing, really. You're going to find jealous pay. Opal who want to say you've gotten, wherever you end up because of being Harry Potter everywhere you go for the rest of your life, Ginny said seriously. Harry winced. It sounded horrible. At least until you prove them wrong. So, why not get something for your trouble? Harry nodded his head side to side thoughtfully. It still wouldn't feel right. Maybe I'll ask your dad, he said. I don't want to bother Percy. He's been really preoccupied with everything else going on. Ginny rolled her eyes. Please, Percy would love to talk ministry stuff with you. I can't imagine how left out he's feeling. With all the paperwork they're all getting to do without him. He nodded, a smile cutting through his defeat. How do you always make things seem so easy? Because I'm bloody brilliant, she said smugly. You are, he admitted. And don't forget it, she said. She settled back and gave him an appraising look, her head cocked to the side. So, Or Potter, damn, that's sexy. She looked thunderstruck. Now I can't stop picturing you in an Orr's uniform. Harry laughed, loudly and unabashed. He wrapped his arms tightly around Ginny, burying his face against her chest as the laughter bubbled up uncontrollably. She wrapped her arms around him and placed a kiss on top of his head. He pulled back, unable to help the grin. You're amazing. A strange look of triumph and disappointment fell across her face for a moment, so fleeting that Harry was left wondering if he'd imagined it. It was quickly replaced by another smile that made his heart skip a beat. She really was incredible. Still, the flash of something that flitted across her face left him worried. He didn't think he'd done anything wrong, but something felt off. "All right, Miss Weasley, since we're talking about the future," Harry began, trying to keep his tone light. "You're clearly not too worried about NEWTs this year." "Why would I stress over NEWTs after everything last year?" Ginny challenged. "Just because why? We're scared and want to skive off after 6th year. Maybe I'm just smarter than you. Don't I know it," he said with a grin. He reached out to tuck a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. "But I think there's something else on your mind." "Oh, do you?" she said with a smirk. "I do. See, I've noticed a few things about you," he said. "I've seen you noticing my things," she teased, her smirk widening. Harry frowned playfully and poked her in the side, earning a startled, ticklish shriek. "You've been getting up early and working out like we've got the Quidditch Cup finals next week," he said. "I just want to win." Ginny shrugged with casual indifference. "You're at Oliver Wood levels of dedication." "Well, I don't know what the rest of the team will look like this year," she admitted, her shoulders dropping slightly. "I'm sure Demelza will be back, Jimmy and Richie, too, but we need another chaser and a seeker. A keeper, too, if Ron isn't coming back." "What did you do last year?" Harry asked, fighting a pang of guilt. They'd never really talked about her experiences with Quidditch during the past year, and he realized how much it must have mattered to her. Ginny shook her head. Quote, "We never even got the chance to hold tryouts," she said flatly. "I know you said Snape was on our side, but I never would have guessed." Harry frowned. His own feelings for Snape were complicated at best, but he pushed that aside. "Well, you might luck out with chasers," he said, ignoring the churning in his stomach. "I'm betting Dean wants to finish his 7th year after being on the run." Ginny shrugged. "Dean's all right, but he's never really clicked with me and Demelza." Harry felt some of his discomfort settle but quickly masked it. "You could always play Seeker. You did win us the cup." "Yeah, I could," Ginny shrugged. But she seemed unconvinced. "But you want to play Chaser," Harry said. Ginny nodded. "You want to be seen playing Chaser." Ginny looked away and chewed her bottom lip. I want to play professionally." She couldn't meet his gaze. "At least, I want to try," she added quickly. Harry turned her chin so that she was looking him in the eyes. "You'd be fucking brilliant." Ginny rolled her eyes, but her cheeks turned pink. "You're my boyfriend, you have to say that." "I've never said anything I was just supposed to say and you know it," Harry countered. "You regularly outfly everyone on a school broom. You play Seeker almost as well as I do." "Excuse me, almost," Ginny challenged, fixing him with the blazing look he adored. "How many Quidditch Cups have you won?" "I was on the team when we won in '93, Harry challenged back. "Well, I played Seeker to win 2 different cups," Ginny said triumphantly. "While you were sitting on your pretty ass in detention or whatever." Harry laughed, shaking his head. "My point," he said, leveling a teasing frown at her, "is that Seeker isn't even your best position." His grin softened as he looked at her. "I've seen you play. I've seen you fly. Do you really want to play pro?" Ginny gave him a hard, accusing look. "Yes, you said, I think." "That's not a Ginny move." "I want to play professionally," Ginny said. A little more convincing this time. He gave her an expectant look. "I'm going to play professionally." "Then we need to get you back on a broom as soon as possible," Harry said, a decisive edge to his voice as he stood. He extended a hand toward Ginny, helping her to her feet with a steady pull. "Sounds like a trip to Diagon Alley is in order." "I'm glad you asked, Harry. I think it would be an excellent idea for you to meet with Mr. Robards," said Percy as the family tucked into dinner later that evening. Bill and Fleur had joined them from Shell Cottage as well. Harry shot Ginny a knowing look. and watched as she fought back a smirk. In fact, I know for certain that he caused quite a bit of trouble for the Thickenys administration and the Muggle-born Registration Commission, Percy continued, passing a bowl of potatoes to George. He never acted outright, of course, far too much scrutiny for that, but his investigations were always very thorough. He refused to make accusations until he had undeniable proof and interviewed friends and family of suspected Muggle-borns enough for them to pass along warnings. Kingsley wouldn't have appointed him to such an important position if he didn't trust Robards implicitly. There are still too many Death Eaters and former followers of Voldemort at large, Mr. Weasley said. He gave Harry an appraising look. It sounds like you're considering Kingsley's offer. Harry could feel Ron's gaze on him. I think I am, he admitted. I've always wanted to be an Auror. I just want to make sure it's for the right reasons, and not just Becca. I had all the Voldemort stuff to deal with. Then you should sit down with Robards, Mr. Weasley suggested, looking from Harry to Ron and back again. He's a hard man, but he's fair, and he believes in justice. We could make a day of it, Mrs. Weasley suggested, setting another helping of roasted vegetables in front of Harry. He shot Ron a helpless look, but Ron just shrugged and kept eating from his ever-refilling plate. There are a few things we've been meaning to pick up from Diagon Alley anyway. I should check in with Gringotts as well, Bill muttered. He spared Harry a wary glance. But you might want to keep a low profile with them for the time being. Harry shook his head. Kingsley said most of it's been smoothed over already, he said. Told me not to worry about it. What? When was that? Ginny asked. After Fred's, he answered, swallowing thickly. He still wasn't comfortable bringing it up, not so soon after. He pulled me aside before we went to the Quidditch pitch. That's great, Ron said between mouthfuls. Why didn't you say anything? Honestly, there were other things on my mind that day, Harry said with a shrug. He said I'll probably have to meet with the head goblin and make amends. And I should stop by the shop and see how much work needs to be done, George said offhandedly, though his voice shook slightly in the middle. There was a beat of silence before Mrs. Weasley asked tentatively, Are you sure, dear? No one would fault you for taking some more time. George shook his head. Freddy would rise from the grave and haunt me if I took too much more time to get it back open, he said. It was our calling, it deserves to open again. I think that's a wonderful idea, said Mr. Weasley, his eyes misty. Fred would be proud of you. There were mutters of agreement all around. George focused intently on his plate, his ears burning red. Hermione glanced pointedly at Ron and nudged him. He looked momentarily confused before realization dawned on him. Since we're talking plans, Ron began awkwardly, Hermione and I need to head to Diagon Alley too. And make arrangements at the Ministry, Hermione added. She shifted uncomfortably, poking at her food. Oh, Mr. Weasley asked. He placed his utensils down and exchanged glances with Mrs. Weasley. There was a moment of back-and-forth conversation between them, communicat. Ed only by the widening and narrowing of eyes, the shaking and nodding of heads, the changing angles of lips, and the widening or narrowing of eyes. Is there, something we should be expecting? Mrs. Weasley asked, her voice even but her eyes seeming to blaze accusingly at the same time. Harry suddenly understood exactly where Ginny had gotten her temper from. Molly, Mr. Weasley said placatingly. He turned back to Ron. Now, I know we wanted to give you all some freedom, but I thought we had talked about propriety as well, and… No, Dad, Ron exclaimed, his face turning a deeper shade of red than Harry had ever seen. Around the table, the other Weasleys struggled to control their reactions. George let out a snorting laugh. Bill and Fleur exchanged amused glances, Charlie hid his face in his hands. And even Percy was biting his lip. Hermione looked mortified, her face scarlet. No, sir, we need to talk with Kingsley about arranging an international portkey, Ron cut in, his words tumbling out quickly. His face still burning. International, absolutely not, Ronald, Mrs. Weasley objected. What could you possibly? Hermione's parents are in Australia, Ron cut in, casting a nervous glance to his parents. Hermione took a deep breath and quickly explained what she had done to protect her parents, leaving the rest of the table stunned. Ron took her hand as she spoke, his grip steady. When she'd finished there were tears in Mrs. Weasley's eyes, and Mr. Weasley looked like he'd been asked to swallow a Hungarian horntail. "Oh, my dear, Mrs. Weasley murmured, sing from her seat to pull Hermione into a tight embrace. "Goodness, Mr. Weasley muttered, removing his glasses to massage the bridge of his nose. "This is certainly a complicated situation. I'm so sorry for the trouble," Hermione whispered. Her face had gone pale. I didn't know what else to." "Oh, none of that, Hermione, dear, Mrs. Weasley said soothingly. She turned to her husband. "Arthur, we have to do something." "Almost be easier if Ron had gotten her pregnant," George said. "George." Mr. and Mrs. Weasley scolded together. Just trying to break the tension, George mumbled with wide eyes. "We'll get this sorted." "Hermione," Mr. Weasley assured. He gave Ron an appraising look. "And you two were just going to go off and try to find them." Ron shrugged. "Not unless we had no other options, but if we had to." Mr. Weasley smiled. "Good man, Arthur." Mrs. Weasley gasped. "Oh, Molly, he's a grown man," Mr. Weasley said proudly, nodding to his youngest son. "He spent a year hunting Horcruxes and facing down Death Eaters. That he's willing to go to the other side of the world for Hermione." Harry wasn't sure it was possible, but Hermione and Ron both went even brighter red. Hermione sat perfectly straight, still in Mrs. Weasley's embrace while Ron busied himself pushing around the few remaining vegetables on his plate. Mr. Weasley clapped his hands together. "Well, why don't we plan for that then?" he suggested. "We'll swing by the Ministry tomorrow morning, then head to Diagon Alley in the afternoon once we know what to expect, yeah." "I'll go too," said Charlie, drawing surprised looks from the table. He looked from his father to Percy. "It'd be helpful if one of you could get me in touch with someone at the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I need to fast-track a letter to the Dragon Reserve in Romania." "Oh, what for?" Mrs. Weasley asked. "Well, I've been thinking about that dragon you let loose from Gringotts," Charlie said, glancing at Ron as he rubbed his short-cropped hair. "Been reading the papers, but other than the mention of it about you lot, no one said a thing. Big dragon like that shouldn't be too hard to find though, and it definitely shouldn't be flying wild like that over the countryside. What do you think they'll do about it?" Percy asked, leaning forward, clearly interested in the Ministry angle. "I'm going to ask the reserve for more time here," Charlie said, leaning back in his seat. "Enough time to help locate the dragon and figure out the best place to relocate it. Depending on its species, we might be able to keep it at a reserve here in Britain, but Romania might still be the best option." "Oh, that's splendid, Charlie," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her face lighting up. "It would be so nice to have you home longer." Here, George said, raising his glass in a mock toast. "Let's not get carried away," Charlie cautioned, trying to temper their enthusiasm. "It won't be permanent. Romania's reserve is still the largest in the world, and most of the work and research happens there." Mrs. Weasley nodded eagerly, clearly thrilled at the prospect of her wayward son staying closer to home. "But eating this kind of project would be a big step forward in my career and could open up new opportunities for me back in Romania." "Wonderful." Mr. Weasley patted his son on the back. "Our children are all growing up, Arthur," Mrs. Weasley said, her eyes misting over as she dabbed at them with a napkin. "We're so proud of you all." "Not that I'm complaining," Ron muttered, "but weren't you just yelling at me about getting Hermione pregnant?" "Ron." Hermione gasped and swatted him on the arm again. She glanced around the table pleadingly. "I'm not pregnant." Chuckling, George leaned over to Harry and Ginny conspiratorially. "Tomorrow's trip is shaping up to be absolutely bloody mental," he whispered. "I can't wait." "Ginny, that was mortifying," Hermione groaned, collapsing face first onto her camp bed. She buried her face in her pillow and let out a muffled shriek of embarrassment. Ginny bit her bottom lip, struggling to keep from laughing at her friend's misery. "Well, you handled it brilliantly," Ginny offered unconvincingly. Hermione groaned louder, and Ginny thought for a moment before adding, "I don't think we've ever had a pregnancy scare in the family. Honestly, I think everyone handled it really well, don't you?" "It wasn't a pregnancy scare." Hermione shot upright, glaring at her. "It was your brother phrasing things in the most vague way possible and your parents' Pretting those things in the absolute worst way. It was bloody hilarious, Ginny said with a wicked grin as she flopped onto her own bed. Not for me. Well, obviously not, Ginny shrugged. But if it helps. The rest of us thought it was brilliant. It doesn't. Ginny shrugged again, the corners of her mouth twitching as she fought the urge to needle her further. How could they think? Ron and I, Hermione stammered. Her face scarlet as she gestured vaguely with her hands. She looked at Ginny imploringly. We've only been together 2 weeks. It does seem like longer, doesn't it? Ginny mused. She tapped her lip thoughtfully. You're certain you didn't get together before that? Maybe snuck off while you were hunting Horcruxes. She dodged the pillow Hermione threw at her with a laugh. Okay. So, you two haven't. Ginny. Hermione scolded, her face flushed with embarrassment. That's your brother. I'm just asking, Ginny said, raising her hands defensively. Besides, who else are you going to talk to about this if not me? She stood up, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I could always go get Mum if you. Don't you dare. Hermione gasped, her eyes wide with horror. You're a menace. Despite the outrage in her voice, she was grinning from ear to ear. Ginny collapsed back onto her bed, fighting the urge to laugh. So, you and Ron. We've only been together for 2 weeks. Hermione repeated, flustered, and at not exactly the most romantic of times. Ginny nodded, she could certainly understand. It had taken her and Harry a while to get back into their rhythm after the battle as well. Navigating a transition from friends to something more, while dealing with all the changes, couldn't have been easy for Hermione and Ron. Well, Ginny said, it made the whole Australia thing easier for them to swallow. Silver linings, Hermione muttered grumpily, but Ginny could tell she was more upset than she was letting on. Are you really that worried about it? What if we can't get a portkey? What if we can't find them? Hermione asked desperately. What if we can and I can't fix what I did to them? And even if I do, what if I change their entire identities? To protect them, Ginny interrupted gently. What if they don't see it that way? What if they don't forgive me? Hermione sank into the camp bed, worry creasing her face. I didn't. I'm not sure I know how to fix it. Ginny had to admire how she'd held it together for so long. Almost an entire year of pushing this worry to the back of her mind and focusing on helping Harry and Ron. And then focusing on being there for Ginny's family through their loss and grief. Ginny crossed the room and sat beside Hermione on the bed. If anyone can figure out how to do it, it's you, Ginny told her. Wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Same girl who brewed Polyjuice Potion as a second year, managed a double schedule with a time turner, figured out Rita Skeeter's secret, fought Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries, figured out the Deathly Hallows and how to kill a Horcrux. Hermione shifted uncomfortably. If I told you that girl was going with you to help set your parents right, would that make you feel better? Hermione fixed Ginny with an appraising look. You would make a much better Quidditch captain than Harry. Ginny fell back laughing. Not fishing for compliments, but I'll take it. Speaking of you and Harry, Hermione began with a conspiratorial grin. Have you two? What? No, Ginny said quickly. Too quickly, she realized a moment too late. Oh, well, you can't blame me for asking after all the grief I got tonight, Hermione said sternly. Besides, with the way you were pining over each other, then together for a few weeks, and then pining for each other all over again. You make me sound like a love-struck little girl, Ginny mumbled grumpily. Well, you didn't see Harry mooning over your dot on the map, Hermione pointed out. Ron told me, Ginny said. Hermione scoffed affectionately. Ron only noticed because I pointed it out. She fixed Ginny with a piercing look. I just figured after all that time apart, you two would. Ginny shook her head. No, nothing like. It's certainly gotten intense. She felt her neck and ears color, and couldn't help the grin that tugged at her lips, but we haven't. Ginny chewed her lip nervously. It wasn't that the thought hadn't occurred to her, and she was certain he'd thought about it, but she always assumed he'd have expressed his feelings towards her first. I think I love him, she said quietly. Hermione froze, her eyes widening. Really? Have you told him? Ginny felt herself flush, but shook her head. No, she admitted, her voice felt small. It feels big. Hermione's eyes widened. Not like, Hermione. Ginny gasped scandalously. Saying it feels bigger than anything I've said before. I don't know how he'll react. She hesitated, biting her lip again. But sometimes, when he looks at me, or when he keeps me close like he did at the funerals, I feel it. How so? It's kind of like how I feel around my family. Ginny shook her head. She felt she was doing a poor job explaining it. Like when he met Teddy for the first time, after Remus and Tonks's funeral, she said, taking a breath. He kept me close the whole time, like he needed me there. You should have seen the way he held Teddy, so careful. So protective. And he looked at me like, she hesitated for a moment, like I was part of it. Part of his family, too. Hermione smiled softly, and Ginny powered on. And there've been moments, little ones, where I think he's about to say it, or wants to. Like, when we're together, when he's here at night, or when it's just us out in the orchard, but he never does. Ginny, I think he does love you. Hermione said. Ginny felt her breath catch in her throat. Her heart was pounding. But, Harry's not like most people in that regard. He's been through a lot. I know, Ginny said quickly. I know he's been hurt. He lost his parents, and Sirius, but this is different. Isn't it? Hermione sighed, her voice soft and patient. It's not just about the people he's lost, Ginny. It's about the life he had before Hogwarts, or didn't have. You know his relatives were awful to him, but he doesn't talk about just how bad it really was. Ginny frowned and leaned forward. What do you mean? Hermione hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Harry grew up in a house where he wasn't loved. The Dursleys, they didn't just neglect him. They went out of their way to make him feel unwanted. He's told us things over the years, little details that he doesn't even realize are. She frowned, and Ginny could see a rare look of disgust on her face. Vile. Ginny's chest clenched. Like what? Like being locked in a cupboard for years. Or being punished just for existing. Hermione's bottom lip trembled. He was treated like a burden. He was abused, and made to feel that it was his fault. That's not something you just unlearn. Ginny's stomach dropped. Her heart ached as she thought about Harry's quiet moments, the way he looked after everyone else, the way he always put himself last. Like he didn't believe he was worth more. I hate them for that, Ginny said fiercely. He's Harry. He's kind and thoughtful and selfless. I hate that there are people out there who should have loved him but made him feel so worthless. She looked around her room, small as it was. She thought about Percy, who had alienated himself from the family but had been welcomed back immediately. I can't imagine, we've never had many things, but even when I was furious with them, I always knew my family loved me. That I could tell them that and they'd say it right back without a second thought. I don't think, Hermione hesitated, fixing Ginny with a piercing look. I don't know if anyone has ever told him they loved him. Ever. Ginny's voice cracked. I'm sure his mom or dad when he was a baby, but after that, who? Hermione asked, shrugging helplessly. Sirius might have, I suppose, but I'm not sure. She looked down thoughtfully. He was hard to get in touch with and, rather damaged himself. And the Dursleys, well, I don't think he's ever heard the words, I love you, said to him, Hermione continued softly. She shook her head angrily. Ron and I, we should have done more. Tried harder. But, we were just kids and there was so much else. That's not your fault, Hermione, Ginny said, placing a hand on her knee. No, it's not, Hermione agreed, nodding. But I still feel awful thinking about it. He's the closest thing I have to a brother and I never told him, Hermione sniffed loudly. He went to die, Ginny, never having heard someone tell him they loved him. A long moment of silence stretched between them, and Ginny thought about Harry's confession, of how his last thought had been of her. He'd gone to die, to give his life in the hope of giving them a chance. Having never heard, I love you, but thinking of her. I'm going to tell him, Ginny decided finally. She could feel Hermione's gaze snap to her. And if he's not ready, that's okay. I'll wait. But I am not going to let him go any longer without hearing it. So, that could have gone better, Ron muttered, collapsing into his bed. Harry bit his cheek to keep from laughing and feigned ignorance. Not sure what you mean, Ron. Ron shot him an unimpressed look. Don't give me that, he said. That was probably the most mortifying dinner of my life, mate. He scrunched up his face. And I've spent an evening vomiting slugs. Harry stifled a laugh. Better you than me. Oh just you wait, Ron growled, glaring over at Harry. Soon as Mum and Dad figure out how you and Ginny are carrying on ing your long walks in the orchard, you'll be getting it, too. We haven't. That didn't help me, Ron sniped. Harry conceded the point with a grin. Ron lay back with his arms folded behind his head. So you're really going to be an Auror, Harry dropped into the camp bed with a sigh. Thinking about it, he admitted, then shook his head. Well, more than thinking, I guess. Ginny helped me figure it out earlier today. Said I was talking about Hogwarts like I wasn't going to be there. She just wants to be Quidditch captain, Ron said. She'd be better at it than me. Ron looked ready to object, but realization seemed to dawn on him. Yeah, reckon you got a point, he said with a shrug. She's bloody brilliant on a broom. You give next year any thought yet? Harry dared to ask. Very thing with the Weasleys was still so painfully raw. Dinner that evening was really the first time they had been able to talk about the future and their plans as a family, the first time he'd seen the spark returned to them since Bill's wedding, probably. Nah, Ron sighed, running a hand through his hair. I still feel like there's too much to do. I feel like I'm being pulled in half a dozen different directions all at once. George's shop, Mum and Dad, Hermione's parents, you. Me. Harry goggled. Yes, you, Ron insisted, sitting up. I'm not sure if you realized it, Harry, but we're bloody worried about you. Harry gave him a confused look. You died, Harry. You snuck off and died. So yeah, Voldemort's gone, but we're worried about you all the same. Who's we? Hermione and I, Ron said, throwing up his hands. Who else? You don't have to worry about me, Harry insisted. He sat up as well. I'm doing better, I promise. I know you are, Ron admitted with a sigh. But why? We're too good at shoving down what you need to take care of other people. And I'm worried that if Hermione and I are off looking for her parents, no one is going to notice if you're not okay. Ron, Harry said, his voice softening. You guys don't have to do that alone. After everything you've done for me. You've got other responsibilities here, Ron cut him off. Mum and Dad can't stop me from going to help Hermione. But they'd never let Ginny go. She's not of age. Harry nodded. And I'm not going to let you leave her. She needs you. Teddy needs you, too. Ron swallowed thickly, his eyes never leaving Harry's. And, if I'm being honest, I need you here. Oh, so you're just looking to get Hermione alone on the other side of the world? Harry teased. Ron chucked a pillow at his head and it knocked his glasses askew. That joke wasn't funny when Ginny made it, it's even less funny from you. Harry hurled Ron's pillow back, but he caught it easily. Damn keeper reflexes. I trust you to be here for my family if I can't be. Harry nodded. Always, mate. Ron frowned, his brow creased with worry. I'm torn, Harry. He fixed Ron with a curious look. I think I left you once when you really needed me. Last winter. I don't want to do that again. Harry felt his gaze soften. He nodded in understanding. You came back when I needed you, too. I know, Ron said with a sigh, his head dropping. And I know we're good, but you broke her heart when you left, too, Harry pointed out. Ron swallowed down a grimace. She's forgiven you, clearly. But I think, if you're serious about her, deadly, then you need to go, Harry said. He smiled. I've been watching your mum and dad. Weird, but go on. Prat, Harry muttered, rolling his eyes. They back each other up. Even when they disagree, they make sure they're never alone in it. Ron nodded his understanding. The three of us have been together every step of the way, he said. We still are, Harry said pointedly. We just need to do these parts separately. You make sure that Hermione gets her family back. I'll look out for everyone here for you. Deal. Ron grimaced and gave a reluctant nod. Ron, if you don't go with her, I'm going to hex you. Ron sighed and shook his head, a grin finally finding its way onto his face. Deal, mate. The door to the minister's office swung open, and Harry and Ron stepped inside. The room was spacious but far from the grand, polished office Harry had imagined for the office of the Minister for Magic. High, vaulted ceilings loomed overhead, and enchanted sconces cast steady golden light across the room. Boxes were scattered throughout, some neatly labeled with Kingsley's name, others still bearing the initials of his predecessor. Their contents spilled over with papers, books, and forgotten artifacts. A large oak desk stood at the center, its surface already cluttered with stacks of parchment and magical maps of Wizarding Britain. Kingsley stood near the desk, his gaze fixed on one of the maps. He nodded, deep in thought. He was a stark difference to the first minister Harry had met. Cornelius Fudge may as well have been a pygmy puff by comparison. Kingsley's towering frame radiated quiet authority even amid the cluttered chaos of his new office. Beside him, a second man turned sharply. Gawain Robards was everything Harry imagined a senior Auror to be, radiating authority and precision. His dark charcoal robes were tailored to perfection, sweeping over broad shoulders and a lean, athletic build. The silver embroidery along his robes caught the light as he moved. The ministry's crest, stitched neatly over his chest, was a subtle but unmistakable badge of rank. Beneath his robes, sturdy leather boots hinted at readiness, and his posture was one of coiled vigilance. His face was rugged, with a strong jawline lightly shadowed by stubble, and piercing blue eyes that seemed to cut through the room like daggers. As he regarded Harry and Ron, those eyes seemed to take the measure of them in an instant. Harry was struck suddenly by the thought of a young, unmarred, Mad-Eye Moody. "Harry, Ron," Kingsley said warmly, breaking the moment as he stepped forward to greet them. "Welcome. This is Gawain Robards, head of the Auror office. I thought it was time you met properly." Robards extended a hand, his grip firm but respectful. His expression was unreadable save for the faintest flicker of appraisal. "I've heard a lot about you," he said, his voice deep and clipped, each word deliberate. Some of it, quite unbelievable. Harry caught a look of why annoyance flicker across Kingsley's face, but he held Robards's gaze. Ginny's warning that there would always be people looking for reasons to doubt him until he proved them wrong flashed through his mind, along with Mr. Weasley's assurance that Robards would be someone Kingsley trusted implicitly. "And yet, here you stand," Robards said. A fleeting pleased look flashed over his face but was gone just as quickly. "The minister tells me you are considering taking part in Auror selection." Harry nodded, noticing how easily the acknowledgement came. This meeting was the first step in something he never dared hope for. A future. He felt, for the first time, what he could only really describe as momentum. Beside him, Ron nodded as well. Slower, and less sharply, but noticed that his eyes didn't waver when he did. "You realize that while the minister has relaxed the selection process, your success in Auror basic training will be the deciding factor with regards to your future in this department." Harry nodded. "We figured as much," Ron said casually. Harry fought the urge to widen his eyes and wheel around in warning. What the hell was Ron thinking? "You did you?" Robards said in that same clipped, deliberate voice. Ron shrugged. "Well yeah. You can't have everybody who has a grudge against Death Eaters start joining to get their own justice," he said. "It'd be chaos." Robards stared at Ron appraising Ly and Harry caught on to what was happening. "And we need to be better than any other Aurors," Harry continued for Ron. "From any other past administration. Because if we're not, then all of this," he gestured widely, "is just going to happen again." Robards looked from him back to Ron, and then back to him again. Then a small smile curved one corner of his mouth. "I tend to agree with the sentiment," he said. He glanced over at Kingsley, who met his smile and nodded, and it was like a switch. Robards's entire demeanor shifted. The icy veneer evaporated, his posture relaxed, and his expression softened. The sharp edge faded, replaced by a sense of respect for the weight he was undertaking. "Kingsley's told me about the things you've done. Your friend Granger as well. And from what he didn't tell me, I can piece together the rest," Robards said. "The necessary parts, at least." Harry cast a worried glance Kingsley's way, but the minister simply nodded assuredly. Harry released a breath. "I assure you, you have my utmost respect. I do not know a single Auror who could have pulled off what you did. By every conceivable metric, you should have failed," he continued. "But I want to assure you that you do not need to accept this offer." He raised his hand, stopping them as they moved to object. "I do not doubt your ability. I do not attribute it all to luck," he assured them. "But from the moment you were born the ministry has failed you. There should be no single wizard more powerful than a government designed to protect its people. We failed you. But those of us here now." Kingsley stepped forward, not taking this lightly. "The last thing we want you to feel is responsible for those of us who should have been responsible for you. Blimey, that's not what I was expecting you to say. Ron stammered. I imagine not. Robards shot Kingsley a knowing look and Kingsley just smiled wryly. Harry remembered Mr. Weasley's words again. It was obvious that Kingsley and Robards had worked together for some time. He was reminded, momentarily, of the way he and Ron would have their own silent conversations. I don't want to speak for Ron, Harry said, casting Ron a small smile. But I think that's why I want to do it. Yeah, I guess we appreciate the apology, Ron said with a smirk and a shrug. But it's not like we can go back to being kids. No, I suppose you can't. Robards nodded in agreement, and gestured to Kingsley. Rebuilding the Auror department is a critical component for the reconstruction of the Ministry. There are still severe, high-profile Death Eaters and supporters of Voldemort at large. My number one priority is bringing them into stand trial. He gave them a pointed look. I understand you have more history with them than most. Will this be a problem? Harry gave Ron a hard look, but found his friend's eyes unfocused. The faces of Fred, Remus, Tonks, Colin, Sirius, and Moody flashed across Harry's memory. Could H.E. face their killers and keep his anger in check? Could Ron? No. They deserve to pay for what they've done, Harry said, speaking without realizing it. But, I'm not a killer. I don't, he shook his head. Robards nodded. He seemed content with the answer. He turned to Ron. You seem less certain. Ron stammered for a moment, but Robards raised a hand placatingly. It's not a bad thing to be uncertain of your answer. Just be sure to be certain of the answer before you give it. Lot of things going on right now, Ron murmured. Kingsley inclined his head. I've heard as much. Australia, was it? Ron nodded. Hermione and Dad are at the Department of Magical Transportation now arranging a portkey. Excellent. If you encounter any difficulties while you're traveling, please don't hesitate to contact me here, Kingsley said, patting Ron on the shoulder. I was hoping to stop by the Burrow again, but I fear my schedule will not allow it quite yet. Harry nodded, offering a sympathetic grimace. Kingsley smiled faintly, though the solemnity in his eyes didn't waver. The Ministry is planning a memorial to mark 1 month since the end of the war. It'll take place in the atrium on the 2nd of June. Ron shifted. A memorial. Like a ceremony. Yes, Kingsley said, his voice steady. It'll be a time for reflection and remembrance. A chance for the wizarding world to come together, honor those we lost, and acknowledge the sacrifices made to defeat Voldemort. Harry's chest tightened at the mention of sacrifices. His thoughts immediately went to Fred, Tonks, Remus, and so many others who'd given their lives for the cause. He glanced at Ron, whose jaw had tightened slightly but whose expression remained unreadable. Kingsley continued, his gaze now fixed on Harry. You and your furry NDS, Hermione included, played a pivotal role in the events leading to Voldemort's defeat. You've inspired countless witches and wizards, Harry, myself included. And Ron, your family is a symbol of resilience and unity in the darkest of times. The Weasleys, too, are at the heart of this. Ron rubbed the back of his neck, his ears turning pink. So, what are you asking us to do? I'd like you to attend as honored guests. Kingsley explained. Your presence will mean a great deal to the people. It's not about the ministry or speeches, though if you feel moved to say a few words, we'd welcome it. It's about showing the strength of our community and giving people hope as we rebuild. Harry let the weight of the invitation settle on him. I'll be there, he said after a moment, his voice firm. It's the least I can do. Ron nodded slowly, though he still looked a bit uncomfortable. Yeah, all right. Don't expect me to make a speech or anything, though. Kingsley chuckled softly, the sound warm and reassuring. Understood, Ron. Your presence alone will be enough. There was a pause, and Harry found himself looking at the papers on Kingsley's desk, lists of names, reports, and letters, all remnants of a war that had ended but whose scars were still fresh. He cleared his throat. Kingsley, this memorial, it'll mean a lot to everyone. Thank you for organizing it. Kingsley's smile deepened, and he inclined his head. It's the least I can do for those who gave everything. And for those still here to carry us forward. He stood, signaling the end of the meeting. I'll have the details sent to you soon. Thank you, Harry. Ron, for everything. He turned to Robards. Gawain. Of course, Robards said. He shook their hands with a tight-lipped smile. I do hope to see you both when training begins in August. The sun beat down on the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley, uncharacteristically warm for a mid-May afternoon. Ginny squinted against the glare and brushed an errant strand of hair from her face. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other as she stood beside her mother and Bill, her hands tucked into the pockets of her jeans. Gringotts loomed ahead, pristine white marble gleaming blindingly in the sunlight. She'd have never guessed that Harry, Ron, and Hermione had smashed through the roof of the bank on Dragonback just 2 weeks before. Her mum's knitting needles clicked steadily beside her. The rhythmic sound was soothing initially, but after nearly an hour it was becoming a little maddening. Mum had claimed she needed something to do with her hands while they waited. But Ginny suspected it was more to keep herself from storming into the bank to ensure everything was going smoothly. Bill stood with his arms crossed. He looked calm but his eyes flitted back and forth, tracking every movement near the guarded entrance. "How much longer do you think they'll be?" Mum asked for the third time, her voice tight with worry. Bill gave her a reassuring smile. Huff. Ginny could see the flicker of tension in his jaw. "Dad and Harry know what they're doing, Mum. They'll handle it. I still don't understand why you didn't go in with them," Mum said, giving Bill a pointed look. "You know Gringotts and goblins better than any of us." Bill shifted uncomfortably. "Yes, well, I've already damaged a good bit of my standing with the goblins after everything that happened with the break-in. If I'd gone in there with Harry and Dad," he rubbed the back of his neck. "I didn't want to risk my position, or make things harder for Harry and Dad." Ginny nodded absently, but her gaze remained fixed on the entrance. She wasn't worried about Harry's ability to smooth things over with the goblins, but that didn't make the wait any easier. Her mind drifted to Ron, Hermione, and Percy, who were somewhere in the alley gathering supplies for Ron and Hermione's trip to find her parents. George and Charlie had left earlier to check on the shop with Lee Jordan. Ginny had seen the tight set of his shoulders as he departed, and she hoped Lee's steady presence would help. It felt strange, everyone splitting off in different directions after so long sticking together. Her eyes snapped back to Gringotts as the heavy doors creaked open. 2 figures emerged, her dad, looking characteristically calm despite the circumstances, and Harry, his head bent slightly as he spoke to Dad. He caught her eye and smiled. Ginny felt her heart jump at the sight of him. "Here they come," she said, nudging her mother lightly. Molly's knitting stilled, and she tucked the needles and yarn into her bag as the 3 of them stepped forward to meet them. "How'd it go?" Bill asked, his tone casual but carrying a note of worry. "Smooth as it could have," Dad replied with a smile. "Harry was brilliant." He thumped Harry hard on the back. "Humble of course, offering apologies. I don't think the goblins expected that." "How'd you get it all sorted?" Molly asked. "Well, Kingsley did most of the work beforehand," Dad explained. "But we did point out that quarreling with the man who defeated Voldemort and became the darling of the wizarding world would not be good for business." He gave a look around. "Everyone else go their own ways." Ginny nodded. "Told Ron and Hermione that we'd meet them at Madame Malkin's to pick up some new things," she said. "Wonderful. Shall we?" Dad offered Mum his arm and they walked off together. "Come along now." Bill made a sweeping, "after you," gesture. Harry shot her a grin and offered his arm as well. She leaned into him and they followed her parents down towards the rest of the shops. Diagon Alley had always felt alive, more so than most anywhere else outside of family dinner nights at the Burrow. Now, just 2 weeks after the Battle of Hogwarts, it was quieter, subdued. But not lifeless. Scorch marks marred the walls of some of the shops and newly repaired windows glinted in the sunlight, though a few industrious shopkeepers had already begun repairing their storefronts. Here and there, magical construction crews hovered on broomsticks, their wands tracing arcs of light that mended broken bricks or reinforced teetering signs. Ginny nodded. The once vivid paint of Flourish and Blots had dulled, its sign hanging crookedly, though the faint buzz of activity inside suggested the bookstore would soon reopen. But what caught Ginny's attention most wasn't the sights or smells, it was the people. Heads turned as they passed, and more than a few whispered conversations sparked to life, punctuated by wide eyes and quick glances. "That's him, isn't it? Harry Potter." "It is. The chosen one, right here in Diagon Alley." "But who's that with him? Do you think it's not Hermione Granger, is it?" "No, she's taller." Ginny felt Harry stiffen slightly beside her. Though he kept his gaze fixed ahead, his arms steady beneath hers. She squeezed it gently, offering silent reassurance. Some of the onlookers smiled tentatively, others simply stared in awe. A few even tipped their hats or nodded respectfully, their whispers carrying a mix of gratitude and curiosity. "How'd the meeting with Robards go?" Ginny asked as they walked along, hoping to distract him. "Really well," Harry said. There was a note of excitement in his voice that seemed to reflect itself in the spark of his green eyes. "Your dad was right. Kingsley really trusts him. And I think it's exactly what I want to be doing." Ginny chewed her bottom lip, torn between excitement for him and disappointment that she would be at Hogwarts without him for an entire year. She stuffed that feeling down and tried to instead focus on his happiness. "Did you get a look at the Auror uniform?" she asked, her tongue between her teeth. He shot her that wonderful lopsided grey. And his green eyes sparkled as he bumped her with his hip. Weasley's, Wizard Wheezes loomed ahead, its windows dark for now, the bright orange facade standing as both a reminder of loss and a promise of resilience. Ginny's chest tightened at the sight, but she pushed past the feeling, focusing on the present. Beyond the feel of Harry's arm around hers, it was the people in the alley that drew her attention most. Witches and wizards moved with quiet determination, a mix of relief and sorrow on their faces. A mother held her son's hand tightly as they passed Ollivander's, its sign newly repainted. A group of Hogwarts-aged children were gathered outside Fortescue's, laughing softly as though testing the bounds of joy in a world still healing. "We'll meet you at the Leaky," Harry called out. Before her parents could object, he took her by the hand and led her past Madame Malkin's. "Where are we? We need to get you a broom," Harry said, dragging her towards quality Quidditch supplies. "And you need new gear. You can't just buy me a broom," Ginny objected. "I can't," Harry said, hefting a money pouch that clinked and jingled. "I'm the master of the ancient and noble House of Black, again," he said imperiously. His nose turned up playfully. "And, apparently, now that I'm of age I have access to that and all of the full Potter vault." "I understand the mechanics, Harry," Ginny wheeled round and stopped him in his tracks with her hand on his chest. "I'm saying you shouldn't. You're my girlfriend and Harry cut himself off, looking both startled and suddenly wary of the people around him. "Say it," Ginny urged silently, hoping he'd hear her thoughts. But she knew better. Harry wasn't one for big, public declarations, outside of defeating dark wizards. I'm invested in your future," he finished lamely. Ginny felt strangely defeated, and Harry seemed to sense it. "I'm not going to go crazy with it." He gripped her shoulders assuringly. "But you need a good broom. You want to play professionally. And we've been together, how long?" "That's a complicated question," Ginny muttered. "Well, in all our time together, I haven't gotten you a single gift." "Harry, a broom is," she began, but he cut her off. "If it makes you feel any better, I'm getting one for myself, too," he added quickly, his earnest tone softening the sharpness of her protest. Ginny pressed her lips together, her mind racing. Of course, she wanted a new broom. Her old one had been battered and barely serviceable even before the war. Hell, the school brooms were in better shape. But the thought of Harry buying her one, of him paying for all her Quidditch gear, made something twist uncomfortably in her chest. It wasn't about pride, exactly. Or maybe it was, in part. But it was more than that. "Mum and Dad will flip," she said instead. Trying to deflect. "Your dad said I could," Harry replied with a confidence that should have been irritating but wasn't. "He said you could help with the essentials," she countered, crossing her arms. "What's more essential than a good Quidditch broom?" Harry grinned, his green eyes sparkling in that way that always made her stomach flip. Ginny stammered. He had a fantastic point. And she hated it. But that uncomfortable knot in her chest tightened. Why was she fighting him so adamantly? She loved Harry, in a way that just putting those 3 words told it. Her in her head made her heart flutter, and she trusted him, but this felt uneven. Was it because he didn't just want to buy her a broom? He could. Just like that. A few galleons, a few hundred galleons. From his vault wouldn't even make a dent in what he had, while she couldn't dream of buying something like that for herself. She wasn't used to this imbalance, to the idea that he could give her things she couldn't hope to match. It wasn't Harry's fault, it wasn't like he flaunted his wealth, but it still unsettled her. She'd always valued her independence, always fought to hold her own in a family of 7 children. where hand-me-downs were the norm, and more than that, perfectly acceptable. Letting Harry buy her something as personal and significant as a broom felt strange. There was the unspoken fear that if she let him do this, if she leaned on him too much, she might start to lose herself in the process. Would people look at her and think she'd only made it as far as she had because of Harry? "Why are you hesitating?" Harry asked gently, his brow furrowing. Ginny blinked, realizing she'd been quiet too long. She bit her lip, unsure how to put all those tangled feelings into words. Instead, she forced a small smile. "Because you're impossible to argue with." Harry chuckled, clearly relieved, and he led the way into quality Quidditch supplies. But Ginny's heart still felt heavy, and she knew this wasn't just about a broom. "I'm getting one for myself, too," he said again, browsing through a display of gloves. "Oh, so now my gift isn't special?" Ginny teased with a mocking frown. She began looking through a row of protective pads. "For someone who says I'm impossible to argue with, you sure do seem to love trying," Harry teased back. She forced a wry smile. It wasn't teasing him that she loved. "Try these on." Harry tossed her a pair of gloves from 2 displays over. Ginny caught the gloves mid-air, her reflexes sharp as ever, and turned them over in her hands. There was a faint shimmer that immediately caught her eye, its silvery gray surface glinting softly. The material felt soft but strong beneath her fingertips, molding slightly as though it already knew her touch. She raised an eyebrow, impressed despite herself, and a slow grin spread across her face as she slipped one onto her hand. "Mooncalf leather. They're supposed to be really good for seekers and chasers," Harry explained. He had another larger pair on his hands. "I'd always wanted a pair." "Maybe for seekers," Ginny said, removing her hand from the glove and bringing it back over. "But mooncalf leather is too fragile for chasers. Too much handling of the quaffle. And then they require too much continued treatment." "Huh," Harry muttered thoughtfully. "I hadn't thought of that." Ginny grabbed a pair of regular leather gloves and a set of protective pads, the same kind that she and 99% of the school, Harry included, had worn in every match before, and handed them to Harry. If he was insisting on buying her things, he'd have to carry them, too. "I'm not going to pull a Malfoy and show up with all the fancy bells and whistles," Ginny said firmly, sensing his objection. "This is school Quidditch. I'm going to treat it seriously. Not as a chance to play dress up." He stammered momentarily, "Ginny, I didn't mean to." "I know you didn't," she cut him off, stunned by the hurt and worry in his eyes. Still so cautious. "And I'm not saying you were. I just wanted to make sure we were both on the same page." She chewed her lip, thoughtfully. "Because I think we are." She held his gaze and tried to get him to hear what she was really saying. "Oh, right." He nodded, still half stunned. He glanced around at the display of broomsticks. "Let's get some brooms, yeah." Ginny SMI led a tight-lipped smile and nodded as well. She joined him at the display. "If you're thinking, I'm not buying you a firebolt," he said, glancing over the various models. "I don't even see one in here. Probably hid them away with all the shit going on this past year," Ginny muttered. She lingered on the Cleansweep 11 model. Her parents had bought one for Ron when he was made prefect. She'd been insanely jealous at the time. "There's probably a vault in Gringotts somewhere with firebolts stacked floor to ceiling." Harry snorted. "What are you thinking of getting? The Nimbus 2001 is probably the best broom here right now. But even the 2000 is more broom than I really need if I'm just playing at the Burrow," Harry muttered thoughtfully. There was a look of distaste on his face. "And wouldn't want to fly anything Malfoy felt was good," Ginny finished, chuckling at his look of surprise. "I know you, Potter." "Yeah," Harry muttered, staring at her thoughtfully. "You do." Ginny grinned. "I bet there's an intramural league at the Ministry." His eyes lit up. He nodded his head and turned back to the broomstick display, his eyes landing on the Nimbus 2000. "Played my first game of Quidditch on that." His brows drew together. "Caught that first snitch." The snitch. The one Professor Dumbledore had hidden the resurrection stone in so that when the time came, Harry wouldn't be alone. Ginny had some complicated feelings for her old headmaster, both of them, now that she thought of it, but the importance of that snitch and that first game couldn't be overstated. She heard the words in her head before Harry even said them aloud. She knew him that well. "I'll need a Nimbus 2000, he said, calling the sales wizard over. Lumos seemed to light in his eyes, and he held up 2 fingers. 2 of them, actually. The sales wizard raised an eyebrow. Harry, Ginny protested. That broom was a lot more expensive than she was planning to let him spend on her. I don't. Harry Potter. The sales wizard gasped in a whisper, and stared at Harry like he was seeing him for the first time. Sir, of course, I'm sorry, Harry interrupted the sales wizard. I'm not letting you talk your way out of this, Gin. He said with a lopsided grin and a flash of mischief in his green eyes. You said you were a better seeker than me. So we're going to see if you can put your money where your mouth is. Ginny opened her mouth to object, but the gauntlet had been thrown down. If she objected, really put her foot down and told him, no, he'd have ammunition to tease her with for years. And he'd challenged her ability. Merlin. He knew her well, too. Ginny huffed. Fine, but you have to justify it to Mum and Dad when they inevitably corner me and ask me how I could possibly let you buy me a Nimbus 2000. She threw her hands up. Caught somewhere between frustration and fondness. The sales wizard managed to get over his shock and check them out. They'd grabbed a set of gloves and a broom. Stick servicing kit for each of them along with a set of practice balls. Despite the sales wizard's insistence otherwise, Harry paid full price, and exchanged a larger stack of galleons than Ginny had ever seen in a single transaction. The wizard gave a flick of his wand, and a long, protective sheath made of shimmering, enchanted fabric materialized in midair. It floated gently over each of the broomsticks, snugly wrapping itself around the polished handle and bristled tail. The fabric shimmered faintly, enchanted to ward off scratches, dirt, and water. With another precise wave, the broomstick hovered momentarily before tucking itself into a sleek carrying case. The clerk handed the case to Harry with a smile. Potter up by 1, Harry teased, grabbing their things and leading the way out of the store. No, Ginny shouted. Up, no way, I knew the thing with the gloves. Harry shook his head. That was small stuff. Not point-worthy. Not point-worthy. She shrieked in mock outrage. I don't make the rules. Harry pointed out. Ginny sputtered. Potter up by 1. No, definitely not, Ginny said. Potter up. No way. What about the thing from the other night? She flashed a mischievous grin. What thing? Oh. Harry's mouth hung open and his cheeks colored. Damn. Then, Weasley up by 1. Ginny laughed and pumped her fist. But Harry seemed to jump. Wait, no. What about the night before that? Ginny frowned playfully. I was hoping you'd forget. I'm never going to forget that, Gin, Harry said, staring at her pointedly. I've filed that one away for safekeeping. Ginny felt her face heating up. She must have been burning red because Harry's stare became a triumphant grin. Potter up by 1 again. Tie game, Ginny said measuredly, trying to control her blush. Harry looked like he was going to object. But Ginny fixed him with a harder look. Tie game. Harry gave her a wry grin and an appraising look. He nodded. Tie game. We'll settle this on the Quidditch pitch, Weasley. You're on, Potter. She grinned back. They headed back towards the leaky cauldron, rather than Malkin's, figuring it would be less cramped than the small shop while they waited for the rest. Harry slowed, staring at Janus Gallowglass magical mirror shop. A thoughtful look crossed his face for a moment, but he shook it off with a frown and allowed Ginny to lead him into the pub. The leaky cauldron was quieter than usual. The low murmur of hushed conversations filling the air in place of its typical bustling atmosphere. As they entered, the patrons' eyes flicked to them, and the room seemed to hold its breath for a moment. The reverence in their gazes was unmistakable, faint nods and whispers laced with awe and celebrity worship. Ginny could feel it too, the weight of being in the shadow of the one who had defeated Voldemort, whose name was on the tip of every tongue. Harry, ever modest, didn't seem to revel in the stares. His face set in a tight, uncomfortable smile and he offered a small, awkward wave. Ginny smiled slightly, stepping closer to him to offer some silent comfort as they made their way through the room. They found a corner near the fireplace and settled into a small, round table, waiting for the rest of the Weasleys to arrive. As they sat, a voice broke through the quiet hum of the inn. Ginny, Harry. Demelza Robbins called, her voice warm and friendly. Demelza was one of their Quidditch teammates and Ginny's closest friend at school. They'd become a force on the Quidditch pitch, so in sync it was almost scary. Ginny didn't know if any 3 chasers at Hogwarts could be favorably compared to the synergy of the Angelina Alicia Katie trio, but Katie herself had said she wouldn't want to play Ginny and Demelza in 2A-side Quidditch regardless of who she was partnered with. It had been far too long since Ginny had seen her in a setting that wasn't shadowed by grief or loss. Funerals didn't exactly lend themselves to catching up, and their brief conversations had been reduced to murmured apologies and hollow reassurances. Seeing Demelza now, looking relaxed and decidedly more at ease in dark jeans and a purple Pride of Portree t-shirt, was a breath of fresh air. A tall boy trailed behind Demelza, mirroring her nimble movements through the crowd. He had long, sandy blonde hair and pale eyes, and though Ginny didn't recognize him immediately, there was something familiar about his face. Demelza greeted Ginny with a tight, one-armed hug, expertly managing not to spill the butterbeers. She did the same to Harry, who started at the sudden embrace before patting her back awkwardly. Ginny rolled her eyes. "I'm so glad I ran into you too," she exclaimed. She gestured to the boy beside her. "Do you mind if we join you?" "Here," she shoved tea. He butterbeers in front of Harry and Ginny then shouted to Tom the barman for 2 more. Of course, Ginny scooted closer to Harry to make room for the 2. "You remember Maddox?" brightly, Ginny blurted out, recognition dawning. "You're giant." She hadn't seen him in over 2 years, since the end of her 4th year, and he must have grown almost a foot in that time. Maddox flushed and grinned. "Yeah, I suppose," he said. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, but Ginny thought she saw him trying to flex his biceps as he did. "Late growth spurt, I guess. You were gone the last 2 years, Ginny said. She raised her glass to Demelza in a toast and took a sip of her butterbeer. "Yeah," Maddox said, his grin fading. "After everyone saw You Know Who come back, my parents sent me to stay with family in America. And they kept me there after Professor Dumbledore was killed. I did my 5th and 6th years at Ilvermorny." "You can do that?" Harry asked. Maddox shifted uncomfortably, and he seemed to withdraw into himself. "Not usually," he admitted, staring down into his butterbeer. "It was a unique few years. Exceptions were made. Anyway, the term there ended last week, so I just got back. And he shook his head and gave Ginny a hard look. "I'm not exactly proud that I let my parents send me off, but I was only 14 and they weren't hearing arguments." Ginny nodded, understanding all too well how overprotective parents could be. Maddox shifted uncomfortably. "I'm sorry about your brother," he said quietly. "George, right. Fred," Ginny corrected sharply. "Right. Sorry." Maddox frowned, looking away. And an uncomfortable silence settled over the group. Harry gave Ginny's hand a reassuring squeeze under the table, and she shot Demelza a pleading look. "So, broomstick shopping?" Demelza offered in a very transparent, but appreciated, attempt to change the subject. She gestured to the packaged broomsticks set against the wall behind them. "What did you get?" Harry Penn his mouth to speak but Ginny cut him off. "You'll see on the pitch, or if you stop by the burrow for practice," Ginny replied, recovering quickly. "Really?" Demelza asked, her eyes lighting up. "Open invitation. Anytime," Ginny confirmed with a grin. "We can run some drills." "Yes," Demelza said, clapping her hands together. "Are you both coming back next year?" "I am," Ginny said quickly, surprising herself by how natural the answer felt. "Harry is," she trailed off and looked at him, nodding expectantly. "I'm starting Auror training," Harry said, his voice steady. Demelza whistled appreciatively and Ginny gave his hand a proud squeeze. "Bloody hell," Maddox muttered, though he didn't sound as impressed as Ginny would have liked. "He actually met with Kingsley and Gawain Robards this morning," Ginny said, nudging Harry with her shoulder. "Shacklebolt," Maddox said. He glanced back and forth between them. "You're on a first-name basis with the minister." Ginny grinned up at Harry. "Pays to be Harry Potter, I suppose." Quote, "Kingsley's been friends with my family for a while," Ginny pointed out. She could feel the heat creeping up her neck. Maddox hadn't been this snotty before, had he? Though, to be fair, she hadn't spent all that much time with him. We all got to know each other really well fighting Voldemort. She did her best not to feel victorious as Maddox flinched at the name. "Sorry. I didn't mean it the way it sounded," Maddox tried to assure them. "Well, if Harry's not coming back next year, that means you're a shoo-in for captain," Demelza exclaimed abruptly, changing the subject once again. Ginny smiled at her thankfully. We're going to win it all this year. We need to find a new seeker, new chaser, and probably a new keeper, too, Ginny said, counting off the positions on her fingers. I played chaser for Pukwudgie, Maddox offered eagerly, eyes lighting up. We won the Ilvermorny Quidditch Cup last year. I'm pretty good. We'll have to see at tryouts, Ginny said, hiding a grimace while taking another drink. Maddox was a bit off-putting, but he didn't deserve the full Ginny wrath. Dee and I are picky. I could swing by sometime with Demelza, Maddox offered. We could run some drills. Really get used to working together. He leaned over excitedly. I'm a really flexible player. I think you'll both be surprised. Well, Ginny was at a loss for words. She'd wanted time with Demelza. The wards around the property are pretty complex. Dad and Bill put them up. They're complicated to change. She stumbled into her answer. Only family and a few others, you know, Harry. Hermione, Kingsley, can get through right now. Oh, Harry, are you there often? Maddox asked, his voice politely formal. I've been staying with Ginny's family since the battle, Harry nodded. Ginny noted Maddox's split-second look of bewilderment. Hermione, too. Though she and Ron are going to Australia to get her parents sometime before the start of term, Ginny said, glancing past their table to scan the crowd for her family. None had arrived yet. Are you going? Demelza asked, turning to Harry, who shook his head. Maddox hummed thoughtfully. Wow, that must be a first for you three. Demelza turned to Ginny. Are they together? I saw them together at, well, but I figured that might be just a comfort thing. They're together, Harry confirmed with a nod and a fond smile. Happened during the battle. Let me guess, Demelza began, dropping her voice into a comically deep octave. Ron said, Hermione, we might not make it out of this alive. I bloody fancy you. Kiss me. Hermione kissed him, Harry said, smirking. No, really. Demelza goggled. Go, Hermione. She paused, looking thoughtful. Have you walked in on them Starkers yet? Not fully, Harry mumbled under his breath. Ginny whipped around to face him, her eyes wide. He hadn't mentioned that before. Oh, do tell. Demelza leaned in, clearly relishing the gossip. It had been a long year, after all. And most of their gossip had revolved around tragedy. Ginny watched Maddox shift awkwardly, clearly uncomfortable with being out of the general loop. I am taking that with me to the grave, Harry said grimly. Spoilsport, Demelza muttered teasingly. Harry just shrugged, but Ginny was glad to see him relaxing a bit more around her friend. So they're going to be alone, just the two of them. On the other side of the world, for how long? Harry shrugged and shook his head. Wow, Demelza said. She fixed Ginny and Harry with a playful look. Jealous. Yeah, Ginny said without thinking. It's complicated, Harry said at the same time. His gaze darted to hers and his brow furrowed curiously. Ginny couldn't stop the blush that crept across her cheeks. He grinned, his eyes glinting. But yeah, a little jealous, too. I'm sure you two industrious kids will manage just fine, Demelza teased knowingly. Still, I don't think anyone has seen one of you without the other two for more than a few hours. Last time I was without either of them for more than that was, Harry thought for a moment. Last summer. Before I left my aunt and uncle's. Being apart must feel like missing a limb, Maddox said. Or your wand hand, Demelza warned, biting her lip. Ginny braced herself. Don't worry though, I'm sure Ginny can lend you one of hers if you ask nicely. Harry sputtered, coughing as he choked on his butterbeer. Ginny only nearly choked on her drink. Her eyes darted to Demelza, whose smirk was all mischief. Demelza, she gasped, though she couldn't help the laugh that bubbled up in spite of herself. What? Demelza said innocently, though the mischievous glint in her eyes betrayed her. You've got the chosen one under your roof, sharing meals, lounging around together, going for long sunset strolls. Sounds terribly romantic. Ginny shot her a look, her cheeks flushing an even deeper shade of red. Harry, for his part, looked caught between amusement and a desire for the floor to swallow him whole. He was still new to the teasing from her friends. I have 2 parents and 3 older brothers still around the house, Ginny countered. Yeah, but for the rest of the summer? Demelza asked. Ginny had to admit, she hadn't considered her brother's plans yet. Besides, everyone knows how, what's the word, Maddox? She turned to the boy, who looked like an all-caught in wandlight. Inventive, right, you're both inventive when it comes to trouble. Ginny fixed Demelza with a tight-lipped warning smile and glanced quickly back and forth from her to Harry, hoping her friend would get the message. Fine. I won't ask for details until we're back at the dorms. Harry shot Ginny a bewildered look. She shrugged helplessly. I won't say a word about the new tattoo. He looked befuddled for a moment. But then a grin cut itself across his face and he busied himself with his butterbeer again. So, you're really not going back next year? Maddox said suddenly, his eyes on Harry. You're really going to be an Auror instead? Yeah, Harry answered, nodding, his tone steady but thoughtful. Can't exactly stay in Hogwarts forever, can I? Especially if this was Had I was going to try working towards anyway. Maddox's eyes flicked between Harry and Ginny, his expression unreadable but tinged with something like skepticism. Right. Well, that's great for you, Harry, Maddox said, his voice smoothing over the slight awkwardness. But, you won't be around next year then, will you? I mean, I guess that'll be hard, yeah. With Ginny staying at Hogwarts, he trailed off. His words not quite as polite as they had been. I think we'll manage, Ginny replied coolly, fixing Maddox with a look that left no room for doubt. Like Dee said, we're inventive. There's owls, Hogsmeade weekends. We were apart all of last year while Harry was off. She paused, glancing at Harry. They hadn't yet talked about how to explain what he'd been doing. Figuring out how to stop him. Harry supplied carefully. Ginny nodded. Don't worry about us. Right. Sorry. I didn't mean it like that, Maddox muttered, though it was hard to ignore the way his enthusiasm dimmed a little. I'm also hoping to make it up for as many of the Gryffindor Quidditch games as I can, Harry said. Ginny perked up. He hadn't mentioned that before. So you two better bring it. Aye, Captain Potter, sir. Demelza saluted. Harry chuckled, but Ginny just gave Demelza a look of mock betrayal. Sorry, Ginny, he's still captain until you get the badge. Harry gave her a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, Gin. He turned to Demelza and Maddox. Enough about us, though. What were you two up to before we walked it? Oh, Maddox actually asked to meet up to talk Quidditch tryouts, Demelza said. She turned to Maddox expectantly. Well, you've got the former, and soon-to-be, captains right here. Ask away. Oh, Maddox stammered, clearly caught off guard. I guess, what's the most important thing you look for at tryouts? Attitude, Ginny answered. If you're actually in Gryffindor, Harry deadpanned. I forgot about that, Ginny mused with mock thoughtfulness. That is important. But, since we know Maddox is in Gryffindor, she caught the playful curl of Harry's lips and cut him off before he could continue. And we know he knows how to play because he played last year. Harry snapped his jaw shut. But his grin didn't fade. He nodded. Attitude is definitely important. Don't be Cormac McLaggen, he added with a pointed look. To his credit, Maddox visibly grimaced. Also, whether you can be cohesive with the group. We had some decent beaters try out, but Jimmy and Richie really stood out because they worked well together, even during tryouts. Great. Thanks, Harry, Maddox said. His enthusiasm sounding just a bit forced. Standing abruptly, he added, I appreciate you guys letting me pick your brain. I'll let you catch up. Enjoy the rest of your summer, Harry. See you at school, Gin. Ginny's expression soured slightly. Ginny, she corrected, catching him off guard. Sorry. Maddox asked, his eyes wide. Most people call me Ginny, she said evenly. Oh, He glanced nervously between her and Harry, and comprehension seemed to dawn. His neck flushed red, and at least he had the decency to look mortified. Sorry, Ginny. See you at school. Demelza watched him leave with a half grimace. Sorry, she drawled, giving Ginny a reproachful look. That was weird. I can't even tell anymore, Harry said with a shrug. He wasn't being entirely truthful. Ginny could tell, but at least he was helping Demelza feel better. Still, if he played all last year he'll probably be in pretty good shape for tryouts. Don't write him off just because he's awkward and fancies you, Gin. What? Ginny goggled. He doesn't. Demelza gave her an unimpressed look. I know exactly what it looks like to fancy Ginny Weasley, Harry said knowingly. Across from him, Demelza nodded sagely. Before Ginny could respond, she spotted a familiar group entering the pub, their chatter rising above the general noise. Her heart gave a little flutter as she spotted Bill leading the way, followed by Ron, Hermione, and their parents. There they are, Ginny said, standing up and waving energetically. Demelza followed her gaze and immediately sprang to her feet. Oh, I've gotta say hi to your mum before I go. Ginny tried to object but Demelza shrugged. Mum will start to worry if I'm out too long without checking in. You know how it is. She really did. But I'll stop by soon to run some plays. Bet on it, Ginny said. She smiled as she watched Demelza hurry over to the Weasley matriarch, who was smiling and already holding her arms out for a welcoming hug. Demelza shook hands with Dad, then gave Ron a friendly fist bump before leaving. Within moments, her parents, Bill, Ron, and Hermione had made their way over to the table, joining Ginny and Harry with big smiles. Hey, mate, Ron muttered. He pulled a chair over for Hermione and sat down on the other side of Harry. He did a quick double take. New brooms. No Quidditch talk until we get some food, Mum declared. And that ended the conversation before it started. Hope you weren't waiting long, Dad said, eyes pausing very briefly on the brooms. Hermione, looking a little out of sorts, took her seat. We didn't miss anything important, did we? Ginny shook her head, eyes twinkling. Nope, just a lot of gossip and awkwardness. Harry and awkwardness I get, but gossip. Ron teased, elbowing Harry in the ribs. Harry mock glared at her brother, rubbing his ribs dramatically. Apparently I'm a natural, he deadpanned. Bill snorted. Did you get everything you need? Ginny asked. I think so, Hermione said quickly. Her eyes darted around the room, clearly not quite comfortable with being around so many unfamiliar people after their time on the run, nor being the center of so much attention, or maybe just stressed from the day. But I'm certain we're forgetting something. Come now, we've gone over your list 5 times already, Mum said placatingly. She patted Hermione on the arm. Besides, you'll be able to get anything unexpected you might need while you're there, Dad added. When do you leave? Harry asked. Ginny caught the note of trepidation in his voice. Hermione hesitated, so Ron supplied, June 1st. He took one of Hermione's hands. Thought about trying to get a portkey sooner, or later, because of, he gave Harry a pointed look and grimaced. Harry nodded. Ginny resolved to ask him about it when they had a moment alone. But it took a bit of work to get this one approved by the Australian Ministry, Ron continued, barreling ahead. That's soon, Harry said. Ron nodded. Yeah, you'll be all right. Ginny's heart softened. Despite being a prat, her brother was a great friend. Harry shot Ginny a knowing look. She could see him bite the inside of his lip to keep from laughing. But he couldn't stop the grin from forming on his face. She found an identical one forming on her own. I'll figure it out, Harry said. They returned to the burrow after their outing laden with broomsticks, Quidditch gear, and essentials for Ron and Hermione's trip to Australia. Everyone was tired that evening. Bill sat at the table with his shoulders slumped, one hand absently rubbing the scarred side of his face while Fleur, uncharacteristically quiet, toyed with her fork, her usual sharp wit absent as she picked at her plate. Charlie yawned more than once, his eyes heavy-lidded. From his long journey and the emotional toll of the day, Percy had tried to engage Mr. Weasley in a discussion about the latest ministry legislation they'd overheard, but his words lacked their usual crispness. And halfway through a sentence, he gave up, sighing and pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Ron leaned back in his chair, his eyes half closed as he idly drummed his fingers against the table. His appetite finally sated. Hermione sat next to him, her head propped on her hand, the conversation swirling around her, barely drawing her attention as she stared blankly into the middle distance. Mrs. Weasley tried valiantly to keep the mood light, but her voice was softer than usual, and her laughter when it came was tinged with weariness. Even Mr. Weasley, typically so animated at the dinner table, seemed content to simply sit and listen, his hand resting reassuringly over his wife's. When the meal was finally finished, no one lingered long. Plates were cleared with half-hearted murmurs of thanks. And the family dispersed throughout the house, seeking solace in quiet corners or the comfort of their rooms. Harry and Ginny stayed behind to help Mrs. Weasley tidy up, but then their small talk fell away into a comfortable silence. Once the cleanup was done, Harry and Ginny wandered outside toward the pond. The lingering spring evening stretched the day longer, casting the sky in swirls of purple and orange. Harry found himself watching Ginny more than the sunset, caught by the way her hair shimmered in the fading light, the way her eyes narrowed against the glow of the sun. And the way her freckles bunched together when she laughed. They sat on the weathered wooden dock by the pond, the boards creaking faintly beneath them. Ginny was beside him, her feet skimming. The water as the orange and purples of the sunset faded across the sky. The quiet hum of frogs and crickets filled the air, punctuated by the soft ripple of the pond whenever she moved her toes. For the first time in what felt like ages, Harry felt like both of his feet were firmly beneath him. And it was because of her. Today was good, he said, breaking the silence as they sat on the little pond dock. He turned to face her and met her questioning gaze. Seeing Demelza and, well, Maddox was kind of a git, but everything else, he hesitated, glancing down at the rippling water before meeting her gaze. Hearing you talk about me. About us like that, it meant a lot, Ginny. You made it sound so easy, so sure. Like you never doubted it for a second. I haven't, she said simply. Her confidence made his chest tighten. Harry exhaled deeply, letting the words tumble out before he could stop them. No one's ever talked about me like that before, he admitted. Ginny tilted her head, her brow furrowing. What do you mean? There was a look in her eyes that told him she knew exactly what he'd meant, she just wanted to hear more. Harry swallowed, glancing out at the water before meeting her eyes again. Like I mattered. Not because of who I'm supposed to be or what I've done. Just because I'm me. His voice dropped to almost a whisper. That's not something I've ever had before. Ginny leaned toward him. You've always mattered, Harry. He let out a shaky laugh, running a hand through his hair. Not like that. Sirius cared about me, I know he did, but he never really saw me. He saw James's son, this connection to the past he'd lost. And he was in so much pain himself. I don't think he ever got past that. Maybe if we'd had more time. Ginny nodded, her lips pressing into a thin line. And Harry's heart ached at the sight of those shimmering brown eyes. But you, he said, his voice thick, you see me. You don't expect me to be anything I'm not. Ginny shifted closer, her knee brushing against his. She reached for his hand, lacing her fingers through his. You don't need to be anything more than you already are, Harry, she said, her voice firm and unwavering. You make me want to be, Harry said. The lump in his throat grew, but he didn't look away this time. I've been scared, worried about saying this for all the wrong reasons. But I need you to know. He swallowed hard. I love you, Gin. Her eyes widened briefly, and she smiled, a radiant, heart-stopping smile. And then she was reaching up to cup his face, pulling him into a kiss so fierce it left him breathless. Her hands slid into his hair, her touch anchoring him as every part of him seemed to dissolve into her. When they finally broke apart, she was smiling, her cheeks flushed. I love you, Harry. He froze, his heart hammering in his chest. Really? Ginny let out a soft laugh, her thumb brushing against his cheek. Head over bloody fucking heels. Harry couldn't help the laugh that bubbled up, but it faltered when his eyes began to sting. Say it again, he asked, his voice cracking. I love you, Harry. The words hit him like a wave, crashing through every barrier he hadn't realized he'd built. His eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, but a tear escaped anyway. Ginny pulled him into her arms, holding him tightly as he clung to her, his face buried in her shoulder. After a moment, she drew back slightly, her fingers trailing along his jaw. Her eyes searched his face. You know, she said, her voice teasing but fond, when I was little, I fancied, the boy who lived, long before I met you. T was ridiculous, like falling for a fairy tale. Then I actually met you, and there you were, this very real, brave, loyal, kind, awkward 12-year-old boy eating in my kitchen. Harry let out a breathless laugh, shaking his head. I wasn't that bad. You were, but we all know I was worse, Ginny said with a grin, but her expression softened. But that same very real boy, flaws and all, saved me from the basilisk. Stood up for my family, fought for people who would never bother to thank him. That's when I realized something. She cupped his face, her gaze steady and unwavering. The people who only see you as Harry Potter are missing out. Because Harry, just Harry, is so much more than Harry Potter could ever be. Harry couldn't speak, couldn't find the words to tell her what that meant to him. So instead, he kissed her, pouring everything he felt into it. Ginny met him with the same intensity, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he let himself believe that maybe, just maybe, this was his to keep. Ginny and Harry hadn't told anyone about their conversation by the pond. Secrets were rare in the burrow, where walls seemed to have ears and privacy was a precious commodity. But this felt too perfect. Too new, to let it loose into the chaos just yet. It was hers and Harry's, and Ginny intended to keep it that way for as long as she could. She had never felt more girly. Never felt more love-struck, actually love-struck. But she'd also never felt stronger, never felt more in control of her own life, than she had when she woke up the next morning. The words, "He loves me," threatened to burst out of her chest, but the sun had barely risen, and shouting it for the whole house to hear wasn't exactly the subtle announcement she wanted. So she settled for lying in bed, grinning at the ceiling like an idiot, and waiting for Harry to wake up. Hermione and Ron had been too tired that night for their usual room swap. She had been fast asleep by the time Ginny and Ari had returned from their trip to the pond, and she assumed the same had been true for Ron. It was a minor disappointment, but for once, she didn't mind. It was fine. Not just Harry fine, but really, truly fine. Because he loved her. Merlin, she sounded insane, even, or especially, in her own head. But she didn't care. For the first time in months it felt like there was solid ground beneath her feet. There was a future ahead of her. She knew what she wanted, she knew what she had to do to get it, and she had someone to share that with, someone who thought those things about her were brilliant. Ginny couldn't stop smiling as the morning went on, her cheeks aching from the grin she couldn't seem to wipe away. Her mother gave her a curious look over breakfast, but Ginny deflected with a mumbled excuse about pleasant dreams. It wasn't a lie, really, her dreams had been pleasant, though they had less to do with surreal imaginings and more to do with the memory of Harry pressed against her. And the quiet certainty in his voice when he'd said he loved her. A few days passed in this unspoken agreement to keep things between them. The secret felt sacred, a little flame they could nurture together without the rest of the world intruding. It wasn't until Demelza showed up, broom in hand, ready for an impromptu Quidditch practice, that Ginny's attention shifted, though her heart still threw mmed with quiet happiness as she joined her on the pitch. Demelza tossed her bag down beside Ginny's and gave an exaggerated whistle when she spotted the new broom. "All right, what have we got here?" she demanded, gesturing as though Ginny's Nimbus 2000 were a dangerous creature. Ginny hesitated, handing over the broom reluctantly. "It's a Nimbus 2000, she mumbled. "A Nimbus 2000, Demelza practically shrieked, almost dropping the broom. "And don't tell me you saved up for this with your meager pocket money." Ginny flushed. "Harry got it for me." "It's a bloody expensive gift from your boyfriend," Demelza interrupted, her hands flying to her hips. "Merlin's left nut. Ginny, did he rob Gringotts?" "Oh, wait," her eyes widened in mock realization. "He did break into Gringotts, didn't he?" "Oh, stop." Ginny glared at her, grabbing the broom and holding it close to her chest. "I didn't ask him for it, all right." "He insisted." "Of course he insisted." Demelza snorted. "Harry Potter wouldn't know a subtle gesture if it danced naked in front of him holding a banner that said, 'Keep it simple.'" Ginny chuckled and tossed the quaffle at Demelza, who caught it in one hand and smirked. "Thou. If you want to try that for his birthday, feel free to credit me when you do. Who knows, maybe he'll be so thankful he gets me a broom, too." Ginny hissed, glancing around hurriedly, her cheeks flushing. Fine, I won't ruin your surprise." Demelza shrugged. She leaned in, her expression softening slightly. "Seriously, I know you. Does it bother you, him buying you something like this?" Ginny hesitated, clutching the broom tighter. "A little," she admitted. "It's just, he would have got me a firebolt if I hadn't stopped him. Even then, maybe only because they didn't have any. I don't want him thinking he has to take care of me like that, you know. Like I can't get my own things. Or people giving him shit that I'm only with him because he's Harry Potter." Demelza nodded sagely, then smirked. "Good thing you're the best flyer I've ever seen, then. If anyone gives you grief, you can hex them from midair and fly circles around them with your fancy new broom." Ginny couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head. "You're impossible. And you're stuck with me," Demelza quipped, grabbing her own broom. "But seriously, if he starts buying you golden snitches for breakfast, you tell me, all right. We'll stage an intervention. He wanted to get me something nice." Demelza's eyebrows shot up. "Nice. This isn't just nice, Ginny. We're talking, I feel guilty even touching this kind of nice. Declaration of undying love, kind of nice. Ginny's grin widened. What? Demelza goggled. Already? What do you mean, already? Ginny frowned. Didn't you just get back together? You were apart all last year. Demelza pointed out. You told everyone you'd broken it off. Ginny shrugged. Not because we wanted to. She began getting on her new gloves and flexing them, trying to get them to soften up before they started practicing. It's not like we were snogging other people while we were apart. Not for their lack of trying, Demelza pointed out. Ginny snorted. The hog. Wart's rumor mill had worked overtime after she had returned last year, having broken up with Harry. The Gryffindors had, with a few exceptions, seen through and supported the ruse. But that didn't stop a few determined boys from trying their luck, often under the guise of helping convince the Carrows, or throwing off their suspicions. There were days early on in the term where she'd been looking or ways to be more proactive and support what Harry was doing, when she'd briefly, very briefly, considered it, at least for appearance's sake. But every time she'd given it more than a passing thought. The idea had made her sick to her stomach. It felt like a massive betrayal, even if it was just for show. Ginny finally settled on her answer. That's because boys are dumb, she said. Yours excluded, I presume. Mine isn't a boy, Ginny countered. May 22, 1998. Harry braced through a sharp turn, rolling his broom to cut his turning radius. He leaned into the handle, slicing through the air as he arced toward the distant tree line. A sharp whistle from below caught his attention, and he glanced down to see Ron cupping his hands around his mouth. Head out, Ron bellowed, gesturing emphatically toward the far end of the paddock. Harry smirked, banking sharply to the left as Demelza streaked ahead, her movements sharp and fluid. She dove low, the tips of her trainers nearly brushing the grass, before rocketing upward in a tight spiral. Ginny, trailing just behind Harry, tilted her broom forward and surged ahead, intercepting Demelza's trajectory with a smooth, corkscrew roll that made Harry grin. Ron, restless from days of trailing Hermione during trip preparations, had finally been sent off to join Harry, Ginny, and Demelza on the makeshift Quidditch pitch. Hermione had claimed she needed just 5 minutes of space, though Harry suspected it was more for Ron's sake than hers. As the drills continued, Harry reacclimated to the feel of the Nimbus 2000. It lacked the explosive kick to its acceleration and pinpoint handling of the Firebolt, but it was still a joy to ride. Ginny, however, took to her new broom like she'd been flying it for years. Growing up on older, less responsive brooms had honed her flying instincts to razor-sharp precision. Within minutes, she had mastered the Nimbus's quirks, its turning radius, how to account for wind resistance, and subtle adjustments to handle shifts in air pressure. Harry, who had often been praised for his natural talent, found himself in awe of Ginny's skill, hard-won through years of determination and practice. He waved to Ginny, and they both descended toward Ron. Harry landed with a jolt, still adjusting to the Nimbus's braking, and wiped the sweat from his brow. They'd been running drills all afternoon, and his clothes clung to him uncomfortably. Bloody hell, that's a nice broom, Demelza said, dismounting at the edge of the pitch. We're taking the cup for sure. Harry nodded, grinning. Ginny's been outrunning Slytherins on school brooms for years. This'll be a breeze for her. Ron took Ginny's broom for her, eyeing it longingly, before propping it over his shoulder and tucking the quaffle under one arm. I still don't get how Slytherin wasn't better, he said. With all the fancy gear they've got. Ginny smirked. Reckon they thought the brooms would do all the work for them. Ron sighed, looking reluctant to call it a day. You sure you don't want to practice a bit more? Feels like we're just warming up. Harry shook his head. We've got dinner plans with Mrs. Tonks, Andy, he corrected, still feeling awkward with the informality. And we definitely need showers before we go. Shower together, Demelza suggested casually, wiping sweat from her brow. Demelza. Ron sputtered, his ears turning red. What? Demelza said with a shrug. Saves on water and time. Not if you're doing it right, Ginny quipped without missing a beat. Ginny. Ron groaned, looking pained. For Merlin's sake, not while I'm standing right here. Oh sure, Demelza teased, grinning as she swatted Ron on the backside with her broom. Coming from the bloke who's about to head off on an unsupervised, round-the-world trip with his girlfriend. Oi! Ron yelped, glaring at her, though his flushed face betrayed his embarrassment. Ginny laughed, shaking her head. Come on, Ron. You're not exactly the poster child for propriety these days. Harry chuckled, shouldering his broom as they started toward the house. It was good to see Ron laugh, even if it was at his own expense. I think I'm being a great sport. About my best mate sneaking down to your room every night for the last 2 weeks, Ron shot back, his voice dripping with mock indignation. What? Demelza gasped, spinning around to face Ginny with wide eyes. You didn't tell me that. Ginny rolled her eyes, clearly unfazed. He wouldn't be half as generous about it if Hermione wasn't the one swapping places with Harry. That's beside the point, Ron muttered, his ears already turning pink. It really isn't, Harry said with a grin, unable to resist teasing. Demelza's jaw dropped, and she jabbed her broom in Harry's direction. Wait a minute, so it's true. Not like that, Harry said quickly, though his sheepish smile betrayed him. Ginny smirked, crossing her arms. Not that it's any of your business, but yes. Occasionally. Demelza clutched her chest in mock scandal, looking between the two of them like she'd just discovered some grand conspiracy. This is the kind of thing you're supposed to share with your best friend, Ginny. I'm sharing now, Ginny said dryly, clearly unbothered. Ron groaned and covered his face with his hands. Can we please not make this a group discussion? Ah, come on, Ron, Demelza teased, grinning wickedly. You brought it up. Big mistake, Harry added under his breath, exchanging an amused glance with Ginny. Ron let out an exaggerated sigh. Merlin help me, I need better friends. You love us, Ginny said smugly, bumping him with her shoulder. Not right now, I don't, Ron grumbled, though his lips twitched like he was trying not to smile. They walked Demelza to the edge of the Burrows wards to see her off, but only after Ginny had wrung a promise from her to return within the week to continue their practice. As Demelza disappeared with a wave, Ron headed back inside to check on Hermione. While Harry and Ginny stayed behind to tend to the Quidditch balls and broomsticks with the servicing kit. There wasn't much to do after only a few flights, but they took airtime trimming any errant twigs and polishing the broom handles until they gleamed. Once satisfied, they stowed the brooms in their carrying cases and returned them to the broomshed before heading back to the house. My word, you two are filthy, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed lightly when they stopped by the kitchen for a glass of water. She glanced pointedly at their dirt-smeared faces and sweaty clothes. I hope you're planning to clean up before you go to Mrs. Tonks's. Ginny waited until Mrs. Weasley had turned back to preparing dinner for the rest of the house. Yes, Mum, she said with a roll of her eyes. Good. Bring those clothes down when you're done and set them with the laundry, Mrs. Weasley instructed. I don't want them moldering in your rooms. Yes, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said politely, earning an approving nod from her. And make sure you dress properly, she added as they turned toward the stairs. Mrs. Tonks may have been blasted off the Black family tree, but she was still raised with proper manners. Harry nodded but bit back a retort. Andy hadn't struck him as remotely stuffy during any of their interactions. Sirius had called her his favorite cousin, and she had raised the fiercely independent Tonks, hardly traits that aligned with the pure-blood elitism of someone like Narcissa Malfoy, sister or not. Ginny headed for the shower first, leaving Harry to climb to his and Ron's room to find clean, presentable clothes. He was not at all prepared for what he walked in on. Ron, seated on the edge of his bed, holding Hermione tightly as she sobbed into his shoulder. Harry froze, unsure whether to leave or offer help. He started to step forward, but Ron caught his eye and gave him a subtle, placating look. Harry hesitated, then stopped, lingering awkwardly in the doorway as Hermione's sobs quieted. She pulled back from Ron slightly, wiping her eyes with the sleeve of her jumper, her face blotchy but determined. Feeling awkward but unwilling to walk away entirely, Harry lingered in the doorway. Hermione wiped her eyes with the sleeve of her jumper and managed a small, apologetic smile when she noticed him. Sorry, she mumbled, still sniffling. Are you all right? Harry asked, glancing between her and Ron. Hermione nodded hesitantly, but her red-rimmed eyes told another story. Ron gave him a tight-lipped smile. Yeah, he said. It's just a lot, you know. I can only imagine, Harry admitted, glancing over the strewn-about room. Harry stepped inside, taking in the state of the room. Ron's side looked as though a tornado had swept through it. Clothes, books, and random belongings were scattered everywhere. The contrast to Harry's neatly kept area was stark. Years of living with the Dursleys had ingrained in him the habit of keeping his belongings out of sight and in order. But it seemed Hermione's influence was the only reason Ron's chaos hadn't spilled over. "Yes, sorry, mate," Ron muttered. He looked torn between rushing to clean up and staying with Hermione. "I'd started packing and then Hermione reminded me that it was winter in Australia now, so I was packing all the wrong clothes." He ran a hand through his hair. "And I got all out of sorts because we'd just spent all that time and money in Diagon Alley on the wrong stuff." Harry winced. "We can go back tomorrow." "Nah, we're all right. Got it sorted." Ron waved him off. "Appa. Redley, Australia isn't quite as cold as it is in England and I'm worrying over nothing." "And I'm worried that all of this is for nothing," Hermione moaned, her head dropping into her hands. "That we'll go there, spend weeks searching. And after all that time and money find nothing on my parents." "If it's about the money," Harry started. Hermione cut him off. "And I'll have taken Ron away from his family. After everything they've been through, after everything he's been through." "Harry and I already talked about it, my own," Ron said, rubbing her back soothingly. Harry fought the urge to grin at the sound of the new nickname. "We've got it covered, right?" He glanced at Harry imploringly. "But I'll look after things here, Hermione," Harry said softly. He sat down on Ron's bed on the other side of her. "Are you sure?" Hermione all but whispered. "No one I trust more while we're gone," Ron said, pressing his forehead against hers. "After everything you've sacrificed for me, how could I possibly hold any of this against you?" Harry asked. He reached his arm around her shoulders to grip Ron's tightly. "None of us can move on until we all can, right?" Hermione nodded mutely. I don't know where to begin," she whispered, fighting tears. "How to fix it?" Ron made a strangled sound. Harry glanced over her shoulder at him and saw his best friend fighting back a grimace. "Well," Ron began, scratching his neck awkwardly. He sighed loudly. "If this were any other problem, there's only one place we'd start." Harry bit his lip to stop from smiling, but failed miserably. "The library," he said. Ron nodded, but Hermione shook her head vigorously. "Hogwarts is in no shape for Hermione. We just spent 9 months hunting down Horcruxes so we could defeat Voldemort," Ron pointed out, shaking her shoulders gently. "I bet McGonagall would bring the library here if you asked nicely." Hermione chewed her lip thoughtfully, but Harry could already see the gears working. Isn't any different than what we've done for the past 7 years, Harry said. "Just another problem, like Nicholas Flamel, the Chamber, Buckbeak's defense, or any of the 1,000 things you've found. We've got 9 days to figure it out," Ron said. Harry stood and straightened, channeling his best Professor McGonagall. "I want a full 3 feet on how you plan to reverse the memory charm," he said. Ron snorted, and even Hermione cracked a smile. "That is a dreadful impression of her, Harry," she said. "Yeah, please don't tell her I did that," Harry muttered playfully. Hermione stood suddenly and straightened her clothes. Her eyes fierce. "Right, let's get to it." "Well, my own, it's a bit late to be going to Hogwarts today," Ron pointed out. He took her hand and pulled her back to sit on his bed. "Mum is expecting us for dinner." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Yes, let's plan everything around your stomach, Ronald," she said, failing to hide her smirk. But she reached up and kissed him fiercely. "Thank you," she whispered, wrapping her arms around his chest. She turned to Harry next and hugged him next. "You'll take care of them, right?" Harry patted her back gently. "Of course, Hermione. And yourself, too." Harry brushed her off. "I'm fine," he said. She fixed him with a piercing look. "You'll see a healer." "For what?" Harry wondered. Hermione's gaze sharpened. "Harry," she said pointedly. "Ginny and I do talk. I want you to see a healer." "It's nothing," Harry protested. She pointed to his chest where Voldemort's final curse had struck him. "That's the second killin' curse you've been hit with, and it destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul that was inside you for years." "I feel fine, Harry." Harry was about to say, "I'm fine," again, but her stare bore into him. "I'll think about it." Hermione looked as if she were about to argue, but instead she threw her arms up and sighed. I'm going to tell Ginny. She'll make you see sense. She turned and set off to hers and Ginny's room. Harry turned to Ron. Smart idea with the library suggestion, he said. You really going to help do research? Ron shrugged. Can't exactly back out now, can I? He asked. He grinned and nudged Harry's ribs. Besides, I have it on good authority that she's always wanted to snog someone in the library. Harry stumbled out of the fireplace of the Tonks house, wiping the ash from his clothes as he did. He'd been there once before, during his escape from Privet Drive, but he hadn't spared much thought to the house or its contents. The Tonks house, though modest in size, was raw. They're elegant now that he saw it in the light. The floors were polished wood, warm and inviting, with soft area rugs laid throughout. There was an open, airy feel to the house, accentuated by large windows that allowed the soft golden hue of evening sunlight streamed through the glass. Harry stepped out of the fireplace to make room for Ginny. The sitting room, where Harry had emerged from the fireplace, was spacious and cozy. A grand piano stood in one corner, flanked by neatly stacked music books. Comfortable armchairs and a plush sofa circled a polished wooden table at the center of the room. Along the walls were countless family photographs, carefully framed. They showed the Tonks family throughout the years, Andromeda smiling warmly at what must have been Nymphadora as a child, Ted Tonks, before he'd grown his belly. With his arm around his wife, laughing at something just out of sight, dozens of photos of Tonks herself in various silly poses, cartwheeling through the yard, hanging upside down from a tree branch, leaping into a lake in the summer. One picture caught Harry's attention, a young Tonks chasing after a large black dog. Harry, you've made it. Wonderful, Andy greeted, stepping into the room. She had a wand in one hand and Teddy braced against her. Oh, was Ginny not able to make it? She should be right behind. Before Harry could finish, the green flames of the flow network flared to life. And Ginny stepped out gracefully. For the upteenth time that evening Harry was struck. She looked stunning. She had chosen a pale green blouse that complemented her fiery hair. She'd put her hair in a loose braid, with a few strands framing her face in a way that Harry thought was completely unfair to his ability to focus. Ginny looked a tad nervous, her eyes just a bit wider than usual as she took in the room. Despite the eye rolling at her mother, she'd clearly been worried about presenting herself well to Andy. Harry smiled to himself. He knew Ginny would roll her eyes if he told her how perfect she looked, so he settled for a quiet, "You look great." She shot him a grin, but he noticed the faintest blush rising in her cheeks as she pulled her cardigan tighter. "Ginny, it's so lovely to see you," Andromeda said warmly. She glanced between Harry and what he assumed was the kitchen before adjusting her hold on Teddy. "Harry, would you mind?" "Oh, of course," Harry said, and took Teddy and cradled him against his chest. He bounced him a little, readjusting to the feel of a child in his arms. "He's gotten bigger," Harry marveled. "It's only been a week." With her arms now free, Andy was able to greet Harry and Ginny with a gentle hug. "They can grow quickly at this stage," she said, looking at them fondly. "Is there anything I can help with?" Ginny offered, smoothing out her blouse and brushing the ash from her jeans. "Would you? That would be wonderful," Andromeda replied. She gestured for Ginny to follow her down the hallway. Harry cradled Teddy, staring into the boy's pale, gray-blue eyes, so much like Remus's that it made Harry's chest ache. "Hey, kid," he whispered. He bit his lip. What was he supposed to do with a baby this small? Teddy blinked up at him, his tiny head swaying slightly as he tried to focus. Then, as if responding to Harry's voice, a ripple seemed to shiver through his little body. Harry watched, stunned, as Teddy's yes flashed a vibrant green and the faint tuft of hair on his head darkened to jet black. "That is a neat trick," Harry said with a laugh, his grin spreading wide. Adjusting his grip on the baby, he followed the sound of Andromeda and Ginny's voices toward the kitchen. They passed another small room, a tiny library, or some sort of small home office. It had two large desks back to back in the center of the room. The walls were lined with book-filled shelves and even more photographs. Harry hesitated, curiosity tugging at him. He looked down at Teddy. "Fancy showing me around, kid." He made a mental note to tell Hermione about this office, but only after he'd made sure to secure her an invite to dinner. She would have been able to spend hours going through the hundreds of books filling the office. He noticed there didn't seem to be much theme to the books, some on magical theory, some on Muggle literature, others. Current medical diagnosis and treatment, 1998, Harry read aloud. He glanced at Teddy. Spend a lot of time with that one, do you? Teddy, obviously, didn't answer. As Harry wandered past the shelves, a photograph stopped him in his tracks. His breath hitched. There, staring back at him, was his father, James Potter. Shirtless and grinning, James stood on a beach, one arm slung around the shoulder of a young Sirius Black, the other wrapped around Lily. Harry's mother held a tiny girl with bright pink hair, probably 4 or 5 years old. Beside Sirius stood Ted Tonks, much younger than the man Harry remembered from when they'd met. He was shorter than Sirius by a head, but probably outweighed him by a good 30 pounds. Though the faint start of a belly softened his middle, his frame was still dominated by well-defined, powerful muscles, reminiscent of a beater who hadn't completely abandoned the pitch. Shirtless as well, Ted was caught mid-laugh, flexing his muscles in a ridiculously exaggerated pose. As Ted continued his display of strength, James and Sirius joined in, their wirier physiques adding to the spectacle. Lily and the young Tonks clutched their sides, roaring with laughter at the scene. Harry's jaw clenched. Tears pricked his eyes, hot and sudden. He hadn't been prepared for this, a glimpse into the life that might have been. The joy, the simplicity, the love captured in that single photograph felt like a punch to the gut. Harry! Andy's voice called out behind him. He spun around to find her and Ginny standing in the entryway to the study. We were worried you'd gotten lost, Ginny teased, her eyes sparkling. Harry grinned at her like an idiot. He just couldn't help himself. I tried asking Teddy for directions but he wasn't cooperating. Andy let out a mock gasp. The son of Remus and Dora Lupin already getting you in trouble. She said. By Merlin, I don't believe it. Quote. Harry rubbed his neck bashfully. Sorry. I didn't mean to snoop. Andy waved a dismissive hand, stepping into the room. Snoop away, Harry dear, she said warmly. Her gaze followed his to the photograph he'd been staring at, and a soft smile spread across her face. Ah, that was a good day. I didn't know you knew my parents, he said. Well, one was hard-pressed to find Sirius without James. Especially once he ran away from home, Andy said. Her gaze seemed to drift away as she stared at the young Tonks, making faces at the camera. I didn't know Lily terribly well, I'll admit. But she and Ted got on famously once she started coming around. Always talking about new things in the Muggle world and comparing them to how we do them. And Dora adored her, of course. You have a lot of Muggle textbooks here, too, Ginny said, circling the opposite side of the room. Her fingers skimmed the spines of several books. Are these Muggle healer books? What are they called again? Doctors. Harry supplied, still not taking his eyes from the photograph of his parents. Andy nodded. Ted and I are healers. It's what brought us together, actually, she said. She glanced across the room to the desks and Harry noticed the framed diplomas scattered across one of them. When we left Hogwarts there was a lot of worry about the building war. Everyone was talking about fighting. Or this. Ministry that. Ted and I knew there were going to be a lot of people hurting. We began our training together while Sirius and your parents were starting at Hogwarts. And the Muggle textbooks? Harry asked. Andy's smile brightened. Ted's idea, actually, she said. He was Muggle-born so he had some experience with Muggle medicine. He thought it might make us more well-rounded healers. Or possibly give us some new insights that magical healers lost over the centuries. She pointed to another photograph nearby. In it, she and Ted stood in formal Muggle attire in front of a large building with the word Montefiore prominently displayed over the entrance. We found a program, through Professor Slughorn, actually, that set us up with a 3-year Muggle physician residency in New York. I didn't know you could do that, Harry muttered thoughtfully. It was easier 20 years ago, Andy admitted, her smile fading slightly. At the time, there were still many old pure-blood families supporting pro-Muggle-born legislation. Voldemort targeted them first, and after his fall, pure-bloods like Lucius and Abraxas Malfoy worked tirelessly to roll back those initiatives. She nodded pointedly to Harry. Your great-grandfather Henry, in fact, was a staunchly pro-Muggle voice on the Wizengamot. Your grandfather, Fleemont, took great pride in being labeled a blood traitor. He and Euphemia donated to all sorts of different pro-Muggle charities and scholarship funds despite the target it put on them. I didn't know that, Harry said. His chest swelled with pride, but also longing to know more. It's why James took the war effort so seriously, Andy said, smiling wistfully. Imagine all the zeal and stubbornness of the Blacks and Malfoys, but pointed entire. Lee in the opposite direction, dedicated to proving that pure blood means nothing if you're not a decent person first. Sounds a bit like the Weasleys if you ask me, Harry said fondly, smiling at Ginny. Andy chuckled warmly. You should ask Arthur about his father, Septimus. I believe he was the one who earned the Weasleys their blood traitor label, she said. And later, he married my grandfather's cousin, Cedrella Black. She became the first of us to be blasted off the Black family tapestry. Ginny's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, she murmured. Harry hadn't realized that the Weasleys and Blacks were related. However distantly. Andy patted Ginny's arm reassuringly. An inspiration to us all, she said with a wink. Sirius and I took great pride in that legacy. You seem to know a lot about all this, Harry said. Glancing at the shelves around them. Family trees and histories and all that. Pure blood families like the Blacks are obsessed with it, Andromeda admitted with a heavy sigh. Before we even got to Hogwarts, we spent hours memorizing who was and wasn't acceptable to associate with. Her gaze grew distant for a moment before she shook her head, dismissing the memory. Come, let's sit and have dinner. Harry followed her and Ginny to the kitchen, Teddy still cradled in his arms. The kitchen was open and modern, with sleek marble countertops and polished cupboards. RDS that would have not looked out of place in the Dursleys' home. An array of magical devices were tucked neatly into drawers or sitting on countertops, self-stirring spoons, a set of enchanted knives, and an old-fashioned kettle. A large kitchen table in the center of the room, surrounded by matching chairs. Harry handed Teddy back to Andromeda, who settled him into a low, chair-like contraption that began to gently sway and rock as soon as he was secured. Teddy's wide eyes followed Harry as he sat down, and Harry wiggled his eyebrows at the boy, earning him the faintest hint of a smile. Please, tuck in, Andy said, ladling them a bowl of soup. I hope you'll forgive me for going a bit overboard. I'll admit, I was rather excited to be hosting again. You don't have to worry about that with us Weasleys, Ginny said, helping herself to a crusty roll of bread. It smells amazing. Did you make this all yourself? Andy nodded, clearly pleased with the reaction. Yes, except for the dessert. Teddy and I picked that up in town this morning. She smiled secretly. We did a bit of searching for that one, didn't we Teddy? She waved her wand and 2 bottles of butterbeer came floating over from the icebox. I imagine you two are as fond of this as Dora and Remus were. Harry nodded gratefully and took a spoonful of the soup, creamy leek and potato topped with crispy shallots. This is fantastic. Cooking is quite a bit like potions, Andy said. I was a rather dreadful cook until I began thinking of it that way. Then it all clicked into place. She smiled, though there was something sad behind it. Ted was the better cook, I'll admit. He was always a bit more daring and creative. I've always done better with set instructions. Wish I'd thought of it like that, Harry muttered dourly. I was always rubbish at potions when Snape was teaching. Oh, did you do much cooking yourself? Andy asked. Another wave of her wand brought over the main course, a dish of lamb in some sort of sauce with roasted carrots, parsnips, and potatoes. Just with my aunt and uncle, Harry said, trying to sound casual. I did most of their cooking growing up. Andy gave him a tight-lipped smile. The kind that suggested she understood far more than Harry had said. Well, from what I've heard through the extended Slug Club, you turned things around quite impressively in your 6th year. Harry grimaced. That's complicated, he admitted, launching into a brief recount of his adventures with the Half-Blood Prince's Potions textbook. By the end, Andromeda's eyes had widened in disbelief. Her expression both amused and astonished. Well, Andy searched for the right response. Sounds like you're a bit more like me in that regard. She and Harry shared a self-deprecating chuckle. But if either of you ever want help with potions, feel free to write to me. I do most of my work with magical maladies and diseases, and as you might imagine, there's a fair amount of potioneering involved. Wow, that sounds intense. Ginny said, looking at Andy in a whole new light. Andy smiled. It can be, but it's also a great deal of research. Trial and error, she explained. Do you work at St. Mungo's? Harry asked. Andy nodded. For quite some time I did, yes, she said. They have an excellent research and training program for blood malediction specialists. I was involved with it for years. About 6 years ago, though, I transferred to help establish a department for magical infectious diseases at a smaller facility in Leeds. And Ted decided to set up a private practice from his home office. Though he retained his admitting privileges at St. Mungo's. Was Ted also in that field? Harry asked, fumbling to remember the titles and specialties Andy had just mentioned. Ted worked as a spell damage specialist, focusing on mental and emotional trauma, Andy said, her voice filled with pride. He was quite well published, particularly on the psychological effects of magic, trauma, and memory modification. This piqued Harry's interest. Do you have any of his research here? Of course, Andy said with a nod. Any particular interest? Harry quickly recounted Hermione's situation with her parents. And Andy's expression grew thoughtful. Yes, of course, she said, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. Remind me before you leave, and I'll send you home with some of his work. That was a rather complex bit of magic your friend performed. I recalled Ted consulting on a similar case. Oh, that Lockhart fellow everyone was fawning over a few years back. Harry grimaced, sharing an awkward glance with Ginny, who hid her grin behind her butterbeer. But he'd done such a monstrous job mangling his own memories that there really wasn't much left to work with, Andy continued. Quote, it sounds like Miss Granger was quite a bit more deliberate and, dare I say, restrained. Harry chewed his lip. Would be hard to be less restrained. Andy continued by regaling Harry and Ginny with her memories of Sirius's time at Hogwarts and the fallout from his sorting into Gryffindor. It was maybe 2 months before I was blasted off the tapestry, Andy recalled, her voice tinged with both amusement and indignation. The uproar from Walburga and Orion was spectacular. They demanded a meeting with Dumbledore, threatened to involve the Ministry, and even considered withdrawing him from Hogwarts to send him to Durmstrang. Of course, none of that went anywhere once Professor McGonagall got involved. Harry gave her a questioning look. Oh, yes, Andromeda said with a fond smile. She knows magical law inside and out. Especially all the tired anti-Muggle rubbish the Blacks were so fond of. She pointed out just how many more opportunities Sirius would have in Britain with a Hogwarts education than a Durmstrang one. She took quite a liking to Sirius after that. Even convinced Orion to sign his Hogsmeade permission form in 3rd year. She leaned back. By that time, Ted and I were married. But we would meet Sirius in Hogsmeade when we could. I worried about him, you know. His home life was awful, and I knew how much of a target he was at school, given the Black family reputation. Her smile softened. That's when I first met James. Though Remus and Pettigrew, her expression darkening at the name, never came along. Perhaps for the best. I don't know how I'd have reacted to Rem. Asandora's later involvement if I'd met him while I was pregnant. And Pettigrew, well, best he remained forgotten. Harry had to agree. After that I don't think I ever saw Sirius without James, she said fondly. Your grandparents even had Ted and I over several times for the holidays. Then your mother came into the picture and, well. Harry frowned, fighting against the tightness in his chest. I wish I'd known about all this. He muttered. Ginny's hand found his underneath the table. Andy gave him a sympathetic look. It was hard for all of us, what happened to your parents? And then the world blamed Sirius, she said. She looked down into her glass and shook her head. We couldn't believe it. We thought he must have been under the Imperious curse. But, I knew Sirius too well. No one cool. Force him to do anything he didn't want to do. Harry nodded. That sounded very much like Sirius. Still, he couldn't help but wish he'd known about Andy and Ted before, people he could have turned for help when he was still the little boy in the cupboard. Andy seemed to sense his distress. We talked, you know, Sirius and I. Dora, too, she began. She took his other hand and he swallowed hard. They told us what growing up for you was like. Harry shook his head tightly. My aunt and uncle were not good to me, he said. It's cruel how they treated you. Andy's voice was sharp. I wish we had fought harder for you. She admitted, her eyes tearing up. But we'd never met you, your parents went into hiding almost as soon as you were born. Then, Your grandparents had passed, and everything happened that night. We trusted Dumbledore with your safety. I swear to you, Harry, if we had known, Ted and I would have taken you from there in a heartbeat. Dumbledore or not, she let out a shuddering breath and sighed. I know it's quite late, you're a man now, but if you ever need anything. Pictures, stories, anything, she let the offer hang in the air, the rest of it unspoken. Harry blinked rapidly, his throat tight. Andromeda's protectiveness felt like something he'd longed for his entire life. He managed a watery smile. I wouldn't say no to dessert, he said, his voice cracking slightly. Andy laughed, wiping unshed tears from her eyes and nodded. I've been led to understand you're quite fond of toffee. She brought out a sticky toffee pudding that set Harry's mouth watering. Now, she said as she served them generous portions, I've prattled on enough about my sordid family history. Tell me about yourselves. I've only heard bits from Dora and Remus. Andy gave him an imploring look, and with Ginny's encouragement, Harry launched into an abbreviated explanation of his school exploits. She listened with rapt fascination, breaking the silence only to whisper soothingly to Teddy when he started fussing. Merlin. Andy breathed. I've heard rumors and stories, of course. But I don't think they do the full account of it justice. Harry fought the urge to groan. It all NDS more impressive when you put it together like that, he objected. But really I just did what I had to in order to survive. I'm not that special. Andy smiled fondly. I disagree, Harry, she said. The rumors make you out to be some sort of mythical figure. The Dumbledore of your generation, maybe even the second coming of Merlin. She shook her head. But truly, the most impressive part of it is that you are not those things. No one is, of course, not even Dumbledore and Merlin were. But you were just a boy, a young man who, no credit to the people who raised you, chose to take on this impossible burden and not shrink from it despite all the odds stacked against you. Harry flushed and looked away in embarrassment. That, Andromeda continued gently, is far more impressive than any mythical equivalency people might try to place on you. Before Harry could respond, Teddy began fussing more persistently, making it clear that his day was done. Harry and Ginny offered to help Andromeda put him to bed, but she waved off their efforts with a laugh. I appreciate the offer, dears, but Teddy and I have this well in hand. Don't we, Teddy? She tapped the baby on his nose, earning a brief, distracted smile. I know I might be a grandmother already, but I'm still in my 40s. If Dumbledore could duel Voldemort at 115, I think I can manage little Teddy, she teased. Besides, I think he's quite taken with you too. He'll fight sleep if you're around. We should probably head out, then, Ginny said as she stood. We don't want to overstay our welcome. Her too. Nay was calm but more reserved than usual, and Harry made a mental note to ask her about it later. Not at all, Andromeda said, waving away Ginny's concerns. Then, after a moment's thought, she added, actually, if one of you wouldn't mind feeding Teddy, I'll find some of Ted's research for Miss Granger. Ginny moved faster than Harry by a fraction of a second. Me, she exclaimed, scooping Teddy into her arms. Hello, little wizard, she cooed softly. As soon as Teddy saw her, his hair turned a bright Weasley red before fading back to its usual turquoise when she offered him his bottle. Harry followed Andromeda to her study, where she spent several minutes rummaging through shelves and stacks of parchment. By the time she was satisfied, Harry was balancing a teetering stack of books and papers nearly a foot tall. Let me know if you find anything that might help, she said, placing one final book atop the pile. This is incredible, Harry said sincerely, struggling to steady the stack. Thank you so much, Andy. Andromeda nodded and placed a comforting hand on his arm. Of course, Harry. That's what family is for, she said warmly. And Ted would have been thrilled to know his work is still helping people. Harry smiled tightly, overwhelmed by the kindness and support from someone who had been a stranger to him only hours earlier. I really appreciate this. All of it, he said, gesturing vaguely around the room. His gaze lingered on the photograph of his parents, Tonks, and Ted at the beach. It means more than I know how to say. Anytime, Andy said insistently. She glanced between him and Ginny, still holding Teddy, with a knowing smile. If you need anything. Same for you, Harry said with a grin. I know, none of this is easy right now. No, it's not, Andy agreed with a tight nod. So if you need someone to talk to, who can actually talk back, Andy laughed, or need someone to watch Teddy for a bit while you're at work. He looked at Teddy, nestled in Ginny's arms and reaching for her braid. I just want Teddy to have the childhood I never got the chance to. Andy's face lit with gratitude. Of course, she said quickly. And you're welcome here anytime. Friday dinners are a tradition, Teddy, and I would love to have you. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Ginny. Just give me a heads up if you plan to bring any additional Weasleys along so I can prepare accordingly. Ginny laughed knowingly. Andy led them back to the fireplace in the sitting room. Ginny gently handed Teddy back to her, whispering a tender goodbye to the baby before turning to Andy. Thank you for dinner, she said warmly, stepping into the hearth. With a cry of, "The burrow," she disappeared in a rush of green flames. Harry lingered, his gaze sweeping the room one last time, King in the reminders of his family's history scattered throughout a place that still felt very much alive. Finally, he turned to Andy. I'm really glad Teddy has you, he said, offering her a tight-lipped smile. Andy reached out, cupping the side of his face with her free hand. Her voice was steady, yet filled with fondness. And I'm very glad Teddy has you too, Harry, she said softly. I'm very glad I am not alone. Harry blinked back the sudden sting in his eyes and nodded. With a final look at the baby now dozing contentedly in her arms, he stepped into the fireplace. The burrow, he called out. And the room vanished in a swirl of green fire. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.